2025. This is a live stream. I'm Chuck Todd. You have Chris Cillizza. You may know him from some places like Substack and YouTube. Those of you watching my YouTube channel, such greatest hits. And Jeffrey Skelly, who is the political director and editor for DecisionDeskHQ, who of course is powering our Election Night in America 2025. They're going to be doing the election calls, doing the vote. They're in the boiler room. Jeffrey's in that boiler room with them. So welcome all.
Is it actually a boiler room? It looks.
Do you call it a boiler room there, Jeffrey?
No, I'm right next to the war room, quote unquote.
He's boiler room adjacent, Chuck.
I am boiler room adjacent. It is very hot in here. So I'm like wearing
we will start to see the steam, right?
Yeah, exactly. If I could, if this gets foggy,
dude,
you'll know why.
All right, we got 32 states that are actually holding some sort of election today. A lot of local elections, a lot of mayor's races out there. You've got some ballot propositions, the biggest one being in California. We got Texas. You got Supreme Court judges in Pennsylvania on retention watch. But the three big prizes, Virginia governor, New Jersey governor, and New York City mayor. And the beauty of this broadcast, live stream tonight, gentlemen, is that pretty much every hour there's a new story. So at 7 o'clock, we get the polls closing in Virginia. At 8 o'clock, the polls close in New Jersey. Yep. At 9 o'clock, the polls close in New York City. And as we move across 11 o'clock, the polls close in California. We got a ranked choice voting outcome that you have to wait for in Minneapolis mayor, so we won't have those finals tonight. Seattle mayor is an all mail-in race, and you know that will take a long time to call. But the big three, and Jeffrey, not to give away the story here, but the big three, we expect to know these things within the hour that the polls close in all three races, correct?
I think there's a good chance of that based on the polling, what we've seen from turnout, monitoring turnout throughout the day. In terms of, if you're looking at places where turnout looks up, it looks like it's up everywhere in New Jersey. From compared to the 2021 race, but not in a way that is particularly favorable to one candidate or the other. So knowing that Mikey Cheryl, the Democratic nominee, came into this with a 4 or 5 point lead in the polls, probably in a good position to win. Whereas in Virginia, a much wider lead for Abigail Spanberger, the Democratic nominee, about 10 percentage point lead in the polls. And again, turnout there looks somewhat similar to what we saw in 2021. Although not in the sense that red areas are way outperforming, which in 2021 there was a big surge that helped Glenn Youngkin to victory. Also, he converted some voters to his side, I should say as well. Right. But if you sort of look at the turnout breakdown that year, you're not quite seeing that same situation. So I think in that sense, things are seemingly headed for what we think. And I will say, lastly, with the turnout question, New York City looks very big.
We think the biggest turnout in a mayor's race, probably bigger
possibly more than 2 million. And to put that in context, the last time New York City had turnout remotely like this in a general election for mayor was in 1989 and 1993. And
wow.
David Dinkins.
So the Dinkins-Giuliani
race, right? Yeah.
Yep. Races, remember, races.
That's right.
Yeah.
So Lauren,
they faced off twice.
Jeffrey or Chuck, I'm assuming huge turnout equals good for Mandani. Is that too basic? That's been my sort of operating assumption, but maybe if lots and lots and lots of Republicans in New York are I don't know.
I think that the Cuomo team would like to think that the high turnout's really a good sign for them.
Yeah.
I think, though, that the one challenge is that if more sort of lower propensity voters are showing up for a general election in New York, on average, they're Democrats.
Totally.
And if they're Democrats, they're probably more likely than not going to vote the Democratic ticket. It may not be that simple, but I'm just saying that seems to me like kind of a problem for, not.
And Mandani, in theory, attracts more kind of people who haven't been part of the process before.
Yeah. So that, or at least not in the part of the process in an off year. That's really.
Look, I don't want to steal the thunder. We among our many contributors we're going to be having tonight, two of them have a podcast called News Girls, and it's Ren Woodson and Mabel Kabani. They're in New York City, and they did some special coverage from us, and we're gonna play you their package in a few minutes. But they went to Staten Island today, and it was basically to try to see if, the impact of the Trump endorsement on Cuomo overnight. And the thing is that while it was super late, Republican voters usually vote on Election Day. They're more likely to vote on Election Day than Democratic voters. And not to steal their thunder, but it was fascinating. You could see in the conversations they had, they're all anecdotals, and we know death by anecdote. But in a few minutes here, I know we're going to roll their mini package of talking to voters. It was fascinating. Let's just say that I don't want to pretend anything's a given in New York City. And, after what we heard, it does seem as if that, while a week ago I was flirting with the idea that Cillizza was going to outpoll Cuomo, after watching the conversations they had with voters in Staten Island, I'm not so convinced of that anymore.
It's a fascinating dynamic, because I do feel like, and Jeffrey probably can speak to this better than I can, but I feel like the polling is a little bit all over the map. It's like the last week, it was like this Atlas Intel stuff that's like, Cuomo's it's getting closer and closer and closer. But then there's polls. Then I saw a poll for the weekend, I think it was Emerson, that had Mandani at like 54. So I was like, well, my first boss, who we all know, Charlie Cook, always used to say, like, take all the polling, average it roughly, and that's basically where it lands, which obviously would still be fine for Mandani. But like, it's weird to me that it's like there is this talk of a Cuomo surge, but it seems largely based on one set of polls, not like is that right, Jeffrey?
I mean, I think the polls have been really all over the place, and that probably speaks to the difficulty of figuring out what turnout looks like in this contest. Knowing that Mandani has really been appealing to a subset of voters who were just on average a lot less likely to turn out in an off-year election. And I think the early voting numbers over the weekend, there was a lot of talk about, there were a lot of voters under 50 casting ballots. And so I think that really is probably why you can have a poll that will show Mandani up 21, and then another one shows him up 7 or even 4.
Because it's just, what does the electorate actually look like?
Yeah. And that's obviously in a presidential year, it's a little easier to do that. Not that it's not important that if you're wrong, it's not, if you're off, it obviously matters a lot because things are so competitive in our country. But the average voter is more likely to be turning out. And so in this lower turnout election, actually gauging turnout is it's a little more difficult, especially if you have maybe a situation where Mandani is particularly appealing to some voters who we wouldn't normally expect to show up in a off-year mayoral election.
The Trump effect.
So we're 21 minutes till polls close in Virginia. And one of the things about Virginia, not to abruptly change the subject here, but I kind of want to get us back in the getting folks ready and primed for Virginia. Virginia is such an orderly state, the way they report the results. God
the
bless
best
them,
for people like me who need my beauty sleep.
It is. First of all, they're fast.
Polls close at 7.
It's 7 o'clock, right? And
no, New York, 9 p.m.
And they report geographically, south to north. Now, in a really close election, it drives Republicans crazy because they're ahead all night until the big blue behemoth of Northern Virginia comes in late. And lo and behold, Fairfax County rolls it in. But all of us know we can read the tea leaves super early in these, particularly these Southwest Virginia counties. And I was doing some quick little data analysis on this. And what's interesting is just how important these early Southwest counties are. 3 of them in particular. And if you want to share the screen, Lauren.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Right,
I can do it.
Or
you got it up,
now.
Chuck?
I'll go to my screen here and just sort of circle the counties. Right here on the tip there, right? Lee County. This was a county that Ed Gillespie in 2017, Ed Gillespie in 2017 got 80% in Lee here.
I mean, that's basically Tennessee over there. Culturally.
Youngkin got 88%.
Yeah.
Okay. And Donald Trump got 86. So you have an idea. Gillespie loses by nearly double digits to Ralph Northam. Youngkin narrowly wins, by a couple of points. And of course, Trump loses the state by 6. The point is, Sears has got to be north of 85 to be in a competitive range anywhere in the state, and as we learned, Youngkin got Trump-like turnout in 2021. And Jeffrey, you pointed out earlier, There's not a lot of evidence indicating that we're seeing that kind of engagement from the more super Republican counties in the Southwest Virginia area.
Right. Based on the numbers we've been looking at in terms of turnout, turnout looks like it's way up in New York City, that it's up in New Jersey, but it's sort of in the same place in terms of its raw overall statewide in Virginia, not all that different, which is still on the high side, to be clear, historically in Virginia. But knowing that we're in an environment where, going into the 2021 election, I mean, Glenn Youngkin had the polls were practically tied. Youngkin had taken about a 1-point lead, if I recall correctly, from the 538 polling average right before the election. And this time around, you've got Spanberger up by 9, 10, and the signs are there that it's going to be a more Democratic leaning electorate. And if that's the case, and Youngkin could only win by 2 in a similar
Chuck, did you see, by the way, I thought this was fascinating to the point about like the realpolitik of all this. I don't know if you guys saw this morning. Miyares, I think it was on his Twitter feed, the attorney general candidate, posted an interview with a voter who voted for Spanberger and Miyares. I mean, that sound that you hear is Winsome Earl Sears being pushed directly under the bus. I mean, that to me is so telling, right? Like, this guy is the Republican attorney general candidate, and he's basically saying, like, hey, look, man, it's cool if you want to vote for Spanberger, just vote for me, which, I think that's probably in keeping with, out of those 3 races, the one we expect to be the closest.
Yeah.
Not necessarily because anything Jason Miyares did, but the one that we expect to be closest is the AG race.
Well, look, hey, we want to show off our ability here to play video anytime we want. We're not just a mom and pop shop here. We got a lot, and we put some of the Miyares ads. We've got a couple of the Miyares ads.
Oh, love it!
It's a real throwback. An old guy like me misses the days when you actually closed a race trying to appeal to the middle of the road voter. And
to everyone.
It took a scandal and horrible things being said in text messages for us to have a even glimpse of what a bipartisan television ad would look like. But let's play one of the Miyares spots that was appealing to the Democrat and the Republican in there, Lauren. If you can get.
I'm Jason Miyares, candidate for Attorney General, and I sponsored this ad.
Democrats and Republicans are condemning old text messages that emerged from Democratic candidate Jay Jones.
Jay Jones, the Democratic nominee for Virginia Attorney General, is accused of sending a former legislative colleague text suggesting he would like to shoot the Speaker of the House of Delegates.
Quote, Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head.
Quote, he wished Gilbert's wife could watch her own child die in her arms so that Gilbert might reconsider his political views.
Jay Jones wished violence on the children of a colleague.
How can Virginians trust a man who said something so horrific, so callously? Isn't that type of rhetoric disqualifying for someone who's seeking statewide office here in Virginia?
I wish that I hadn't done it. I wish I hadn't said it.
It is disgusting and unbecoming of a public official.
Jones is facing calls now to step down from the race. Some say he's not fit to serve as Attorney General.
That was just one example. They did other ones where you had a smiling Miyares going, it doesn't matter if you're a Democrat, showed a woman with a Democratic bumper sticker, doesn't matter if you're a Republican. I mean, I'm very curious. To me, this is going to tell me a lot more about the intensity of Trump hatred out there in a polarized Virginia, right? Which is, in a non-Trump environment, I don't think this AG race would be close. But in this polarized climate that we're in, where the perception is you can't give the other side a win.
Yeah.
What does that do? How many people skip one? I'm going to be watching for how many people skip the race. We'll see, what will the total vote be in the AG race versus the LG race versus the Gov race? Number one. Number two is if she wins by 8 to 10, she being Abigail Spanberger, is that enough? I mean, Jeffrey, do you have a number in your mind that you're looking at with the Spanberger number that tells us, that indicates the sweep happens? And we haven't had a split result in these statewide races between the parties since Tim Kaine's victory in 2005, where I think he had it was a Republican lieutenant governor.
Yeah, both lieutenant governor and AG, because Bob McDonnell won by like 300 votes. It was extremely close.
That's right. It was a recount that went days, right?
Yeah. Actually, Lauren, if you would bring up, I have put up actually a table there. If people can see this, let me actually blow it up a little bit more. Yeah, do people see that? Let's see. Let me go even farther in. So we don't need to hang on
doing this
very
for
long.
Chuck and I because we can't see all that well on our
This
This
is just like recent margins in these 3 statewide races. And I think the main thing to notice is in 2017 and 2021, hardly any difference. Glenn Youngkin won by about 2. Jason Miyares won by about 1. In 2017, Ralph Northam won by 9. And Justin Fairfax won by 5.5. Now, that is a little bit more of a difference. But I think it speaks to the fact that if you're Jason Miyares and Abigail Spanberger is winning by like 9 or 10 points, that would be a much larger difference than we've seen in recent ones. The only thing kind of close to it recently is 2013, and that was when Ralph Northam won the lieutenant governorship and was facing a particularly weak Republican candidate, E.W. Jackson. And it's just, so to me, I sort of had 8 points in my head as the maximum marginal difference between sort of if Spanberger wins by 9, 10, Jay Jones gets dragged across the finish line. We'll see, give or take there. But I just think that might be the best that Miyares could hope for. So in that case, he needs Earl Sears to keep it a little closer. But we'll see. It's a really great test. I'm not sure Jones wanted to be making such a great test, but he sure did.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's fascinating, those numbers. I mean, so Chuck, one quick thing, and I know we got somebody we want to bring in, but one quick thing. When you said, if it wasn't for Trump hatred, you don't think this would be even close. Do you mean that you think Miyares would be running away with it post Jay Jones text scandal? That's how I took it, but I didn't know.
Yes, I did. I mean, look,
Okay.
I'm also somebody that believes that Virginia, there's certain swing states that I think will become swing states in a post-Trump era. I think there are states like Colorado and Virginia in particular that I think are uniquely allergic to Trummism. They're just, And if
Colorado was a swing state.
Correct. And and that a Mitt Romney could do well in those two places, right? Mm-hmm. And we saw it was a very close race in Virginia in 2012, and it was a swing state in some ways.
Virginia was the state closest to the national popular vote margin in both 08 and 12, basically.
It is one where I think Northern Virginia. I mean, look, to not pick on Bill Kristol, but here's Bill Kristol, a Northern Virginian who is, there's a whole bunch of like ex-Republicans. I joke, I'm in Arlington County. I live in the last Romney precinct, right? And so this is a place.
The bulwark people.
100%. And this is a place that would be comfortable maybe comfortable is too strong of a word in my neighborhood now, but would have been comfortable certainly with a Mitt Romney presidency. Didn't mind Bob McDonnell. You saw Glenn Youngkin signage in my neighborhood 4 years ago. You did not see Winsome Earl Sears.
I have not seen one. I live in Northern Virginia too, and I have not seen one. I've seen a few. Now again, this is like anecdotal evidence, like yard signs. Jeffrey is rolling his eyes at us, but like I have seen a few Miyares yard signs. I have seen basically zero Winsome Earl Sears. You know what I've seen a lot of?
Mm-hmm.
I am talking. That ad I have seen about 4 zillion times. If you watch live sports, you see the ad. I mean, that's
sports is as we've all learned now,
last place that they know people are going to watch.
Yeah. So, and you can get a casual voter, a passive voter.
Yeah.
Right. Look, we're going to have a cavalcade of stars. It's like, for somebody my age, think the Jerry Lewis telethon. We are just going to keep bringing people in. Ed will show us those numbers when we get there. Our first guest, Daniel Nishanian. He is editor-in-chief of Bolts. It's a publication that covers a lot of granular local politics, and this is America's national local election, right? Yes, Virginia, New Jersey are these statewide, but really most people went to the polls today to vote for a mayor, a county executive, a member of the city council. Maybe there was a question about funding schools in York County and things like that. David, welcome to Election Night in America 2025.
Chuck, can I put a plug in for Daniel and Bolts?
Daniel, I'm sorry, I said David.
If you care about local stuff, and I have this from Jeffrey Skelly and his amazing election preview that's on the Decision Desk Substack. There are more than 20,000 things that people are voting for. So we're going to talk about a bunch more than Cable is. Cable's going to talk about Zoran Mamdani, and then maybe the Virginia and the New Jersey guy. But I'm telling you, if you care about this stuff at a more granular level, and remember, that's where so much of this stuff starts and bubbles up: policy, ambitious candidates, right? This is the kind of stuff what Daniel is doing at Bolts. I am hugely admiring of, and if you care about this stuff enough to watch the four of us on a live stream, you absolutely should check it out. Sorry, I just want to put my personal plug in there.
Daniel, how'd he do? Huh? And now that
Daniel, send that check, Venmo me.
Yeah, exactly. Brought to you by.
I appreciate the hype for very granular elections. If you like the park commissioners and the bond measures and the school board races in suburban Colorado, the Bolt's guide to elections on our homepage is for you. Yes.
Well, Daniel, let's do your best to actually pull back and just say, if there's a theme that you've seen this year, what is it?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much we could go into. I think there's sort of two things I'll be watching tonight, two types of elections. Let's say one is the sort of the Democrat versus Republican tests. I'm sure I've been talking about New Jersey, Virginia. We're looking at Georgia. There's statewide races there in Pennsylvania. There's some referendums that have become a proxy battle for that sort of traditional, let's say, politics. In Maine, there's a referendum on mail voting and how available it is, how easy to vote by mail. Obviously, there's Prop 50 in California. To go a level under that sort of Dem versus GOP type of elections, there's some of the swingiest counties in the swingiest states are voting for their county executives. In Pennsylvania, a lot of the swing counties are voting for county executives. Is that going to decide the next presidential election? No, but a year after the presidential election came down to Pennsylvania, in some ways, it will be an interesting test to watch. So that's sort of the first area. I'll also maybe add some school board races. We're continuing to see the conservative effort to take over some school boards come to fruition, and there's obviously some efforts to take away. So I'm watching places in suburban Colorado or suburban Philly, around the Philly area for that. And then there's the second group of elections are maybe within the Democratic coalition, things we could summarize as left versus center, usually in more urban areas. Of course, New York City is number one there, but we're seeing sort of similar fights in Seattle, the mayoral race there, but also down ballot in Seattle, city council, the prosecutor race. We're seeing that in the Philly DA race, in the Minneapolis mayor race, and so on. So that's sort of a second kind of thing to watch tonight.
One pattern I've noticed, and to me, it's I want to stick with this city because I think this is you're going to have sort of if Democrats get the returns they think they're getting tonight, you're going to see some trumpet Mikey Cheryl and Abigail Spanberger as the face of the new post-Biden Democratic Party. And then you're going to have progressives to say, oh, yeah, have you met the new mayor of Seattle, the new mayor of Minneapolis, and Zoran Mamdani, right? You're going to have this sort of progressive surge, at least in those three cities. But, Daniel, how much of this is simply because look at what happened in Pittsburgh earlier this year, where the progressive mayor got ousted by the sort of the more centrist Democrat, or San Francisco, which in 2024 just ousted their progressive mayor. Seattle hasn't reelected a mayor since 2005, right? They literally go back and forth.
It's one of my favorite weird factoids.
They go back and forth. They try a progressive, then they say, nope, give us a business guy. Nope, progressive, nope, business. Now we're back to progressive. Is this the pattern that it depends on your locality? If you're tempted by the progressive wing of the party, you probably don't like it, and now you go to the center, and if you've got more of a mainstream establishment Democrat, you're like, no, let me try this progressive dish.
I mean, I would say there's something to that, right? I think there's sometimes we're very used to understanding the a pendulum effect in
Right.
national races. Like we wouldn't expect a party to win a presidential race four or five times in a row, or hold the Senate for 30, 40 years, and things flip. A governorship, obviously a huge factor in what's happening in the governorships right now is the idea of flipping from the establishment. So seeing that sort of dynamic at the local level is certainly not surprising. I mean, I think we are seeing it. It is true that we are seeing this year a consistent pattern at the local, in the municipal, in the big cities of voters turning to their left. I mean, another one to mention tonight is the Boston race was supposed to be a big deal today, but instead it's not, because Michelle Wu did so well in the primary in September. Right. Another, for people who don't know, Michelle Wu is sort of part of that left-leaning faction of mayor. She did so well in September that her opponent dropped out.
It was the son, by the way, not just any person.
Right.
Yes. The opponent was Josh Kraft, the son of Robert Kraft, the owner of the New England Patriots. But
Which
I digress.
Is great that can I just say, it is great that the Bob Kraft family got screwed, because Bob Kraft, when I was a kid.
Wow.
Then.
Yeah, we're editorializing quickly.
Yes,
tonight.
Bob Kraft used Connecticut and our pathetic lack of professional sports teams when I was growing up. He pretended like he was going to move the Patriots to Hartford, Connecticut. He never was going to.
All politics
he just
is local.
used it as leverage to get a better deal at Foxborough. So eat it, Kraft. Sorry,
that helped part of how he got Gillette.
Yes, of course.
Okay, there you go. Okay, Gillette Stadium, the Patriots.
Hey, can I ask one, Daniel?
Not to play time cop here, but we're 2 minutes till the polls are closing in Virginia. So Chris, make this
very
Daniel,
quick.
we're probably going to make this your.
I'll be very quick.
Go for it.
Have you seen more stuff, ballot initiative and referenda this year than in past off years? I'm just interested in. I know I'm putting you on the spot, but I know Texas, Maine, California obviously is a big referenda and ballot initiative state. Are there more, or is it about the same?
There's definitely a bunch. Interesting. I would not say that there's more. If anything, I was going to say that there might be less, though. That's more of a vibes answer. I think we've named the interesting one. I think what usually happens in off-year elections is a ton of elections that are about bonds, or about spending, about taxes, a lot more maybe than we do at this in even years, which is not maybe the sexiest stuff to talk about on this show. But obviously, if you're in Denver, for instance, has a huge bonds package, like stuff like that is super interesting and important for how it will be governed.
Cool.
Daniel, one more time, where can people find your work?
I would invite everyone to go to boltsmag.org tonight. Our front page has a cheat sheet, a guide to all of the elections we're talking about. If you're wondering what school board races I'm talking about, or what DA races I'm talking about, and so on, you will find all that.
Bookmark it. It's a great site.
Thank you.
Well, Daniel, and if you've got some fun news to share with us, don't be shy. We'll bring you right back.
Okay.
That's
Thank you, Daniel.
What we're up to.
Thanks,
here.
Man.
Thank
you very much.
Polls are closing, guys. It's happening.
They're closing.
Things are happening.
Closing. The polls are closing. One of my favorite expressions that I try to make it. You know how you try really hard to make fetch happen.
Totally.
If it's Tuesday, somebody's voting somewhere. Is
I
always
like that.
Oh, yeah.
Because most Tuesdays in America, somebody is voting somewhere.
Was it Musburger with the "You are looking live"?
You're looking live. Yeah. Right.
I mean, I remember that. I went on my deathbed. I will remember his voice saying that.
and you'll be wondering who he had bet on.
But there are votes. It's so true. Musburger loved to gamble. There are votes. I'm looking.
Musburger was like, he had money on this game, didn't he?
Guys, he's an investor in something. I think he's got his own gambling news organization.
Yes.
I think.
Gosh.
In all seriousness, I mean, we joke, but the point is the polls have officially closed in Virginia. We're going to start getting count pretty quickly. I'm not going to make a prediction of when stuff gets called, but this is one. There are some exit polls circulating out there, so this is one that might get called pretty quickly, Jeffrey.
Yes. No, I think that, that is sort of the expectation. If there's nothing, if the early vote numbers that we see, when I say early vote, I just mean like the early returns that we see are sort of in line with expectations. I think it will be it probably will not be very long. However, as you said, if we see in some of those more heavier Republican counties in the western part of the state that Earl Sears is running closer to where Youngkin was or Trump was, then it could be a longer night.
Jeffrey,
and obviously the Attorney General's race could be a while. So
can you quickly explain to people? I know we got guests to bring in. Can you quickly explain to people how a DecisionDeskHQ decides when to call races? I think people don't understand how it works. They're like, not every vote has been counted. Like just give us a 2-minute on that.
Right. So an important thing that happens during election day is we are tracking turnout estimates, basically, so that we have a pretty good idea of what the total vote count is going to be on election. Now, obviously, things could be different, but we are getting reports from anybody who will share with us. Oh, hey, we had this number of voters at noon. We had this number of voters at 3, and we are keeping track of that and making estimates for total votes and knowing the early votes beforehand. In most places, we can come up with a pretty reasonable estimate of what we expect. So then we see sort of the first drop or two of actual returns, and then sort of based off of that, knowing that in some cases those might be Democratic leaning votes if they're absentee votes, because we know that Democrats are somewhat more likely, not as more likely as they were in 2020, mind you, but still somewhat more likely to use absentee voting. You sort of gauge from that, okay, well, maybe Spanberger should be ahead in this place by 30.
Yeah.
And then she's ahead by 35. And you're like, well, that's probably a pretty good sign for her. And then it's not too long until you're like, all right, well, if trends continue, and trends do tend to continue.
That's why they're trends.
I think that's one of the things that is challenging for people is that when you get, sometimes you'll see a projection in a race and there's like 10% of the vote in, and people are like, how can they know? It's like, well, if the race isn't all that close, you're not going to see such huge changes in how people are voting most of the time. There's always an exception, right? But for most of the time, it's you got a pretty good idea early on. And if a race is close, probably not calling it, probably not projecting.
And the pet peeve of I've always had working at the networks and when I was a consumer, doing it, as a media pirate back in my hotline days, now back being a media pirate.
Yes.
It's that these are all projections. None of them are like, this doesn't mean, it's not as if you don't become governor until like NBC says so. You know, you actually don't become governor
actually
until the
count
state
the votes.
certifies. That's right. Every vote's going to get counted before anything is certified. Yes, news organizations, whether it's Associated Press, whether it is DecisionDeskHQ, will say, hey, based on our projections, this is what it is. Our friend Dave Wasserman, I've seen enough, right?
Right. And he's doing the exact same thing that Jeffrey just described.
That's exactly right. But, and everybody needs to take it with realizing that, hey, if it's not as if people stop counting the vote after the projection is made. Okay. Every single vote is counted because guess what? They're down ballot races that matter, so there's always been this there's a conspiratorial mindset sometimes on projections and what they mean. And anyway, it's just, hey, this is our chance to sound off on that.
There's media and counts by organizations like DecisionDeskHQ and the Associated Press. And then there's the actual state election apparatus that does the formal official counting and certifying of election results. So yes, the media and organizations that do outside counting, which I think is good for making sure that, things are above board and that having multiple counts, I think is really healthy for democracy.
Having one count would be terrible. You almost want.
I totally agree. But people, I think people think there's a lot of conspiracy. I also think one other point I want to make is I think people think that it's like DecisionDeskHQ looks at Arlington County, a very Democratic county, and Spanberger's up by 80, and they're like, let's call it. That's not how it works at all. It is based on expectations in counties, sample statistically relevant predictive counties around the state. And again, when you go, what I always tell people about polling samples or about projections like this, when you go to the doctor and he or she says, hey, we need to take some blood, they don't take all your blood. They take a sample of your blood, and it represents if you have high cholesterol, they can tell that. It's not the exact same. They don't take all your blood out and then recycle it back in.
welcome to things you will not hear on CNN tonight.
I mean,
well,
I
unless
got
you're
all
maybe like a
kinds of- I got all
billionaire,
ki-
maybe you do recycle all of your blood occasionally.
That's so
You know,
true.
yeah,
Going
yeah,
vampire.
All right.
By the
It's
way,
a little
have we
too
not
early to go down the
commented-
rabbit
have we
hole.
not commented on all of our quarter zips, by the way, before we bring in our guests?
It's the middle.
Manning
it's the middle-aged
cast style?
man. Yeah, it's the Manning cast. Yeah, this is the Manning cast for election night.
I was watching that last night. What can I say?
Please, it was more watchable than the game itself. But I digress. Let's bring in our next two guests. We got Jacob Rubashkin. He's the deputy editor of Inside Elections. That is, by the way, for those of you old school are wondering, that's the formerly known as the Rothenberg Political Report.
Hashtag Rothenberg Political Report forever.
Yeah, there you go, Stu. I'm hoping you're watching, Stu.
Come on, Stu.
And we got Logan Dobson, the vice president of Targeted Victory, both with us. Gentlemen, welcome. And I'm sorry neither one of you got the memo about the quarter zips.
Yeah, what the hell?
You know,
I thought about it, but
it wasn't in the email.
Good chance you guys would all be.
Yeah, you were right. See, that's why Logan is good at his job. He made a calculated decision about what we'd be wearing.
Logan, I want to start with something that you guys do very well. Is that it's the importance of the Virginia House of Delegates and this interesting foreshadowing it has showed quite often when it comes to which party is going to gain in the following national midterm year. There has been an interesting correlation between House of Delegate gains for one party or the other in Virginia. The whole House of Delegates is up. By the way, the oldest legislature in America is the Virginia legislature, if you're counting at home.
Sorry, the Virginia House of Burgesses. Yes.
Yeah,
all those years ago.
we gotta always drop these little fun historical grace notes.
I'm from
Hashtag
Virginia,
knowledge.
so
is it one of those things that we overrate? How much do you overrate something like that? How much is that going to matter when you're reforecasting these races over the next couple of weeks? If indeed Democrats pick up 5 to 7 House of Delegate seats, which is, I saw one projection tonight that had Democrats hitting the 16 spot. I doubt they get 60, but they might get to 57 or 58.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Look, I think it is certainly possible to overstate, these sort of historical heuristics that all of us in either working in politics or the punditry, not to offend any pundits who may be on the call.
How dare.
Forever and ever, Ohio was the great bellwether of presidential elections, for instance. And, there's been other examples of that throughout, America's history. And then over time, the states become different. They start voting one way or the other, and they're just less sort of representative, less sort of predictive. I think if you looked at both of the states that have gubernatorial elections tonight, both Virginia and New Jersey, and you just sort of thought, okay, if this was purely a national referendum on the state of the current parties and on the political environment, what should these look like? I mean, both of them should be Democrat plus 10. And why do I say that? It's because both of them were about 7 points more to the left in the 2024 election than the sort of overall country. And if you look at the sort of national political environment as measured by the national generic ballot, which is currently, D plus 3 or plus 4, 3 or 4 plus 7 equals about 10. So I would not think that you can necessarily look at, X happened in the Virginia House of Delegates and therefore Y will happen in the upcoming midterm elections. But surely, I mean, all races are interesting. They provide us, real data as opposed to, my background's in polling, so I love polling data, but it's always a little bit more fun to get actual voters voting. But it'll be, I think, a little bit more interesting to dig into some of the perhaps geographical information that we get tonight. Northern Virginia, as everyone on this call knows, has gone, further and further left over the past couple of years, and is a place where, for instance, there's a ton of federal workers who are particularly affected by the current shutdown. And so, if that shutdown, I think we all hope that by the time the midterms come, the government is not still shut down. Does that mean that it'll look the same come midterms time? Probably not. But there are parts of Virginia that are not within the Beltway, that are not, kind of in that DC sphere of influence. How do these elections look out there? That might be a better bellwether than necessarily looking at kind of the overall House of Delegates or the overall race in Virginia.
Yeah. we are just quickly, as an update from John Reese, our producer, notes, we are getting a trickle is the right word of votes in Virginia. Lauren, if you want to share my screen, let me just click quickly. And you guys, Jacob and Logan, I think you'll be able to see this too. I mean, like, look, we've got a few counties are reporting, but again, in the classic words of Wolf Blitzer, too early to call. But I just wanted people to be aware that that is happening, just so people know. Jacob, we've been asking everybody, generally speaking, sort of, is there something that isn't Zoran Mamdani or even New Jersey, New York, or California, New Jersey, Virginia, or California that people are watching? Is there anything that unifies any of this stuff? Like, is there any big, we were talking to Daniel Nishinian earlier about, like what unifies all this stuff? Is there something that you're looking for that if you see it, you'll think, okay, well, that's, it's not, doesn't tell me who's going to win in 2026, but it's at least interesting more broadly than, okay, this one person won a race.
No. Look, I think potentially, right, depending on the results, there could be a unifying theme, or this could ultimately just be a series of pretty disparate elections taking place across the country that are subject to their own more localized considerations, right? I mean, you've got governor races in New Jersey and Virginia. You've got a three-way mayoral race in New York City. You've got a ballot measure in California. Take your pick in terms of what kinds of particular items. You've got ballot measures all across the country. I think the thing for me that I will be paying attention to beyond the results is, what does turnout look like? I think the big question these days in a country that's so divided as we are, and so cleanly divided, essentially 50-50, is who is actually taking the time to show up to vote, to go to the polls, because that is how you win elections. You do it through persuasion, yes, but you do it by bringing more of your people to the party than your opponent. And so whether it is in New Jersey or Virginia or the California ballot measure, or whatever sort of race you want to look at, I'm going to be very curious. Can Republicans turn out their voters? Can Democrats put up an enthusiasm gap? We talk about Southwest Virginia, for instance, which is the most Republican part of the state. Can the lieutenant governor get those people out to vote? Can a Republican not named Donald Trump, under more difficult circumstances, like it may be next year for Republicans, can those candidates motivate their voters to get to the polls? And if they can, that tells us one thing. If we see across the board turnout is lagging, I think that's a bit of a red flag for Republicans as they confront this issue that they all know they have, which is voters come out to vote for Trump, and then they stay home when Trump's not on the ballot. And that's not a recipe for success in the midterms.
Logan, what do you, I have heard, Chuck and I have talked about this on and off airwaves for a long time. It is one of the central questions. What do you make broadly of that Trump coalition? Because it seems to me what has now been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt is Donald Trump can bring in a coalition that is a majority coalition in this country to win an election. What is less proven, we don't, the House, the Senate, is can Donald Trump, does that coalition exist if Donald Trump is not on the top of the ticket, as he will not be tonight, as he will not be in 2026, as I don't think, although if you want to make news, I don't think he will be in 2028. What as a Republican, when you look at that, and look at the data, what is your take? Is it overblown? Is it fair?
Well, look, it's Donald Trump is certainly a unique fixture in Republican politics and American politics writ large. Some of this you can say is maybe a minor mirror image of, say, the Obama years when President Obama was obviously very electorally successful himself in 2008 and in 2012, but his party suffered greatly in the midterms of 2010 and 2014. But there is a counterexample that's sort of gotten lost to history, which is the 2022 midterms. It's gotten, I think, a little bit rewritten what actually happened in 2022, because Democrats, I think, a little bit outperformed and sort of convinced themselves that, maybe, we were supposed to have a terrible night, and it ended up being.
They lost the House. Thank you for
totally
saying
agree.
This. It drives me crazy. Like,
Logan's right.
It was the Biden White House, in an attempt to try to look relevant themselves, wanted to say, hey, look, this work? And you're like, no, there was a couple of really horrendous Republican nominees that made Democrats do slightly better than expected.
That's right.
And you know, I mean, the funny thing is Republicans won the national popular vote for House, which is an imperfect metric. I know no one on this call would claim that it's, you know, a perfect thing, but they won it by 2 or 3 points in 2022. And I did this because I'm a real sicko, but if you took the national popular vote for House in 2022 and basically turned it into an electoral college, it looked exactly like the electoral college ended up looking in 2022.
Oh, interesting. Hey, can I just, Lauren, let me just interrupt. Lauren, can you Lauren is our master of ceremonies who is off screen, but Lauren, can you put up, I can share my screen. Can you just put up, I just want to have the results as Virginia's coming in, put us on the side there. Put it, you can take Chuck or eyes. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Not that we don't love looking at our faces, but
that
just
way you can
that point,
constantly see as stuff gets updated in real time here for you guys.
But just to finish that point, there is an example of Republicans having, you know, a pretty decent election night without Trump on the ballot in 2022. Now, obviously, that there's an unpopular Democratic incumbent in the White House, so that sort of confounds it. But there's confounding factors every which way here. I mean, an ironic thing is that I think most analysts probably expect the Republican gubernatorial candidate in New Jersey tonight to do a little bit better than the Republican gubernatorial candidate in Virginia. But, you know, as Jacob was just talking about, one of the reasons that the Republicans, you know, even have a shot in Virginia is because we do really well in the rural populations of Virginia. New Jersey doesn't really have a rural population. So why are Republicans able to succeed, you know, in New Jersey in a way that they might not be in Virginia? So there's, you know, it'll be really interesting to watch which trends from sort of 2024 continue, which ones pause a little bit. You know, I think Republicans made tremendous gains in urban communities. And that's why, you know, Donald Trump was able to get New Jersey to within 6 points. You know, are we able to build on that? Are we able to keep that going, or does that backslide a little bit and we end up looking more like the party of the pre-Donald Trump era? I think that's unlikely, but you know, those are some of the various countervailing forces that all of us as analysts and people who work in the space need to be monitoring.
Look, I don't want to overrate what I'm about to share with you here in a minute, but it's worth noting the following in just the raw returns. And again, these are all early. Right. But right now in these raw returns, you've got Spanberger with a 17-point lead in her race. In the lieutenant governor's race, the Democrat Ghazala Hashmi, who would be the first ever Muslim woman to win statewide. Just keep that in mind. She's up 13 points. Jay Jones is up 7. So you see look, it's something to monitor all night, but it's just early on, right? Spanberger plus 17, Hashmi plus 13, essentially. Jay Jones plus 7. Yeah. So obviously there's going to be whatever happens in this governor's race. I have a feeling the AG race is going to be a while before we find out who wins it.
Yeah, I'm assuming, and Jacob, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, when people ask me out of, I guess we'll call them the big four, although I may be discrediting like real big fours, but you know, New York City mayor, Virginia governor, the Virginia races, I'll put all together, New Jersey governor in California. I've always said when people, you know, when they know what you do for a living, they're like, are any of these going to be close? And I always say, like, if there is one, I would assume it'll either be the New Jersey governor's race or the Virginia attorney general's race. Is that sort of broadly in keeping what you think?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you look at all the information that we have, I would even say you can make a pretty clear distinction between the New Jersey governor's race and the Virginia attorney general race, right? The Virginia attorney general race is a true toss-up. There were a ton of polls that came out after the J. Jones text scandal broke that had Jason Miyares, the incumbent, ahead. You can't say the same for Jack Ciattarelli. There's been, you could probably count on one hand the number of polls that have had Ciattarelli even tied, let alone ahead, and a lot of them came from his campaign or allied groups. You know, Mikey Cheryl has a lead, a small lead, but a lead nonetheless in those polls. You can't say the same for Jay Jones. The best case scenario for him is that there was a bit of a Shy Jones effect, right? That people were uncomfortable telling pollsters in the midst of his scandal that they were still backing the guy who joked about, you know, killing one of his coworkers, and that partisans are putting on their jerseys, they're coming home, and that Spanberger is going to win by enough at the top of the ticket to bring home Democratic votes for Jay Jones as well. But Jones is absolutely, you know, the Jones-Miyares race is absolutely the most competitive. I would be shocked if it weren't the closest result of the night. And quite frankly, I mean, New Jersey, will be competitive, but has less of a track record of incredibly close elections. Whereas, as Jeff can tell you, there have been any number of Virginia elections for attorney general, even that have been decided in a state of millions by
we were talking about
a couple hundred votes.
Exactly.
The McDonald Reeves, the Mark Herring race.
Mark Herring had open chain in 2013, and Miaris and Herring was the closest. Yeah,
I was just going to say Miaris and Herring, right? It was. I'm trying to remember when Herring had his own issue. It was right after Northam, so I think it was there was some question about that, right?
Yes.
Anyway, the point is that it is funny how the AG race has been a magnet in Virginia for recounts.
Logan, can I ask a question about polling real quick?
Actually, can I break in just real quick?
Yeah, go. Yeah, Jeffrey, go ahead. Yeah, of course.
DecisionDeskHQ has projected that Abigail Spanberger will win the governor's race.
There it is. Lauren, let's show off the graphic.
Yeah. But it's the first one,
There's one.
Night. So yes, she, currently she's got about an 8-9 point lead. I mean, the numbers are kind of coming in a way where they'll change a whole bunch here in a second, but she is clearly running at the head of the ticket. She's running ahead of Ghazala Hashmi, the lieutenant governor nominee for the Democrats, and Jay Jones, the attorney general nominee for the Democrats. So all signs, things are sort of following what we expected with Spanberger.
And that, by the way, Jeffrey, is a good. Sorry, Chuck. That's a good sign, right? We assume if you're Jay Jones, you're happy about an early call for Abigail Spanberger, correct?
Oh, yeah, I think so. I think in the sense that it would point to maybe she's going to end up running somewhere closer to the 10 or so point margin that she had in the polls, which, I think that gets into an area that gets tough because Miaris then really needs just a lot of split ticket voting to win. Now he could very well. And I should mention, this is also a history making election for Virginia. Virginia's never had a woman governor. Now they were basically guaranteed to break that streak tonight. But that, Abigail Spanberger looks positioned to be history making in that way.
Look, I mean, the first Virginia governor's race I covered professionally was in 1993. Mary Sue Terry was the attorney general, and she was running to be the first woman governor of Virginia. And the fact that it's sort of shocking to me that and look, she lost to George Allen. That was a race that turned into sort of a referendum on Bill Clinton. It was the first sign that he was going to have a bad midterm. George Allen beats her. At the time, he was a sitting member of Congress. That was an upset, believe it or not, when Allen beat Mary Sue Terry. But to think that we went another 32 years before the Old Dominion elected its first woman governor is quite something.
Boy, there is a real deep dive thing I could go into here about Mary Sue Terry letting Doug Wilder run in 1989 instead of her. She sought re-election, much like Mark Herring actually in 2017.
Well, she couldn't get in the way. She wasn't going to win that primary.
No.
Right.
And then it was her time in 93, but then by then things were not so good.
Is there a way we can work a Jerry Belisle's reference in here?
Yeah, look at you.
Yeah.
We need Jonathan Martin. Go deep.
But let's the little big picture here, Jacob. Look, Abigail Spanberger, both Mikey Cheryl and Abigail Spanberger first got elected to Congress in that 2018 class.
Yeah.
That 2018 class of Democrats were, as my wife likes to put it, just candidates that can win. Go find somebody that can win. Why do you just go looking for somebody that likes the base or does this or does that? Go find people that are from their community, of their community, maybe served in the military or served in national security. That 2018 class, it's turning out to be a pretty good farm team for the moderate left, right? You got Alyssa Slotkin's already a U.S. Senator, Andy Kim, already a U.S. Senator, and now you might get 2 governors tonight from that class.
Absolutely. I mean, that class has been very productive for Democrats over the last couple of cycles. Like you said, the national security women who came in, Alyssa Slotkin, most notably, already winning that Senate seat in Michigan. But tonight, Abigail Spanberger, former CIA officer, and Mikey Cheryl, helicopter pilot, both poised to get promotions of their own. I will say we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that 2018 class was very big, and there are a lot of people who we don't talk about anymore that have fallen by the wayside, who didn't make it this far in their careers, who were also thought to be rising stars. So
Should we
can
use an in memoriam like it's the Oscars?
Joe Cunningham, who lost in 2020 to Nancy Mace and failed in his comeback attempt for governor, and Abby Finkenauer, who lost in 2020 and tried to run for Senate. And so I do think it's important to keep perspective that the reason why the 2018 class that we see now is so successful is because they are the survivors. They didn't just win that first election in a great year for Democrats. They won tough races in 2020 and 2022 and are now able to reap the benefits of that experience and that institutional knowledge in races in 2024, 2025, and beyond.
Jacob, what other Democrats fit the Abigail, Mikey, Cheryl profile running in 2026 that you'll see a lot of people trying to trumpet after tonight?
Well, absolutely. I think if you're looking in the House, realm, two immediately come to mind. Kate Conley, who's running up in New York's 17th district against Mike Lawler, in a toss-up race that will be incredibly important in the fight for the majority. She's a West Point grad, a special ops veteran. She's got a tough primary ahead of her, but she's absolutely one that if she wins that primary, and certainly if she wins the general, is going to have a massive spotlight on her. And then the other one I'll point out is Joe Mendoza out in Arizona's 6th district, one of the few Democrats who has successfully navigated around a primary in a competitive House district this cycle. They've got a lot of primaries, but Arizona's 6th district is one where they already essentially have a clean shot against Juan Ciscomani in, again, one of the most evenly divided congressional districts. Mendoza is a 20-year Marine veteran. And so I think there certainly are Democrats and campaign strategists who are going back to that 2018 well, looking for especially women with national security and military backgrounds to run in a lot of these races. That was a program that worked in 2018, and if Democrats take back the House in 2026, we could see a return to form there.
Logan, the progressives might have something to say about that.
Yes, they certainly should. I think one thing I did want to hit just real quickly that should not necessarily be discounted is money. Abigail Spanberger outraised and outspent Winston Sears by $30+ million. And in New Jersey, where the race is expected to be a little bit closer, they actually, I believe both candidates participated in the public financing system, which means that the spending was a little bit more equitable.
That's like the biggest surprise of all. People participating in a public financing system in 2025. I didn't even know they existed anymore.
But, on one hand, I'm a Republican. You could hear that as me making sort of an excuse for the performance in Virginia. But you do have to give that quote unquote 2018 class some credit there as well, because they were monster fundraisers in 2018 and have continued that into the future.
I'm just curious, Logan, do you think if Trump had been more helpful to Sears earlier, that this is a closer race? Or was this just, there was just something about I didn't think she knew why she wanted to be governor, other than it was next, right?
She was a bad candidate.
Into her messaging and all this stuff. But how much did Trump's sort of distance from her hurt her just mechanically?
It's a hard question to know the answer to, just because it's a counterfactual. I mean, the president can certainly do a lot of things that nobody else can do, particularly in the Republican Party on the motivation front. But you have to counterbalance that with, the Northern Virginia is gone increasingly left, and anything that the president does possibly could have motivated some of that deep Democratic base that's there as well. President Trump, I don't think, has ever campaigned in either of these states in either of his elections in the generals, and didn't get super involved.
I think he did a rally once in Virginia. Why do I think
the Wildwood?
Yeah. I think he did, and one in New Jersey. Yeah.
I think that's sort of impossible to know. Like I said, the first thing I said, if Virginia was about 7 points to the left of the country in 2004, and the country right now, based on the national generic ballot, is like Dem +3, why would you ever be surprised that the Democratic candidate wins by about 10? That's 3 + 7.
And speaking of Democrats winning, DecisionDeskHQ can make a projection in the lieutenant governor's race.
There we go.
Virginia.
Oh.
If we've got the graphic ready for that guy.
There we go.
Ghazal Hashmi will be the next lieutenant governor from Virginia. And More history here. This was another, obviously a little bit more under the radar, especially because the Attorney General's race ended up getting so much attention because of Jay Jones's texts and the scandal surrounding that. But this contest, Ghazala Hashmi will be the first Muslim woman elected to statewide office in the United States.
Was it Keith Ellison that was the first Muslim?
Yes. Attorney General from Minnesota.
Yeah. Former member of Congress, right?
Yes. Yeah. And now, there would have been history actually either way here as well, which is just interesting. John Reed, the Republican nominee, would have been the first openly gay Republican elected to statewide office. So Virginia was just in a position to make a little history tonight.
No.
I want to, Chris, first of all, Jacob and Logan, I know we said we'd get you out of here by 7:30.
We got to let them go.
So I appreciate it.
Thanks, gents. Have a good election night.
That was
Thank
great.
you all.
Thanks, guys.
I want to have let's spend another minute or two here on Governor-elect Spanberger.
Yeah.
Chris, I am one of my favorite quotes from the start of the Biden presidency was courtesy of then Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger, who during the entire debate over Build Back Better and how big to make the she gave Jonathan Martin this great quote. And the reason I'm doing that, because the last time I quoted them and didn't give him credit, he got all pissy with me. Sorry, J Mart. But in all seriousness, she's the one that said we didn't elect FDR. And it was it was a gut punch at the time to the White House. And in fact, there's a great backstory that Jonathan filled me in on that. When Abigail decided to run for governor, she said she was, and he said, "Hey, FDR's calling." He was like good on
Biden.
It was a reminder. He doesn't miss a slight.
No.
He
like
has
Trump. A chip. He has a chip. He always has.
He doesn't miss a slight. But I think about this because, Chris, think about her first 100 days as governor of Virginia. The House of Delegates is going to be on this redistricting sort of jujitsu
especially
that
that they're going to probably have complete control, right? Because we assume that Virginia House is going to stay.
Look, if she's winning by 10, she's not only bringing the House of Delegates, they're going to win new seats. They're going to be 56, 57. I interviewed the speaker, Don Scott, on the Newsphere show over the weekend.
Yeah.
And he's pretty bullish. He thinks they can get as high as 58. Like I told you this morning, we got a projection that said 60. That could be as high as 60. Yeah. But if you're Abigail Spanberger and you're the governor, you don't want to be a partisan right away, right? You want to be governor of all the people. And yet her first 100 days is going to be dominated by this redistricting stuff. Yeah. I feel for her as a governor. It's not about party or anything like that. You're just because it's not in her hands. This is a General Assembly decision.
Yes, and will come under huge national pressure to do so if they have all three slots. Hey, I just want to say, Lauren, do us a favor. Can you just leave up, at least for the moment, the Virginia governor results, just so we can see them, just for people who are tuning in. DecisionDeskHQ has called both Virginia and Virginia LG, governor and LG, for the Democrats. Yeah. You know what's interesting about her, Chuck, is I felt this way even in Congress. For people who don't know, Spanberger won a competitive district. It's north of Richmond.
Well, her district changed. Actually.
It's changed, right? But it was a swing district when she won.
The way I would argue, and it's still swinging. This is the one where the Vindman brother, one of the Vindmans.
Yes, Eugene Vindman.
Eugene Vindman is the member of Congress. And I alys described it was sort of the congressional district that tried to link Richmond and Northern Virginia.
Yes,
right?
It's kind of the 95 of congressional districts.
Jeffrey's a Virginia native the way I call myself a Florida native. I've only been
Jeffrey,
a Virginian
tell us
30
what
years.
That district is.
This is your home.
Yeah, the 7th congressional district. So when Spanberger originally won it in 2018 against Dave Bratt, who famously defeated Eric Cantor in the 2014 Republican primary in the 7th district. This was a suburban, exurban district that basically took in a lot of Henrico County outside of Richmond and ran kind of north up towards really exurban, very outer Northern Virginia. And it was a district that had been Republican leaning, and then, in the Trump era, started trending toward Democrats, and Spanberger won a couple of very tough races there. And then when redistricting happened, Virginia had moved to having this bipartisan committee. They couldn't come to an agreement. You ended up with a court-drawn map. Well, the state Supreme Court got two special masters to come up with a map. And the new district for the 7th was much more north of where Spanberger had been, and it didn't include any of her home in Henrico. That's where she's originally from. But she decided to run in the new version, which was a very competitive district as well, up again the 95 corridor. So it had a fair bit of her whole district in it still. And she ended up clearing the primary field and then won 2 competitive races there. So one competitive race. So she's 2022. So she had quite a history of winning really tough races.
Yeah.
And
I feel like she was ready-made. I know we're going to bring in another guest. I would just say about Abigail Spanberger, if you had to make a Democratic candidate in terms of where she's from, what her background is, what her voting record is in Congress, if you had to make a Democratic candidate that would appeal to as many people in Virginia as would even consider voting for a Democratic candidate, she's probably it. I mean, it's like, she's from the right part of the state. She has the right background. She had a moderate voting record. She raised a ton of money,
Jeffrey, just really quick before we bring in our next guest, looking at what we're seeing now with the AG race, this is going to be a while. Yes or no?
Yes. No, I think it's definitely going to be a while. It looks like we've got about 17, 18%, 18% in, and Jones is ahead by about 9, while Spanberger's ahead by 16. So that's about a 7-point difference in margin. And, if I would say right now, we actually have DecisionDeskHQ's results, we actually have a live election pulse. And right now we make Miyares a very slight favorite based on what's left. But
right now the model is making, this is,
but we are a long way
away. The point is, we know who the governor and lieutenant governor is going to be. We do not yet know who the next, whether the Attorney General has been reelected or there's going to be a new one. Let's bring in Geron Zhou, covers politics at Kalshi News. Those of you not familiar with Kalshi, this is a predictions market. This is in markets, and it's actually a terrific time to have you in, Geron, because I'd love to know how the markets are moving on the AG race right at this moment, right? Decision Desk has called the governor's race, called the lieutenant governor's race. I imagine we're already starting to see this is where the markets are moving, not based on poll numbers, but based on real returns. So, if you feel like I didn't do a good enough job explaining Kalshi, you are welcome to do the quick explainer, but to dive into that question for me.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for having me on. And yes, no, you did a great job, I think, Kalshi. It is a prediction market. People can trade on the outcomes of different events, ranging from politics to culture to sports. It runs the gambit. And in terms of the Virginia Attorney General race, this market has been a bit of a roller coaster, just in general. But tonight, some of the early voting data in terms of turnout and Northern Virginia, it looked pretty good for the Democrats. And so Jones, at the beginning of the day, he was sitting around 40%. After there were some polls that brought him up from 30% to 40%. And during the course of the day, he shot up to around 60. And then when the early sort of exit poll came out that showed Miyares up 2 to 3, it became like a 50-50 race. And actually now the markets have separated. Jones is at 73% to win. He's actually down at 80%. So he's been moving up quite fast.
That's fascinating.
And that's all due to the margin that we're seeing so far with Spanberger. Would be what's driving this. It's like her margin's so big. It is it may be just too much for Miyares to overcome.
Right. So it's her margin. It's the amount of ticket splitting we're seeing. And then it's some key counties that have come in, where there might have been suburban voters who would have ticket split, right, for Spanberger and Miyares, like Loudoun County, he's matching Harris. And in Fairfax County, in some of the early vote, he's at 69%, which is a very, very good number. That is more than enough to win Virginia. That's still below Spanberger, but it's about 8 points behind versus double digit ticket splitting.
Hey, Jaron, can you talk about? I am fascinated by this. By the way, for folks who aren't familiar with Kalshi, get familiar with it because political odds and markets are only going to get bigger. I'm seeing all these dollar amounts in green. I don't know if you can see. I made my screen bigger that I'm sharing, so I hope everybody can see it.
Yeah.
That's live people putting money in, and then the 1.7 million is the amount that is moved on the market. Can you just explain a little bit about that? I know Chuck and I are degenerate gamblers as it relates to sports. I don't want to speak for Skelly.
What is going on with the Miami of Ohio? It is Tuesday night. It's Maction night.
I know, Maction.
Yeah, I'm all about Maction. Yeah. Anyway.
Can you just explain to people how this works and what makes it different than what Jeffrey and DecisionDeskHQ do in terms of modeling? And because they are now saying Miyares is a slight favorite, this obviously shows much more money at least being bet on Jones. Can you explain the difference?
Yes. So you're right. The numbers you see going on the screen are in fact live trades. So people who are currently putting in money on either Jones or Miyares. And the total volume is the amount of money that's been traded on the market. In this case, the Virginia Attorney General's race. Now, it's different from the forecast that DDHQ and other places do, in that we actually, when we create this market, we do not sort of set any line or have any odds in mind. And we just let people sort of trade and decide the price as they see, as they believe it's the fair price at the time. And the price, they go from 0 to 1 in terms of 0 cents to $1. And that should reflect the probability that people believe an outcome will happen. In this case, if it's 80% for Jones, it means, traders think he has an 80% chance of winning. But that could vary for different events and different elections. And we just let it play out the way that, traders see fit.
Jaron, let's talk about a few other races that we know are being traded on the Kalshi markets right now. What kind of movement have you seen in New Jersey governor over the last 24 hours?
So in New Jersey governor, we've seen movement towards Michael Cheryl. She, for a while, she was at 90% chance to win. Then there was a couple of negative headlines about her regarding the Naval Academy. There was the debate
military record. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. And she dipped around to, slightly below 80% to around, 75 to 80%.
That's right. Just for people who are watching, that's right. Kind of in, that's early October. And then she starts trending back up. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, Jaron.
No problem. And there's also some polls that were released from Emerson, and there's some internals too that showed a tide race, right? So that also prompted it. And, she's been trending back up. In the past day, she's shot up even more. She's currently around 90% chance to win. And I think that in part is due to the early vote data showing, Democrats, at least in the early vote, the mail vote, the early in-person vote, sort of broadly running ahead of where they were in 2024, when Harris carried the state by, an underwhelming 6 points, but still nonetheless carried it. And then just over the course of today, as the, election day, vote, the polling places started coming in, it was part of this broad trend towards more confidence in the Democrats. We have a market, it's called, will Democrats sweep this year? And that market includes the Virginia governor's race, the New Jersey governor's race, the Virginia House of Delegates, and the New York City mayoral race in terms of Mandani winning. And that market also has seen significant movement towards Democrats as
I just pulled that up.
Exactly. Yep. There you go. As there's a general sense across the board, I think, that Democrats may be energized. There's high turnout that's favorable to them. And they may be doing better tonight than.
Did you see any movement with the Trump endorsement of Cuomo? Did it move Cuomo's share price?
It's hard to discern exactly. There's been some small movements in Cuomo's share price from around 7 cents to 12 cents. But that could be from the endorsement, but it also could have been from the last Atlas Intel poll that showed like a 4% race.
Yeah.
We had a separate market on will Trump endorse Cuomo, and obviously that one shot up after the Truth Social post.
Right. Jared,
I like those Sliwa odds, by the way, Chuck. We can get in on Sliwa real cheap right now.
He's a penny stock, right? Sliwa, the penny stock. Jared, look, how granular do you go? Are people doing? Do you buy some Jacob Fry shares in Minneapolis?
Oh yeah,
Bruce Harrell shares in Seattle. I mean, how
So
deep are you guys going on elections at
so to tell about here, we actually have this cool election dashboard that we just built out. If you click the little election sticker next to the search bar,
I got it.
Yep, it will take you, and you scroll down. It'll take you to a very cool map of the U.S. where we have live data coming in, and also where the elections are. And we go pretty granular. Mayoral races. We cover the 2 Georgia Public Service Commission elections. Right, they're statewide Republican versus Democrat elections. These could be the first seats that Democrats flip on a statewide level in Georgia since the 2 Senate races. We also ask about, at a very deep level, about existing races where, for example, we have Abigail Spanberger. What's her margin of victory in Loudoun County, Virginia?
Wow, that's like betting. That's like the player prop of Kalshi,
so
right?
True.
What's the rushing yards going to be? What's her Loudoun County number going to be?
It's like betting on the coin flip in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, not
although
quite
it's a little bit more well researched than that.
Yes,
But it is. I'm just trying to scroll through, but they have so much stuff in here. I'm just trying to show.
Oh yeah, if you want to be degenerate, good lord. But seriously, I enjoyed, for instance,
that's NHL. Sorry, I just clicked off.
Jersey, for instance, what will the margin be in a given race? Is a really fun one that I was looking at when the New Jersey governor's race started to get kind of closer to the polls, and I thought that was really fascinating. Just look at sort of the probabilities, and I don't think the market was that big, in terms of the amount on it then, but I'm sure it's grown since then, and so that the volume. Kalshi is very fun to look at. And participate in. I don't because of what
Jared, I'm gonna let you go, but let me let you go on this, which is, should we expect to see a lot of fluctuation in which party's going to control the House of Representatives after 2026 over the next 24 hours? Is that the best number to follow on Kalshi over the next 24 to 48 hours?
That is a great market in terms of does this change how people view the general environment? Does this spur additional redistricting efforts? Right? Does it solidify that in Virginia? There's also an interesting market where we for example for the shutdown market. Does this election sort of change any party shutdown strategy when they see that it either works for them or just not? And this is a very cool market, by the way. We have some big picture markets asking people to compare margins across the elections tonight. So, which race will be closer? Is it the Attorney General's race or the New Jersey governor's race? Right? Those two.
Any way to keep people throwing a few bucks at the market. I love it. I love it. Hey, Jaron, this was great. Great to.
Thanks, dude.
I'm way into Kalshi myself, so not yet better, not yet. Just an observer. We don't want to say that, but we'll be in touch. Jaron, good to have you on the show. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you for having me. Great.
Hey,
11 minutes,
guys.
I
was just going to say that there has been some. Loudoun County has gotten much closer.
It's almost all
in, and that has actually, I believe you are now showing my screen, Lauren. That has helped prompt a major shift in our live pulse win probability. Jay Jones is now favored, and that's because in Loudoun, Jones is up by about 19 percentage points, and our target there for him was he needed to be up by basically the break-even line was at about D plus 13. So the fact that we're close to 100% in from Loudoun County, which last time I checked is the 6th largest locality in the state.
Oh, look at that. He just had that information on hand in his brain.
Well, I'm a Virginia native. I've spent too much time looking at it.
I think we're about to see this could be a Democratic rout in Virginia tonight, is what we're saying.
We should bring let's bring in former state senator Jill Vogel, right, and Jessica Taylor from Cook Political Report. There's Jill.
Jill Vogel coming to us from election headquarters. Great to see
Jill,
you,
where
Jessica.
are you?
From Loudoun, guys, not just anywhere, but Loudoun.
Yeah. Well, you just heard.
And I belong.
I love
I love
Jill,
hanging out with degenerates, by the way. Yeah.
Well, that's why you're here. Jill, we
Yeah.
basically just said the Loudoun numbers are all but about in. We're like 95% of the vote counted in Loudoun. The big shock to all of us is how much stronger Jones looks in the results than Miyares here. I know you're out there in Loudoun. I imagine you're a little surprised by this yourself.
So you know what they say. So goes Loudoun, so goes Virginia.
Yeah.
And also they say so goes Loudoun, so goes the country. Loudoun is a critical bellwether, and it's a microcosm of not just the Commonwealth, but frankly, of I think the larger sentiment around the country. It is split so remarkably well in this super uber rural part, in the western part of Loudoun County. It is so representative of voters that are like a little bit southwesty almost. And then you've got the eastern part that's like DC. There is no place like Loudoun, and it's huge. And you've got the data center fight. You've got all of the issues that are contemporaneous with the whole universe happening right here. I will tell you, I was on early because I had my time wrong, by the way, Chris. And
oh yes, I saw you were on early. I was like, Jill's on at 7:15.
It's because you're so good. I could not listen for the last 40 minutes. But here's the thing: I did a panel with Jacob last week, and I got to tell you, I was dead wrong, and Jacob was dead right. He called it just like this, and I felt like the Jay Jones thing is having an impact. The debate sort of feels like it left a mark a little bit. I felt like Spanberger underperformed. I felt like the shutdown, while it was, the Democrats were using that, I think, quite well to their advantage to drive out their base. I also felt like it was sort of driving down some of the enthusiasm in some ways, that there was some background noise that was actually hurting Democrats. I felt like that there was a whole lot happening that was going to translate into a tighter race. And I felt like it was getting tighter. And Jacob, who is, the number squishing savant that he is, was there on this panel with me. And I'm like holding my finger up and I'm feeling the energy. And somehow as my dowsing fails me, his numbers work better than my dowsing. And he was right. He actually saw, and I did not see a world, honestly, where Jones was going to come out on top at, what time is it? 7:53.
Oh, I'm with you
on
there,
election
Jill.
night.
It is
stunned by
remarkable.
that.
To be clear, we have not.
We have not
projected
called
anything
it.
We're not calling that one because
DecisionDesk
I'm
is
not
not
calling it.
Right, the
I'm writing
epitaph
this
from
all the way
Miyares,
through to a recount. I'm
Right.
writing this all the way through to a victory. I'm writing it all the way through to the
Well-
end. I am not prepared to say that he's going to fail, but I'm telling you, it's closer than I would have predicted.
Yeah.
Jill, I want to throw a few nuggets at you and just curious your reaction to it. So the legacy networks did some exit polling, which I appreciate that they did. If I had told you that Governor Youngkin had an approval rating at 55%, I'm going to guess you would have felt pretty good about Miyares' chances, right? And even maybe the entire Republican ticket. But ready for this? 1 in 4 of voters who approved of Glenn Youngkin's job voted for Abigail Spanberger.
Now, what explains that, Jill?
How do you
I saw
explain that?
the
What
exit
did the
polls.
lieutenant? Yeah, what do you think the lieutenant governor failed to do in this
That
case
is
with the voters?
That is a bottom dropout separation there. And it's almost representative of how Virginians are ticket splitters anyway. Like, that's a really weird anomaly about Virginians. And so if you think about it, they split the ticket in terms of how they felt about Glenn Youngkin and how they felt about the lieutenant governor. And I think the lieutenant governor clearly, to her credit, because she is a relatable, kind, really compassionate person, it didn't translate, and she had a lot of structural disadvantages. She also came to this without the polish and without the credentials and without some of the things that Spanberger had. And you all talked earlier about if you were going to go and design the Spanberger candidate from the swing district,
she's a
who'd been through the
perfect fit.
grinder. Yeah. She was the, give your kid the thing to build the perfect animal, to put all the pieces together. And that's what you do right there. You got it. And you're like, that's what that was. And this race felt a little on the Winsome Sears side. It was just a little messier and a little harder and a little underfunded and hard to come together. And still people love her because of that. And all her sort of, I view her secret weapon as having been underestimated. And there's always that underlying element of that's how people viewed her. And now it's a delegates race. You guys will recall that's how they viewed her in the LG race. And that
LG
primary.
race, correct?
My God, did anybody think she was going to win the LG primary?
No, right.
No. And nobody saw her as a credible gubernatorial candidate, honestly, until she showed up. And actually, she did really well in the debate. She's actually held her own, but she has
Jessica,
some structural disadvantages. Yeah. And also the issues.
Sorry,
Right
Jill.
now, the issues are against her. Yeah.
Right.
And Virginia is a D plus, like 10, 12 D state.
Right
Jessica,
now.
I wanted to ask you about, thank you for that. See, you can tell Jill's a communications professional, because I wanted to ask Jessica about, like, Virginia. Look, I mean, Chuck and I especially, and Jeffrey's probably old enough. I mean, I remember when Virginia was a Republican state, then it was a swing state. Is it now?
My whole childhood into teenage years.
I mean, is it a blue state now? Like, I mean, because it now looks, I mean, look, Spanberger's going to win. Decision Desk has already called the Virginia governor and lieutenant governor race. Right?
Yeah.
If Jay Jones gets dragged over the end, given everything that happened in October,
And 58 to 60 seats in the state assembly.
like, yeah, what do we, I mean, is that not a swing state? Like, what do you make of it? I don't want to draw too many conclusions, I know, but
competitive with the right candidate in the right environment. And that's what Youngkin had. He had the backlash to Biden happening at just the right time. He was able to separate himself from Trump. He had the business credentials. But, you know, I think it's always that sort of backlash to the White House. But Chuck, I brought this up because I don't know if you remember when you and I were at NBC together. I found in my wall of things when we were covering that 2013 race, and that's the one that went differently because it was a shutdown then too. And you had Ken Cuccinelli, that was, a very divisive Republican nominee there as well. Clearly we saw later on that, that McAuliffe wasn't lighting the world on fire when he had a different environment.
Well, let's remember Terry McAuliffe's never gotten 50%.
Yeah,
in Virginia, right?
Yeah.
Neither in the race he won nor the race he lost.
Right.
Yeah. But I mean, I moved to Virginia in 2007, and I was excited to live in a swing state for the first time. And I think you're right, Chris. I don't think it is anymore. But again, under the right circumstances, at a gubernatorial level, any state could go that way.
Right. Kansas has a Democratic governor.
Right.
No, and I still think
Republican.
Right.
There's no doubt that the windshield wiper effect
Yeah.
in Virginia, which is just, look, a trend that goes back to 1977 is not just, a coincidence.
That's right.
There's no doubt that Virginia is the first state that gets to sort of issue its blowback on whoever the new party is in the White House. Jessica, we are about 90 seconds away from polls closing in New Jersey. New Jersey's got the cross current, right? Which is, if you were just looking at it through the prism of New Jersey, you'd say you'd rather be the Republican than the Democratic incumbent party, right? This is another state that likes to go back and forth, not quite as frequently as Virginia, but somewhat so. And yet the national wins clearly are at the back of the Democrats.
Yeah, I mean, you would look at the trends there and you would say that if the same party's been in power for 8 years, that they would go to the Republicans. I mean, what's the irony here is that it helped Mikey Cheryl that she wasn't from Trenton. I think that's helped her. I mean, she's also not, she's not as talented a politician as Abigail Spanberger, I don't think. She made some more missteps. She wasn't as comfortable with some of the policy things and everything. I mean, they kind of get lumped together because they were part of that 2018 cycle of national security women and different things. But also, I think the difference here was too, if Chitterelli had been able to run this type of race, he could run in 2021 when Trump was on the downswing. This could have been a lot closer. But he had a primary challenge. He had to tie himself to Trump in order to win that. And I mean, when you say that Trump you give him an A in the debate, when clearly the exit polls that we are seeing, and, I'm going to be looking, and I know you all are too, at some of those numbers from like Passaic and different things. What do the county things say about this? I mean, it's hard to look at. It's still very early in the night, let's say, but this is anything other than a complete repudiation of Trump so far.
Yeah.
Hey,
Jill
Chuck,
Vogel.
can I sneak? Yeah, go ahead, Chuck. Go ahead. I have one quick one for Jill. You go though.
Yeah, no, Jill. We're about to embark on this unique, potentially a special election on a constitutional referendum in April on redistricting, and we were talking earlier. Maybe you were eavesdropping on this. I know if I were the next governor of Virginia, when I only have 4 years to enact my agenda, I don't want to be using my first legislative session to be focused on a national political knife fight, which is really what this redistricting battle is. It's not her fight. right? Like, here she is sort of, it is, and it's, I think it's a tough spot, but I'm just curious, given the results you've seen tonight, should Democrats at all fear this referendum now in April, or should they feel pretty bullish about where things stand?
If I were Democrats, honestly, looking at what it's done in terms of, and I think there was something really wise about using this to gin up the base, much like I think they felt the shutdown did. I think this also had some of that impact on this race, actually. I think that they could feel bullish going into it. If I were Spanberger, though, I would be a little circumspect about whether or not I wanted to use a tremendous amount of my political capital on that. The regular electorate really doesn't understand redistricting.
Understatement of the century, Jill.
Yeah, and by the way,
Right,
some
they
of the super focused data nerds don't always understand it.
Well, so let me tell you, I geek out on it as a redistricting lawyer, and I could sit here and talk to you for about 6 hours about the 5 or so.
That'll be tomorrow's
arguments
live stream.
Right, exactly. They're going to make in court, and they're going to argue that there wasn't the 90 days that's required, that this isn't actually an intervening election. I used to chair that committee in the Senate, so I can tell you that's also going to be a tortured legal battle. Is that how you want to spend your time if you're Spanberger? I just don't know that gets her what she wants. And is it going to have the impact in Congress if what happened today on election day is actually the takeaway? Is this not your referendum? Is this not actually going to sort of carry you? Be the positive person. But I just wanted to mention one thing. You guys talked about Virginia and whether or not we're a blue state. Something you guys didn't mention, and that is there was a night like this for me in 2017. I was the statewide candidate who ran for lieutenant governor in Virginia.
And the Trump wipeout.
Jill, I didn't want to necessarily bring it up. I was just,
we were trying to forget that part.
You see, there's a big bloody wound, and there's salt that you can just like smash in there. And what a genteel gentleman, not to remind me. But anyway, that was an amazing campaign, an amazing race to get to go all over Virginia. But it feels a little bit like this. And it was early that night, and you could feel it. But I will tell you, if you live in Northern Virginia, you live in any part of Virginia, you can feel that Virginia has changed dramatically. And sitting here in Loudoun in a room that's a little bit empty, you can't help but feel a little sad for the folks on the Winsome campaign who really busted their rear ends to deliver a message.
I'd just like to say that Jill came closest on the Republican statewide ticket.
I can't believe that you remember that. I can't.
That's what we
talked earlier. We were talking about
just buttering you up here. So, Jill, you were a trooper.
I see that.
Really appreciate you coming on our live stream tonight.
So awesome. I love degenerates. Anytime.
The better half of the Vogel family.
I will geek.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That is arguable. The Alex Vogel is the better half of the Vogel family. As anybody knows.
Alex is one of my Omuerta sources. I don't speak of Alex.
He's such a
No, you never.
Jill's husband may be the best source in America.
Name.
Let's just leave it at that.
A name that should never be uttered.
That's right.
Anyway, I love you guys. It was great to be on.
Great to see you, Jill.
Nothing like being on at the anticlimax. I mean, seriously.
I know. Well,
Bye,
at least, and it was before 8:00. Anyway, Jessica Taylor, one more nugget from the exit poll that I found fascinating, and that was a majority of Virginia voters had an unfavorable view of the Democratic Party, and Abigail Spanberger is killing it. I guess, the 1986 midterms for the Democrats went really well. They won the Senate back, and they did great. And they thought, the Walter Mondale debacle's in the rearview mirror, only to have the Michael Dukakis debacle 2 years later. So I am not one of those who sees that this is, you automatically can apply going forward to a presidential. But given what we're seeing tonight, even though you have this giant, the single difference between 2017 and 2025 is the unpopularity of the Democratic Party.
Yeah. But I also think the candidate quality matters. Like maybe it did not as much just because there is such a wide chasm that Spanberger is winning by that negated the Jones debacle and everything. But remember, 2021, Glenn Youngkin romps. New Jersey's very too close to call. 2022, Democrats wildly overperform expectations. They read all of the wrong things into that. And then you have 2024. So, I mean, but you had candidates, like Herschel Walker in Georgia. You had candidates like Dr. Oz and different things. So I think candidate quality does still matter. And I think even people that may not like the Democratic Party brand, I mean, a lot of these people that voted for Abigail Spanberger, they would never vote for someone like Zoran Mondani. Mondani, that's not the Virginia Democratic brand, but who are they going to go for? Who does the Democratic Party turn to? Is it someone like Andy Beshear that was able to wildly overperform in something too? I mean, I'm really fascinated by him. Maybe it's also just because I cover governors and I've just thought he's a really talented politician for some time. Are they going to go with him, or are they going to, turn to AOC? It's the same question we're having in Maine right now with the Graham Plattner bubble is not bursting despite oppo upon oppo.
Well, I'll tell you this, as somebody very close to me just texted me, the Jay Jones potential success here tonight is a reminder: character does not matter in American politics anymore.
I mean, I think that bubble burst a while ago, but
it was a 2016 election,
and crushed in 2016 when we had when we had the, I know that from growing up in a very conservative church. I feel like my entire life. So
let me get you out of Jessica. Let me get you out of here on this, which is the redistricting battles for you as the person that monitors Senate and gubernatorial elections. The redistricting battles are creating new candidates, aren't they? For new statewide candidates, like potentially Sharice Davids in Kansas.
We were just talking about this in the office yesterday. I was asking Aaron across the next to me about that. Yeah, I mean, that's a really big question. I think I don't think that that they're real happy about that happening there. So yeah, it very well could, and there could be others, certainly too. She's I think the biggest example there, but yeah.
Well, Jessica, I'm going to let you go. You are feeling the same pain that I am feeling when it comes to college football.
Oh my gosh, I don't.
We will see you in the Pop-Tarts Bowl, maybe the Duke's Mayo Bowl. We will not be seeing each other, Miami and Tennessee, in any sort of playoff game.
It's okay. I had last year.
Yeah, at least you got in once.
It's still not as bad as all of the 2010s. So I just remember that things have been worse as a Tennessee fan. So yeah.
Thank you, Jessica.
Rocky top.
Jessica Taylor. Yes. Great to see you. Well, we are 8 minutes since the polls have closed in New Jersey. So we're going to be getting those. Jeffrey, New Jersey's it's such a county-driven state, meaning they they guard it isn't as seamless of a vote count as the state of Virginia, correct?
No, I would say it is not. One of the things with New Jersey, just thinking about sort of the local election, New Jersey's had a lot of actually, and I think it's just worth noting, it's had a lot of recent sort of kerfuffles with its ballots and how elections work in the state. There was a whole battle over
the county, right? It used to be each county. Would have to, as a candidate, your ballot placement might be number 2 in Bergen, but might be number 1 in Passaic, and might be number 4 in Hudson,
determined by it is literally one of the last political machine.
Yes,
but I thought Andy Kim successfully sort of challenged that.
And he did. Yeah. So I'm just saying that things have been sort of, I think local election officials in New Jersey have been adjusting to some recent changes to election law, which I think is also making it a little, a little varied on knowing when exactly we're going to get certain votes. I will say that if I'm not mistaken, that, some of the places close into New York City are sometimes a bit slower to report.
Right.
So, it's one of those things where it could be a while, but I think actually it is worth noting though that those places closer into New York City are one of the things that I'm really watching in this election, because those were the places, and Logan Dobson mentioned this earlier, I believe, those were the places that shifted the most toward Donald Trump in the 2024 election. And if I can find the map that I made, which I'm looking for here somewhere, the state of New Jersey shifted entirely to the right in in 2024 from 2020 by about 10 percentage points. So Biden carried it by 16,
Right.
Harris carried it by 6. And so that was the second biggest swing in terms of just raw margin in the country. New York, 10.5 was number 1. But Lauren, if you could throw if I can share the right thing here. I think I'm sharing it now. I have this municipality map that I think is very telling about where things move the most. So the redder, the more it moved to the right. And probably the best example of this was Patterson, which is in Passaic County, and which used to be kind of a locked and loaded Democratic, for sure, it was going to be a Democratic leaning place. And Donald Trump actually narrowly carried Passaic County in 2024. And so Patterson is a place, for instance, 65% Hispanic, place that it remained Democratic leaning. Harris carried it by about 28 points, but Biden won it by 61.
That is
talking
remarkable.
about huge swing to the right. And that was true of just all these places.
And you're right. You're right, Jeffrey, too. It's primarily up there near New York. Right.
North Jersey.
That's where,
North Jersey was where all these swings were.
Well, hey, let's bring in, we got a couple of great next guests here. I want to bring in David Wildstein, who I have known forever. And
perfect for a New Jersey combo.
Mr. Politics NJ back in the day. He's currently the editor-in-chief for the New Jersey Globe. You don't know how excited I am that I'm going to have both David Wildstein and Bill Baroni in our live streams tonight. David, are you aware that Baroni's coming on?
I wasn't, but I'm aware of the GW ties.
That's
Sorry
right. The revolutionaries.
This is all George Washington University mafia stuff.
It is.
Yeah.
It's race high. It's race high business. And probably one of my favorite reads every week. For me, I look at it every week is with his newsletter. It's Patrick Ruffini of Echelon Insights, and I've told this to Patrick numerous times, I always learn something from his newsletter.
It's great.
I don't say that about every newsletter.
It's great.
Cillizza included here, buddy. No, I'm just
kidding. I understand. I understand. I don't take Patrick Ruffini has. I always say if you want to file one thing that has a great data, politics, tech, all at the same and very visual, that's the one to follow.
Anyway,
and hey, if you're really nerdy in the weeds, read Echelon Insights, Patrick's firm's omnibus voter survey every month or so, just to see what's going on in the country.
Yep. All right. But we were just talking New Jersey, David. Maybe you were overhearing the conversation since you were sitting in our green room there. Map out a Chitterelli victory tonight. What does it look like if it happens? Map it out for us.
It's getting harder. It's getting harder. New Jersey gives you turnout numbers every 2 hours. It's one of the changes in the law now, so you can see where these votes are coming from. I think a Chitterelli victory, if it happens, is done through Orthodox Jews. Where the population, the voting population, is just exploding. You've got Lakewood, 23% increase in registered voters just since the last gubernatorial election. It's exploding to other towns, and Chitterelli's doing really well there. I saw this is as of 6 o'clock. Lakewood had about 36,500 voters come out. Last year in the presidential race, when Trump won that with 88%, there were 42,000. That's just, still 2 hours to go. And just as a comparison, it's higher right now than Jersey City, the second largest city in the state. So if Chitterelli wins, it's because he's just going to totally blow the doors off Orthodox Jewish voters in North Jersey and in Central Jersey.
And if Cheryl turns out to win this, it's because she just simply held the numbers. I mean, is it a reminder that Trump mattered more than Murphy?
Yeah, this is I've been saying this now for a couple of weeks, and you guys might be the first to actually listen to me, but Jersey is one of 5 states that have off-year elections. It was done deliberately. The intent was for New Jersey to elect the governor and legislators based on state issues, not federal issues. This is the year where that changed completely. This has become a federalized race, and Mikey Sherrill figured that out early. She's been on federal issues. She's been on Donald Trump. And the other part of it for her is Jersey has had just an incredible leakage of urban voters over the last few cycles. They just have not been able to turn it out. Looking at some of these early turnout numbers, it seems like she's figured out how to build an infrastructure to turn those voters out again. Like Elizabeth, 154% increase over 2021. And that was as of 6 o'clock. And Plainfield, she's got some of these urban areas, and Jersey City, where you have former Governor Jim McGreevey running for mayor, which is
that's right. Is he going to win?
It's going to go to a runoff.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think he's going to make a runoff. And I got to tell you, just an aside, and I don't run a partisan site, and I'm really objective, but I've been watching Jim McGreevey for 30 years, and he is better today than he has ever been. He has just sort of figured out how to do this. I think he's going to make the runoff. Now, how much he gets, whether he's first or not, that makes a big difference. But
so what happened to Steve Fulop? He ran for governor, and what do you think he does next? Because he was a rising star.
Poor Steve. He's moving to New York. And I say this very sarcastically, he is becoming, he's going to run the New York City Partnership, the big nonprofit, at a 7-figure job. So Steve Fulop's going to be
too bad for him.
Yeah. The tears are coming down my face.
We need to find those 7-figure jobs, David.
Yeah.
They don't come around all that often.
Hey, with the new mayor of New York, we don't know whether you're allowed to have 7 figures. I know. I'm kidding.
And you know what, Chris? There's job. There are. You could come work for the Passaic Valley Sewage Commission in New Jersey. You get pretty to 7 figures. So if you want to make 7 figures, come to Jersey. We can always find something for you.
Patrick Ruffini.
Go ahead, Chuck. Go ahead.
Yeah, Patrick Ruffini. We're already seeing there's already an early story developing, which is the Trump voter that votes in 24 doesn't show up for these races. And you would think in what are we up to now? Year 9 of this phenomenon, right? Where the Republican Party can't get these Trump voters to show up when Trump's not on the ballot. They've tried different things. What should the Republicans be thinking about going into the midterms, realizing this still ain't, they still have this problem?
Yeah, I mean, if there is a course correction to be made, it is, in the focus on, in terms of the issues that the president has focused on in the first year of his term. They've been trade, they've been immigration, they've been issues that have, really are, really his personal passions. He's had wins on the foreign policy front. These are things that are not necessarily I would say at this point in time, top of mind issues for that drop off Trump voter that you're seeing. And I think you probably will see, especially in New Jersey, where Trump made significant inroads with Hispanics in northern New Jersey. And we'll have to see where they come out. We'll have to see how those towns where Trump made 30, 40-point gains, where they eventually come out at the end of the night. But it wasn't even necessarily, a function of them switching over. It's just the new Trump voter. The Trump voter that showed up in 2024 did not necessarily vote for Trump in 2020. Is a very young, low propensity voter that is hard to get out under any circumstances, right? And also just the circumstances right now that they're almost invisible, right, to Republicans. Like this upswing that we saw in New Jersey in 2024, there was almost no effort put behind it, right? I mean, New Jersey was not a swing state.
Right, it was organic in many ways.
Completely organic. So, I would just like to see more of a ground. I would like to see more of a ground game to actually bring these voters out.
Not to interrupt, but DecisionDeskHQ can make a projection in the New Jersey governor.
Here we go. You were here for it, Wildstein.
Yeah.
There it is.
Cheryl. To be the next governor. And, a lot of that comes down to the early vote was really good for her, better than anticipated. And so just sort of knowing how things were going to trend, it ended up being strong enough for her that we could make a projection earlier than we anticipated, frankly, when we were talking about it.
Look, I mean, I when we first planned, when we hatched this plan, one of my, hopes is a strong word, but you want some drama. You want an election night that drags on a couple hours. I don't want an overnight, but I want a couple hours. I really thought this race could get really, really tight, and it does seem as if this was an election that Chitterelli, I think he would have wished election day were October 20th, right?
Yeah, because Patrick, I want to ask you about this because I think we had kind of the reverse Virginia, at least in terms of candidate quality. In Virginia, Spanberger, we could debate. I just think, like, as an archetype, she was a really good candidate. Sears was not. I thought Chitterelli, he's run before. I thought he was a pretty good candidate. I thought Mikey Sherrill, David, I want to get you on this too, but I thought Mikey Sherrill was, okay, right? Good profile. Why? What do you read into that? Like, what do you make of the fact that it didn't happen for Chitterelli again? Just that the state is just still a Democratic state?
Well, look, I think I go back to the Ed Gillespie in 2017, right? He had just come off this huge quasi upset in 2014 in a good Republican year, almost knocking off Mark Warner, who's a legend in the state, and coming within 1 point. And, he goes and runs for governor, but he runs for governor in the first Trump, and a night very much like tonight, right? The first Trump off-year election, and he loses by 9. It's not even close.
Yeah.
And so I think that, I just think that, a lot of these races, right, if you're talking about maybe a neutral political environment, if you're talking about a political environment that favors Republicans, right, at some level, I think both Chitterelli and Jason Miyares are winners tonight. But the problem is that the political environment has a lot to say.
Yes.
That can override candidate quality.
You'd always rather be running in a good year. Always, right? It's the thing you can't control. David, what is your, we were talking earlier about how Cheryl and Spanberger get lumped together. They came in the same class. They have sort of national security backgrounds. What is what kind of governor should we expect out of Mikey Sherrill? Like, what have you, obviously you watch her closer than any of us.
Yeah. Well, first of all, one of the keys to Mikey Sherrill through her, entire 7-year political career is that she's just likable. That she's able to maybe not get as specific on issues as some people would like, but they like her and they love her bio. It's just, and you hear it, Mikey Sherrill, helicopter pilot, federal prosecutor, mother of 4. She doesn't mention Congress, but she's just a likable person. And people grow into the governorship a little bit. By the way, I have to nerd out for you just for a second. Not only were Cheryl and Spanberger in the same class, they were roommates in Washington. They shared a house. Spanberger is from New Jersey. She grew up in Red Bank. So they are both best friends. Mikey was from Virginia, but
So the
I was like,
Virginian
Mikey's
is
from
the
Virginia.
governor. Yeah,
Yes.
The Virginian's the governor of New Jersey, and the Jersey girl's
That's
the
right.
governor of Virginia.
And
Welcome to America, baby.
Yeah, but once you step foot in New Jersey, you are a Jerseyan, regardless of
You
where
claim
else
them?
you go. And so I did a thing with the Democratic National Chair on Friday, and I said, well, if they both win, does that mean you should just get behind Mallory McMorrow? Because Mallory McMorrow grew up in New Jersey.
Yep.
And Mark Kelly grew up in the town next to where Mikey Sherrill is. But look, the reality here is they're both good candidates. They believed in different things.
Yep.
We will never know the what if, but I suspect that if Kamala Harris were president, we'd be looking at an entirely different.
Yes.
Governor
That's to
Chitterelli.
Patrick's
I think that would have been.
Yeah.
I think there would be Governor Chitterelli.
Yeah, and this is New Jersey's got this long tradition of the party that just lost the White House wins the governorship in New Jersey. And with the exception of Tom Kean in 1981, that goes way back.
Yeah.
And this is just sort of the, plus, and it's a big, by the way, there are 800,000 more Democrats in New Jersey than Republicans.
Right. And that's to Patrick's point that I think is worth remembering, right? Like this is not Pennsylvania, Michigan,
Correct.
Wisconsin,
There's no
right? I
pure
mean, this is
swing
a state where
Yeah,
the Democrats
there's not a-
should win in a quasi-neutral environment, which we don't think this is a quasi-neutral environment. It's clearly Trump's unpopularity, I think, does not help a Chitterelli. Like
really, the only swing state with statewide elections is the public service commissioner races, right? In Georgia.
Yeah.
Hey, David Wildstein, this was great to have you.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, my friend.
We got to do this again. I'd love to catch up. It's
sounds great.
We all go a long way back.
Have a
Patrick
fun
Ruffini, before I let you go, you mentioned something earlier that sort of reminded me of an issue I want to dive into a little deeper, and I imagine because it's all about whether the Latino voters for Trump, do they stay with Trump? And the reason this matters, we're in the middle of this redistricting battle. And the Texas map is almost contingent on this idea that, hey, this shift of working class Hispanics is real and it's going to be durable. Is there lessons in New Jersey we're watching here that you might extrapolate out to whether or not how much Republicans should be counting on this Latino vote sticking with them in 26?
Well, look, I mean, I think the problem with the Latino vote specifically, and really trying to extrapolate based on the last presidential, is that simply that, I mean, the turnout is just very, very different. I mean, especially in New Jersey. I mean, when I was looking at this earlier in the year, you had precincts, I don't want to say these precincts were that maybe in the off year cast maybe 20, 30% of their presidential vote. So what you just have is two completely different turnout universes. So, I don't know. I mean, I think there is an exit poll, right, that shows, Cheryl up 2-1 with Latino voters. So that would be a shift, right, in the Democrats' direction.
Yeah.
But I would caution and say, well, I think the issue, right, is a problem that this Trump coalition has not been yet tested in a midterm. Now, the last time, I would say in South Texas, where we've done some work and where we've done some research, what you saw was essentially Republicans in a pretty good environment basically hold serve their 22 versus 2020.
Yeah.
Now, this is maybe not a good environment, but the thing is they have to, I would say they have to sustain, I think their losses have to be, within 10 points or 5 or 10 points of Trump numbers. You can't be losing 15 or 20 points off of Trump 2024.
Let me
go ahead, Jeffrey.
Interject here. DecisionDeskHQ is in a position to make a projection for Virginia's Attorney General.
Well, here you go.
It would appear that Jay Jones is going to get dragged across the finish line despite his own best efforts. And right now, Jones is up by about a little over 2. And so Spanberger's up by about 11. So that's that's 9 points would be a pretty significant difference. It'd be a little higher than I thought possible if it ends up being that large in the end.
That just shows you, man, you talk about, this is exactly the Patrick point, right? You'd rather be lucky than good. Like, Patrick, we got to let you go. You're busy. Check out the intersection on Substack. Yeah. Check out the intersection on Substack. It is a great thing. Patrick does great work. He and Kristen Soltis Anderson at Echelon Insights. Yes, they are Republicans. The data they do doesn't have a party. It's fascinating stuff. You should check it out and just go subscribe to the intersection. Trust me, you will thank us later. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, Chris.
There it is. Thank you, Patrick. Great to see you. Thank you.
And Lauren's got the
much.
Virginia AG race up. Just Jeffrey and Chuck, so you guys can see it. I can blow it up bigger if you want.
It is. But actually, look, we've got Virginia done, right? Soup to nuts. We're going to have that. You see our next guests here, Ren Woodson, Mabel Kabani. They are the news girls. These are Emmy Award-winning 60 Minutes producers who are now independent journalists. And before I bring you in
on YouTube,
they're fantastic. Before I fully bring you in, you guys went out and did some, basically by me persuading you. You went to Staten Island earlier today.
We had quite an adventure today.
Exactly. You went to Staten Island. Tell me what you did, and then we'll roll your package.
Yeah, so we wanted to get out of the blue bubble of Manhattan. And because Trump won Staten Island by 30 points in the last election, he's won it every time, all of his elections. So we wanted to see what voters over there, how they're feeling. We thought it would be walking into Ruby Red Sliwa territory,
Right.
but we were completely mistaken.
Well, let's roll the tape, Lauren.
Hey everyone, we're in Staten Island, New York on Election Day.
This is really the Republican stronghold in New York City. It went for Trump 3 times. There's really no path to a Sliwa victory that doesn't go through Staten Island.
So we're really excited to talk to some voters about why they're voting for Sliwa. Can you tell us who you voted for mayor?
I 100% voted for Curtis Sliwa. I believe it was obvious during the debates, the 2 debates, he obviously won. He's the only man who had an actual plan to get our city back on track.
I feel like Sliwa has the people's best interest in mind in terms of everybody. I don't agree with a lot of the things Mandani is proposing, and after what Cuomo did with the whole COVID situation, I don't really feel like he's the best pick either.
I think unfortunately the only option to vote for is Cuomo.
And why do you say unfortunately?
I say unfortunately. So back in 2020 in COVID, Cuomo killed my grandmother. My grandmother was in a nursing home on Staten Island. Her entire floor passed away.
And yet you have to come and vote for him today.
Today, Cuomo's the only option.
I'm actually a Republican, but I feel like Curtis doesn't really have a shot. Cuomo.
Cuomo. Do I love him? No. But I think he's up to the job, and I don't think the other 2 candidates are. I'm a staunch opponent of the Cuomo dynasty, but I am casting a vote for him today.
Ooh, okay, so can you tell us why?
And because the city's a disaster.
I held my nose and voted for him. I feel he could administer the city in a proper way. The other man, no experience whatsoever, and it's not a beauty contest.
So we're on our way to the next polling place, and we're so surprised at the lack of Sliwa voters that we have found. So we decided to call up a longtime Staten Island resident and singer named Lavari, who we saw endorse Sliwa on social media, to get his take.
I think that the state that we're in right now, people are paying all these taxes, people are working hard, and the city is decrepit. You know, Curtis Sliwa began the Guardian Angels. Like, they were the Robin Hoods and continue to be the Robin Hoods of New York City society, lifesavers, you know, a thankless job. And then you have, you know, somebody, you know, like he who shall not be named.
Oh, what do you think of Mandani?
It's all smoke and mirrors.
Not my cup of tea. Got a lot of promises that I don't think he's going to be able to keep.
Vote for Zoran for mayor, for Jumani for public advocate, for Mark Levine for controller.
Did the fact that Trump endorsed Cuomo affect your vote at all?
I don't listen to anybody's endorsement.
Yeah, a little shocking.
Yeah.
I thought it was a little bit suspicious. I don't feel like the president should be influencing who you think is the right person for the job.
Do you think that there's any chance that Sliwa wins?
There's hope. You know, there's hope. I just think that maybe, you know, at the 11th hour, that people will wake up.
I personally do.
Okay.
I don't believe the polls are being honest. The math to me does not add up.
Well, we are headed back to Manhattan now. That was not the day in Staten Island that we expected. We heard a lot that people really respect Sliwa and they actually think he would be a better mayor and they like him more.
People that last minute changed their votes because they thought that voting for Sliwa was just throwing away their vote. And even though they apparently all hated Cuomo, they voted for him anyway.
I really wanted to vote for Sliwa, but it just seemed like throwing a vote away. And we haven't had a good mayor since we had a Republican in office. I don't know why New York can't see the trend.
Vote for Curtis Sliwa is a vote for Mandani, and we can't have that.
Oh, that was awesome.
I mean,
amazing.
Mabel,
the lady with the coffee cup, I think was my favorite of all of them.
Oh, yeah. Voted for Cuomo, but he killed my grandma.
Cuomo
You can't beat that.
The guy with the full open sweatshirt with the Staten Island versus everyone full chest.
Yeah.
Like, I'm from Connecticut, so I feel kinship. I knew a lot of people like that
those
growing
guys,
up.
Huh?
Yeah.
at the whatever
Loomis Chafee School for the Rich.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sure a lot of Staten Island guys. You know, Mabel and Ren. What was interesting there is, to me, is that not the impact of the late Trump endorsement?
Well, Chuck, we're glad you asked because we made sure to ask every person that we spoke to, did Trump's endorsement of Cuomo impact your vote? Is that why you're voting for Cuomo? And overwhelmingly, they said no. They were actually kind of offended at the fact that we even asked. They were like, we think for ourselves.
Good,
we
that's
don't
the New
listen to
Yorkers.
Trump.
That's the New
free
Yorker I
thinker.
know.
Exactly.
That's
Even if they
right.
were Trumpers, a lot of them were like, we love Trump. We voted for him, but we don't pay attention to him. And we actually spoke to someone who said that he was kind of upset that Trump even suggested who he should potentially vote for. Yeah, he's meddling. He shouldn't dip his toe into these other races like that. They didn't like it.
It is remarkable. And again, we know it's anecdotal and it's Staten Island, but it is remarkable how little love there is for Andrew Cuomo. I mean, like, it is the guy was elected as the governor for 3 terms. Now, I know he left in the middle of his 3rd term. He resigned, but like, there's not one person out there who's like, yeah, I think one guy said he'd know how to do the job, right?
Right.
Right. I mean, it was remarkable how little interest there was in it, even from people voting for him.
No, they said his slogan should have been "Hold your nose and vote for Cuomo." Like that's what they all felt like they were doing. And we actually did find an elusive. And we were talking. This didn't make it in the piece, but we were talking to our Uber driver in Staten Island, and we found an elusive. Voted for Trump is now voting for Mandani, and that was a surprising trajectory. We made him unpack it to us a little.
Absolutely. Look, I also want to bring in Lisa Camuso Miller. She's host of the Friday Reporter podcast, also a public affairs expert. Lisa, I know you popped in there sooner and we didn't, and my apologies for that.
I love Staten Island. I was so happy to see all that.
I mean, I was just going to say no offense, but
I'm a kid from Asbury Park, New Jersey. I feel like those are my aunts and uncles that were.
There you go. There you go. I mean, we've been living, I think, a politics of voting against, not voting for. And this, to me, I mean, the New York City mayor's race in many ways, it certainly has a chunk of voters that are that way.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't talk to anyone that was happy about who they voted for. Like, nobody was like, yeah, we voted for Cuomo. They very begrudgingly gave him a vote because it meant that Mandani wouldn't win, and they would have probably voted for Sliwa if he had any chance.
Yeah. Lisa, what do you make of this trend of we vote against? We're not voting for these days.
I mean, I think it makes a ton of sense. It's actually kind of interesting to me that you guys met a taxi driver that voted for Trump and voted for Mandani, because I think maybe people are just also looking for exciting candidates. If that's
right, exactly. He wanted like an earth shaker. Didn't matter which direction apparently, but as long as you're shaking it up.
This goes back to Obama v. Trump. Hey, look, I'm going to pause here because the new governor of Virginia is declaring victory. Let's take a listen to what she has to say.
Thank you all for being here today. What an incredible crowd. And what an incredible moment this is for Virginia. I am thrilled to be here in Norfolk, and I am honored to be joined on stage in a few minutes by President Barack Obama.
This is from Obama. This is from earlier. This is not.
That's the wrong one.
This is from
Let's
Norfolk.
pull that down. Sorry, I was going to say
when she was doing an event with Obama. She won, but we will, when it is live, we will bring you some of it.
We want to bring you some of that. Sorry about that. Hey,
I mean, look, it happens. It was Abigail Spanberger. In our defense,
just November 1st.
Lisa, I have a New Jersey question. Thank you for throwing in the Asbury Park reference there. I got all my Springsteen lyrics kicked up. Can Chris Christie wins? Chuck and I were talking about this earlier in the week, right? I mean, Tom Kaine. This is going back, but Tom Kaine Sr., Christie Todd Whitman, Chris Christie, and is there a Republican out there that can win? Statewide,
yes. Yep. I really thought Jack Ciattarelli was going to do it this year. I mean, obviously the math is not working in his favor now, but he got really close. I think that the state itself, I'm surprised at how much they came out in favor of Mikey Cheryl and how much, I mean, it'll be interesting to see when the decision is finally made. But to me, it's interesting, if for no other reason, because New Jerseyans are so fiercely loyal to that state. And they felt like her race was so tone deaf to like the fact that she was running the race from DC. People were pissed that I talked to about it.
Interesting.
Well, isn't that tell you? Look, I think we now have the right speech up, so I don't mean to cut you off, Lisa. But
this is Spanberger.
After that, we have Spanberger live now. Let's take a sneak peek.
I thank you for the trust that you have placed in me, and it is the honor of my lifetime to be elected the 75th governor of the Commonwealth I would like to thank my opponent for a hard-fought race.
Polite applause.
Please,
The Lieutenant
I
Governor's
long for
story,
this
her
stuff still.
military
I know, I agree.
service, And her years of service here in Virginia deserve our respect and our gratitude, and I ask that you join me in wishing her and her family well. I also know that those who were supporting my opponent are disappointed today. And to those Virginians who did not vote for me, I want you to know that my goal and my intent is to serve all Virginians.
You know, this used to be a staple of politicians, and yet now in the
Donald Trump would
era,
never say that, by the way.
It feels like a
And that means that I will listen to you, I will work for you and with you. That is the approach that I've taken throughout my entire career. I have worked with anyone and everyone, regardless of political party, to deliver results for the people that I serve. And that's because I believe in this idea that there is so much more that unites us as Virginians and as Americans than divides us. And I know in my heart that we can unite for Virginia's future, and we can set an example for the rest of the nation.
It is crazy that a speech like this is like, oh, she's reaching out to other people. It used to be like, that's what everybody did.
Beginning. They didn't choose to call Virginia a Commonwealth by accident. They chose it to signify that our government would be based on the power of the people united for a common good. Not for a political party, not for a president, not for a monarch, but for a common good, together. And tonight, Virginia proved that that tradition is alive and well. We are still a Commonwealth in every sense of the word.
Only 4 states that go by a Commonwealth.
That's right.
Or
not the
We
only
are
one.
built
Massachusetts
on the
is
things
not
we share,
happy.
not the things that pull
Kentucky
us
and Pennsylvania
apart.
the other day.
And I am proud that our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between.
She will immediately enter
That's
vice
the Virginia I
presidential
know,
discussion
that's
for
the
2028.
Virginia I love, and
Worth
that's
mentioning.
the Virginia
Yep.
I will have the honor of serving as your next governor.
And I would say president, except Virginia's oddly timed with the elections and whatnot. It might be tough that quickly.
You know, a guy named Glenn Youngkin's going to probably be running for president in 2028.
That's true.
Yep.
That's true.
I want
2 Virginia governors.
I want to thank so many people for the support that they have given to our campaign. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your support. To our tireless volunteers, to those who believed in me, thank you. Thank you for devoting your time, your energy, and your conviction to this campaign. Thank you for braving the weather, the heat, and then the cold, and then the rain, and then the sun. It's Virginia after all. Thank you. Thank you for talking to your neighbors about the importance of this race. Thank you for recognizing that when we went person to person engaging, that we could bring people not just into supporting our campaign, but into engaging in our democracy. Thank you. We won this race because of you.
All right.
That's great.
probably
Thanks.
enough.
That was, look, I think you got a taste of actually the campaign she ran, right?
Yeah.
She ran a very I would call it milquetoast, and I don't mean that as a negative, right? She was literally ran on bread and butter issues. She was a very risk-averse candidate. It was at a grocery store. Like, it was, it was all the correct visuals that you would have and things like that.
I think she knew that she was ahead.
That's right.
Right. And she didn't want to do anything. She didn't want to do anything screwed up, which is,
first ever female to be elected as governor in
Yes.
Virginia,
Yep.
you
Yes,
guys.
first
Like,
woman
that's
governor.
kind of a big deal. And it's a big night for women candidates in general. After 1 year ago, we were scratching our heads about whether or not it was a bad night for female candidates. So,
But Lisa, hasn't it been, I always believe this, that, you needed it was always going to be, you got to get more women governors elected. And that
Totally.
is the better
Yes.
way to break the ceiling.
absolutely
than
agree.
women senators. Yeah.
Absolutely agree. And they're statewide and other statewide executives too. It's cool.
Lisa, I do want to get, before we let you go, I do want to go back to New Jersey for 1 second and ask you, as you were answering before, about Donald Trump made significant gains in New Jersey between 2020 and 2024. That gave some people hope. Chitterelli seemed like a good fit for the state.
But let me ask you.
Yeah.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah.
He's been running for 10 years
Yes, he has.
unsuccessfully. Doesn't that hurt? I think there's
Yeah,
nothing. I mean, he's a good
probably.
candidate, but there's
But-
nothing deader than a dead politician. When you
Well,
lose
what
that
is-
many times in a row, he's a great dude. Bill Baroni's going to tell you all about that when you talk to him next.
Yeah. Well, what is
Great
it-
guy.
What is the state of the New Jersey Republican Party? Like, is there just not someone else? Because he's been the nominee 3 straight times now, right?
There's still a lot of that. It's his turn kind of stuff that goes on there.
Yeah.
He raises a ton of money. He's done all the right things. He said all the right things. It stinks, but that is definitely, I think, still at play there very much. And also, too, the other candidates, the Bill Spadias of the world and some of those other guys they were not the right candidate for the Republican Party in New Jersey to win.
Yeah.
Hey, before we let everybody go here, Ren and Mabel, I wanted to ask you guys about your experience, obviously talking to voters in Staten Island, but it looks like from the turnout numbers that we're looking at here, from tracking this during the day, that the New York City mayoral election might best 2 million votes, which is a lot more than any recent general election for mayor in New York. And I was curious, you saw like these very negative attitudes about the people they're voting for, but you obviously must have seen a lot of voters, and I am sort of curious if you, there was a lot of talk about was Cuomo getting some sort of push here at the end, and I was kind of curious for your thoughts on that, given the people you talked to.
Yeah, like a push from Trump's endorsement specifically.
That, or just to the point of the voters themselves saying like Trump didn't have much to do with it, they just sort of understood that Cuomo had the best shot.
Yeah, I think a lot of people who really wanted to vote for Sliwa, one of the guys we talked to literally changed his mind on his way to go vote. He was going in to vote for Sliwa, said he was listening to news, and decided at the last minute he has to vote for Cuomo because he doesn't want to throw away his vote.
It was the guy in the hoodie.
The hoodie guy.
Yeah. It was him. Yeah.
The Wu-Tang hoodie.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, love it.
Mabel and Ren, I do want to shift this a little bit because I fear we're doing the very non-New York City thing, which is we're all I think we're coming off as collective skeptics of Mamdani. But who's not a skeptic of Mamdani? A lot of voters in New York City, a lot of voters in Manhattan. You guys live there. You're seeing this. You talk to those people. Tell a Washington, D.C. cynic that lives in Arlington, Virginia, like myself, what I'm missing about the Mamdani effect here.
Yeah, we kind of touched on it a little bit. We see some parallels in the things that excite Mamdani voters that you see from Trump voters last year. People that are just angry that things are so expensive. Like young people, rent is so expensive, and you finally have someone who's running that speaks to all of that. We noticed that Mamdani is also really good at rallying a lot of anti-billionaire sentiment. You hear all these chances of tax the rich, and young people feel really passionate about this issue. Like when Bezos got married in the summer, all these young people were taking to the streets being Bezos, rich, billionaires, bring them all down. And so there is something about Mamdani that there's these niche topics that young people feel so passionate about that he can really tackle. And so in Manhattan specifically, you feel this energy that people are so excited to vote for someone that could, speak to those very specific issues.
Yeah, he's also going into spaces that you don't see a lot of politicians. Like this Saturday for his final push, he did 6 nightclubs in one night. And there's just so many viral clips of him
Sounds
behind
like
the
Chuck
DJ
in his
booth.
20s.
Well, I thought that was Eric Adams. I thought he was the
He
nightmare.
did, yeah. But in this
In a
case,
creepier way.
Mamdani looks like he fits in there. Like he looks effortless for him. And that's nice. I think that's relatable for people to see.
And I am getting a lot of questions. I just want to, I'm just over on my YouTube channel where we're live streaming. I'm getting a lot of questions about Ren and Mabel. I will just say, News Girls, I put it in my, I hope this is okay. I put the YouTube link, ladies, into mine on YouTube. It is youtube.com /Newsgirls podcast. Just people, if you wondering where that video came from and how to find them.
And they do sort of the 60-minute style of deep dives.
Yes.
They go in. It is not actually the yapping that we're all doing now. This is some serious journalism that you guys do. And so you guys just were willing to be sort of New York City correspondents for him. Lisa, I'm curious. Did you think, because I had a conversation with Rahm Emanuel about 4 months ago after Mamdani got the nomination, where he thought Mikey Sherrill's going to have a better answer on Mamdani if she doesn't want that to bleed into northern Jersey. And yet doesn't look like there was any sort of Mamdani negativity that trickled down into the suburbs there in northern New Jersey.
You know, it really doesn't, Chuck. It really doesn't. Even the conversations, if they're happening those that are, if they live in New Jersey, they care about their New Jersey issues. They go to New York, they visit on it, they blame New York for the way that the Times Square is on the mayor. The way, they blame parking, they blame traffic on New York. But in New Jersey, they're more pissed off about the fact that their housing prices are so incredibly high, or they're more upset about the fact that their electricity prices are so incredibly high. So I don't think there's a bleed over. As much as you might think, they're right next to each other. I don't think there's that much of a bleed over. She will have to answer for some of his policies if they start to bleed over into those that are commuting back and forth. That'll be an interesting.
Yeah.
Well, especially if the numbers, if there's actually commuter taxes and more of that stuff. And, But that the governor, we'll see how the New York governor handles this. But we shouldn't presume anything. We're still 8 minutes away from the polls closing in the America's largest city.
The Big Apple.
Whatever tagline we want to use there. Lisa, I want to appreciate you coming on. This was terrific.
Thank you, guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Enjoy. Love a Jersey girl.
Absolutely. Sorry that race wasn't. And Mabel and Ren, you guys are going to be in and out. I think you're coming back one more time. So
Love it. Love that. Hey, that package was you guys had sent it to us earlier. I watched it. It was terrific.
Let's post it. I've already gotten requests. I mean,
I can put it on my YouTube page. If you guys send it to me,
absolutely,
definitely. I'll just get our contact info. I'm happy to do that.
I am getting requests for, hey, I'd like to share that package. That was
amazing. Yeah. Awesome. And now we don't even know if Chuck, you know this. We're about to head to the Democratic Socialist watch party. So next time we talk to you, we'll be over there.
Our on location correspondent.
You're really getting the breadth of New York.
You can't
Staten Island.
The Staten Island, the Staten Island angry Cuomo voter. I mean, I can't get over. He killed my grandmother, but I'll vote.
That's unbelievable.
Insane.
He killed my grandmother. She had the coffee cup in hand.
Unbelievable.
Well, and this watch party is going to be at a club in Brooklyn, so it's night and day.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, right. Staten Island, Brooklyn. Literally, you're living. It's like going from Texas to
all over. Yeah.
Amazing.
That's
Thank you all.
We'll see you there.
Thanks.
Okay.
Talk to you later.
Bye.
Chuck, I have to go replenish my 13-year-old's internet time, and I'm going to go get the Chipotle I ordered. I will be back in under 5 minutes. I leave the con to you two.
Yeah, it is. Jeffrey, I do want to ask you about sort of any trickle-down effect in Jersey and what we might expect in any of the legislative races here.
Yeah, well, I think the big question with New Jersey and the legislature is that actually, at least coming into this election, I think there was actually a decent chance based on some of the projections from say State Navigate, which is a site people can check out. I think Chaz Nuttycombe, the founder of that's going to be on later. Basically that Democrats might actually lose a seat in the in the lower house of the state legislature, the General Assembly. we'll see how it actually plays out.
I was just gonna say, usually, people look at that stuff sometimes without thinking how the statewide is going to impact.
Exactly, and so that might influence. I mean, right now, looking at our election results for New Jersey and sort of where we see things going.
Yeah.
I mean, look. To be clear, only about a third of the vote is in, but right now our early projection for sort of where the vote's headed is Cheryl by 9, which is definitely different from the Cheryl by 4, Cheryl by 5 kind of polling
or
average
Murphy by 3 4 years ago.
Precisely, very different, very different.
Yeah. Let's bring our next guest. We got Abigail Turner. She's the state's correspondent over at National Journal, a publication that I'm quite familiar with in my long resume there. Abigail.
Hey Chuck, I'm gonna have to leave you for 5 minutes with them.
That's okay.
Because I have to go. I have to go take care of a different.
You don't have to. You don't have to explain yourself. We don't want to share all of our intricate details about our lives.
There'll be lots of
here.
fun people to talk to. So
I understand that live streams that people share way too much stuff. But we also have Bill Baroni. He's a former state senator, Republican state senator in New Jersey. Some of you may remember him from the Christie administration. That's all I'm going to say. There's no other necessary. I know him as my buddy from college. Yep. We were in the same political science classes together, arguing about politics, and in fact, running opposite campaigns against each other for GW class president back in the day. So, Abigail, watch out. Bill and I go way back. So welcome to both of you. Bill, I want to start with you. You and I were talking about this just a couple weeks ago. You've known Jack Ciattarelli a long time.
Long time.
He just evoked Jersey in that way that is like Christie does still today. And Cheryl didn't. And I think we all thought that was going to matter. And I guess it didn't.
Well, I mean, look, I've known Jack Ciattarelli since he was a county official. I mean, he's just a really good candidate. And they very much leaned in on the course of this campaign to him being a Jersey guy. They filmed TV ads in diners and cul-de-sacs and suburban. He did a lot of Jersey. And it's just, when I was looking at the race, you and I were talking about a couple weeks ago, it really did look like Jack had captured that Jersey guy thing. Mm-hmm. But clearly, the Cheryl campaign has done a sort of historically good job at get out the vote across the state. And, the Jersey guy thing was unable to overcome that effort and work that the Cheryl campaign should be very proud of what they did.
Do we conclude that just Trump was just too big of a problem for Ciattarelli, that it was just, Trump is this damned if you do, damned if you don't aspect in that you need him to turn out the rural base, but he does turn off suburban voters?
Well, I mean, I think Jack's campaign looked at the race and said that they would have won it 4 years ago had the MAGA base come out to the percentages they did in 2024. Right. So they leaned into it, and I think for them, I think it was a difficult choice either way. Like, you either lean into it to drive turnout, or you lean away from it. And I think that I think Jack, up until the last 3 or 4 weeks, really had the momentum in the campaign. And then a number of things happened, including, there's a lot of discussion. I've been watching it throughout the night, of folks in Northern Virginia and what the effects of the shutdown, the effects of the DOGE cuts would be in Northern Virginia. It was about what Chuck knew, about 175,000, federal government employees up there. There's 150,000 people in Northern New Jersey who commute into New York City every day on an antiquated and often unworking train system. And 3 weeks before the election, the White House announces they're killing a project that at least promised some relief. And I think that really hurt Jack Ciattarelli a lot. I think when you start to see, some of these issues across the state, I think that really hurt in northern part of New Jersey. And, you're looking at some of these counties where the Cheryl campaign has completely overperformed, not just expectations, but certainly 4 years ago.
Abigail, how were you watching tonight? And I mean, look, I'll just be honest. I didn't think we'd be able to write our Virginia and New Jersey stories already.
Yep.
Definitely not. I think of the two, from the sources that I've talked to in the last few months, New Jersey was obviously the closest. I know Jessica Taylor earlier talked about, Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Cheryl. They come from the same background, but they don't always get put in the same bucket. Mikey Cheryl was running against Jack Ciattarelli, who, on his third run for governor, someone who knows what this experience is like. And so I think it's really interesting that these results did come in so fast. I did think that, Cheryl on the campaign trail, she did really hit hard on the Trump factor. And I think one area that she did struggle sometimes in comparison to Spanberger is kind of defining her stance on local issues. That first debate with Chitterelli, she struggled to define her stance on that state immigration directive. And even the 10% sales tax, when asked if she would raise the sales tax, the same time that her campaign was attacking Chitterelli for supposedly saying the same thing. So I think it's very interesting this early on in the night to see that she is doing so well, given that a lot of the people, especially Democrats, thought that New Jersey would be the closest of the two races and definitely wouldn't be called this early.
And hey, Chuck, I'm back. I just want to make a point that John Reese, our producer, noted, and I want to ask, Senator, how are you? Abigail, how are you? Sorry, I had to step out. My son needed more time on his phone, which is very important. I wanted to note this map here that I'm pulling up that DDHQ has, which shows the swing from the 2021 vote to the 2025 vote. Senator, what do you make of this? Sussex, Cheryl, it goes right now 2.1 points to Cheryl, went by Chitterelli by 25, Warren, Cheryl by 26 swing. These big 100 in these big western central northwest Jersey. What do you make of that differential just between over these last 4 years? Is there something that you see that accounts for it?
I think there's a couple of things. One, the 2021 election was this weird post-COVID, we were just, and people were still voting in different ways. And there was a reaction to Governor Murphy, who, his popularity wasn't where they thought it was on. And I also think part of it was the New Jersey Democratic operation in 2021 had gotten just sort of used to winning. And they just didn't do what they've done tonight. But now you look at some of those northwestern New Jersey counties, Sussex County, Warren County. These are places that clearly the Cheryl campaign invested time. In some ways, they took a page out of the Trump playbook in sort of identifying Democratic voters in Republican areas and turning them out. And there are Democratic voters in Warren County, and I lived there for a year, and it's a Republican red county. But I got to tell you, there are Democrats there. And I think the Cheryl campaign did a really good job of targeting Democrats in Republican counties. And, I think the direction of the way the state has gone, what we saw last year, where people were very, very surprised that parts of the state like Passaic County and Mercer County moved towards the Republicans. I think you're seeing some of that come back this year. But I also think what you saw is that Mikey Cheryl really appealed to voters with her biography. This is a veteran-heavy state. This is, you talk to anybody in New Jersey. I talked to my stepmom. I said, what do you think of Mikey Cheryl, helicopter pilot? Like, it was this.
Wow.
Really,
man. Yeah. How great is that? Like, if you're her campaign, right? You hear that?
Yeah.
Her media consultant just asked for a raise, Senator.
Should have. It's genius. Right. They drove that message all through the primary and then through the general. If we're going to, Chuck was talking about the campaigns we used to work on at GW, where the signs were such a big deal. On Mikey Cheryl's lawn signs is a helicopter.
Oh, wow.
Right.
Branding,
really
right.
That's fascinating.
Always be branding.
Yeah.
And they really leaned into it. Her ads, you see her, she did ads in the helicopter. So Jack Chitterelli is doing ads in a diner. That's his message. I'm the Jersey guy, having a pork roll sandwich. I don't care what anybody says. It's not called Taylor ham. Having a pork roll sandwich at a diner in central New Jersey. And yes, that exists. And then you got Mikey Cheryl in her helicopter. They both drove that message. And what we saw tonight was the Jersey guy diner thing was unable to trump, so to speak, Mikey Cheryl's sort of message and really, really good campaign. And I got to tell you, Jack ran a really good campaign. This was not a campaign. I've worked on campaigns where one's really good and one's really. These were two very well matched candidates, two very well matched campaigns. But the environment you're seeing across the country, right? You're seeing it in Virginia, you're seeing it in Georgia, you're seeing it in throughout the country.
Well, Bill, it's almost like you were reading my mind. I wanted to talk about Georgia because this is turning. In general, you're starting to see where you can find a tea leaf to read. In a statewide race, it is all coming up blue. There were two statewide races in Georgia. Both of them have been won by the Democrats.
I've got them pulled up here, Chuck.
I was just going to say, I have my screen up if you want to share
I got them. This is Public Service Commissioner 2,
Right.
And
You have
there's
2
also
and
a
3.
Public Commissioner Service 3, which I can pull up right.
And
here
this was,
too.
look, I don't want to get in too hard into the why these
58 and 60%, by the way.
Correct. These weren't even close. Abigail, I know my old days at the Hotline and National Journal. We said we covered everything.
Mhm.
PSC elections were, but you did keep track of them just to see which way the party leans. Those were both blowouts. And look, it is a reminder that in off-year elections, the generic Democratic voter is more likely to vote than the generic Republican voter. But this is a battleground state. New Jersey and Virginia are not. Georgia is.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. All year we've been seeing these special elections with Democrats as well, where they are overperforming. And, always take that with a grain of salt, given what you said. But I think Georgia, looking at 2026, is going to be, especially from, my perspective, covering governor's races, one of the hottest races to look at. It's been Democrats' white whale cycle after cycle. Can they flip that governor's seat? And I think what it's really going to come down to in 2026, given increased Democratic enthusiasm, given this Senate race that's going to cost over $100 million, is going to be the issue of healthcare in Georgia. The state never expanded Medicaid, given, the GOP reconciliation bill. Democrats are going to hit hard on healthcare in this state. And I think you're going to see messy primaries on both the Democratic and Republican side. But I think Democrats, from who I've talked to, feel very confident about Georgia. And I can imagine that this is giving them an extra boost.
Well, and it may, look, I'm a skeptic on the governor's race, but maybe we shouldn't be, huh?
That's not what my Democratic sources are saying. So
yeah.
Interesting.
We know the Senate race is going to be a one or 2 point race. You've got an incredibly well-funded incumbent in John Ossoff. My skepticism about Georgia as a swing state has been, what's it going to be like when Raphael Warnock's not near the top of the ticket? And that's been the question. But you have a night like tonight in Georgia, and you're like, well, this is the new normal.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it wasn't that long ago that a sleepy election like this in Georgia almost automatically went to the Republican. A race with this is truly one of the more sort of evenly divided, because nobody threw money at it, right? So it really is almost a baseline test of people paying attention in off-year elections. Who's paying more attention? In Georgia, it's the Democrats.
For sure.
Hey, Chuck, I believe, because I'll be the Jeffrey Skelly here. I believe that I see it on DecisionDeskHQ online.
Let's cue the music.
We can
Welcome to the newest mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani. Look, this was not, at this point, it shouldn't come as a surprise. I think for me, the question I have is, does he break 50%?
Is that over 50 right now?
Right now. And I had somebody who I trusted on this who thought that he could get closer to 60 than 50, believe it or not, that this was what kind of enthusiasm was there. Dirty little secret about my friend Bill Baroni is that he's a Jersey guy, but he does spend, I think you reside in New York City.
Still a Hamilton guy, Chuck.
You're always, you can take the boy out of Hamilton, but you can't always take the Hamilton out of the boy. You're somebody who's always very careful not to assume a piece of conventional wisdom will stick. Mamdani's a successful mayor if what?
Well, I think a couple of things. One, I think Mamdani is a successful mayor if people in New York feel safe. I think he's a successful mayor if people in New York can, the garbage gets picked up. Chuck, you say, all the time.
I'm obsessed with the garbage. Yeah, I think that's the most amazing thing that happens every day.
Yep. Yeah. And if New Yorkers feel safe, they feel like the streets are safe, they feel like the streets are clean. That's how they're going to judge their mayor, right? And another way is that, a measurement of success of Mayor-elect Mamdani. And who would have thought that a year ago?
Unbelievable.
Right? Who would have thought those words would ever be put together? Certainly not Andrew Cuomo. But I think that he ran about my old mentor, and Chuck knows my old mentor Bob Franks, rest his soul, always talked about good campaigns win, right? And I think we're sort of seeing that across the board tonight. But in New York City, great campaigns win. He ran a fantastic campaign in the primary, a great campaign in the general, and there was a level of enthusiasm for him across all 5 boroughs. Now there's some significant issues, and some people had some, rightfully had some real concerns. But boy, did he energize voters in this city.
Abigail, there's going to be the storyline's going to be, is it the Democrats have found their new moderate faces, the governors of New Jersey and Virginia, or have they found their new energizer progressive in Zohran Mamdani? And, the smart Democratic leader is going to try to say, hey, we're Big Tent, look at this. But I don't know, right? It's going to be interesting to see if this current very civil war right now, and meaning it is civil still inside the Democratic Party, where the energy ends up residing. Is it with the Mamdani wing, or is it with the Spanberger Cheryl wing?
I think it's interesting because, they are such different kind of camps of candidates. But when you look at that message of affordability, that is the through line for them. I think that's something that Democrats post 2024, post kind of Biden era economy have really honed in on, of making affordability, whether, it's healthcare, housing, energy prices, that core tenet to their campaign. Obviously, Mamdani does it to a different level than a Spanberger or a Cheryl. But, voters, when they go to the grocery store, when they're paying their, electricity bills, that is the forefront issue on their mind. So I think it'll be interesting to see kind of how he channels that as mayor, and versus how, a Cheryl and a Spanberger start doing that as governors, and how the Democratic Party will kind of read those tea leaves of, here's what people did campaign on in, 2025. Here's what they enacted when they got into office. Here's how that informs what we should talk about in 2026. That'll be successful with talking about affordability.
Hey, thank you.
Go ahead, Chris.
I want to. I was just going to say, Senator Abigail, thank you all. I want to. We are of course running slightly behind, so thank you all for your patience. I want to, before we get to our next guest, I want to make just 2 quick things. One, remember the newsgirls being on Staten Island. Look at the one place. Richmond County is Staten Island for people who don't know. Yeah. Cuomo plus 24.6. Mamdani. Now the problem here is, if you look how few votes come out of Richmond County, right? That's why the race is over. But fascinating, number one. Number two, I think just Senator Baroni was making a point about the campaign that Mamdani ran, Chuck. And I think we have one ad that we really liked.
It's one that's worth people need to see.
That you should see, because even if you don't like Mamdani, the campaign he ran was very, very good. Let's run that, and then Chuck, I'll let you bring our next guest.
New York is suffering from a crisis, and it's called halalflation. Today, we're going to get to the bottom of this. How much does a plate of halal cost right now from this truck?
$10.
$10. Chicken over rice, lamb over rice, $10.
$10?
Yeah.
When you're a street vendor, you have to pay for the food, the plates. How much do you have to pay for your permit?
Before it was 22K.
17,000.
How much does a license cost if you get it from the city?
I think 400.
And who are you paying?
The permit owner.
You're not paying the city?
No.
You pay the permit owner $22,000 just so you can sell this food?
Yes.
And who is this?
A random guy.
Have you ever applied for a permit?
Yeah, I'm applied and no come anything.
It's long wait. Number 3,800 something. And
after 2 years, you're number 3,800.
Yes.
These are the 4 bills that are sitting in the city council right now, which would give these vendors their own permits and make your halal more affordable. But Eric Adams hasn't said a single word about them. If you own the permit, then how much would you charge for the plate?
$7.
$8.
$8.
Would you rather pay $10 for a plate of halal or $8?
$8.
$8.
I think $8 is the way to go. If I was the mayor, I'd be working with city council from day one to make halal $8 again.
So, how would it taste?
Tastes like $10, but it should be $8.
Yeah, I mean, that's really, really good.
And what is interesting is, he didn't. It's interesting. One of the things we didn't talk about with Virginia here, and I know we've got a guest, and I want to bring in the guest. In fact, let me bring in the guest right now. John Kuvalian, founder, and John, if I butchered your last name, beat the crap.
John, I'm a Cillizza, so say your right name so everybody hears it.
Kuvalian, it's a good South Louisiana Cajun name. Within the state, it gets misspelled, and outside of Louisiana, the pronunciation gets butchered.
Well, I'm an Ed Ogeron Cajun teen.
Go
so
Tigers.
I always that's my Cajun when I go to there. But what I wanted to get at, Chris and John, I'd love for you to join this conversation a little bit. You're a truly big time numbers guy. Is the decision by the new lieutenant governor in Virginia to really never lean into her religion, never lean into the historic nature of her campaign, didn't do a debate with her Republican opponent. It was almost like, hey, just vote for the party. Don't vote. I don't want to have that conversation. And then you got Zohan Mamdani, who closed with an Islamophobia speech. He never, he didn't fear it. And every political consultant you and I know would have advised him, lean away from anything remotely Arab or Muslim. Don't lean into it. And, obviously his instinct was the correct instinct.
Well, what's fascinating to me is like when I was watching, the first instinct was, why is he eating? Like political consultants would be like, never eat on camera. Like that's the worst. It's like putting a big hat on. So I think that's kind of interesting too. I think it is authenticity, right? I mean, by the way, we should say, I want to make sure John gets his full intro. John Kuvion, founder of JMC Analytics and Polling, an amazing follow across social media. John, what do you because you're one of the folks who can do it all here. What do you make of, Chuck and I have been going live for, we're near in on 3 hours now.
Yeah, about that. And
what?
Some of us have yet to have to, old iron.
Chuck has been the only one not to have to step away. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's right.
What do you make of what we've seen so far? I mean, I will admit I am surprised that Spanberger pulled Jay Jones over the line in Virginia. I'm surprised New Jersey was over as fast as it was. Mamdani doesn't surprise me. I mean, I don't think it should surprise anyone who's been paying attention. Is there anything that I should say? Has anything surprised you? And if not, what do you make of that?
What I would say is surprising is the extent to which Democrats are having a clean sweep tonight, because for context's sake, we already knew that the races tonight, whether you're talking about Virginia or New Jersey or New York City or California, those races were all being held on Democratic turf. But to me, there were chances the Republicans could have had to win tonight. For instance, if Jason Miyares had gotten reelected, which given the texting scandal and Jason Miyares' incumbency, I would have thought at least he could have survived. But I think what has happened, I've always felt that Virginia, more so than New Jersey, was going to be the tougher state for the Republicans to hold on to or even win this year. For the reason being is just the direct and indirect impact of the federal government. Mm-hmm. Before I came on, I took a look at the results, not just for Terry McAuliffe versus Glenn Youngkin, but for all three candidates on the statewide ticket in Virginia. And I broke it up into Nova versus Hampton Roads versus Rova. Now, in Nova and Hampton Roads, those two areas do have an unusually large dependence on the federal government. Nova, of course, is the most strongly Democratic part of Virginia, reaching all the way out to Loudoun and Prince William counties now. But what really struck me was the extent of the Democratic enthusiasm. More specifically, we're talking about how even when he lost, Terry McAuliffe got 63% in those Nova jurisdictions. All three candidates for statewide office got between 66 and 71. So already the weakest Democrat, Jay Jones, is running 3 points ahead of Terry McAuliffe. The same thing was the case in the Hampton Roads, where Jay Jones was running 4 points ahead. Whereas in Rova, which of course the rest of Virginia, for those of y'all not accustomed to Virginia lingo, Terry McAuliffe received 39% and Jay Jones received 40%. So what we're talking about is the Republican base held, but it didn't grow relative to what Glenn Youngkin got 4 years ago. Right. But the strong Democratic vote in areas dependent on the federal government got even stronger this year. And when you're talking about the narrow margin by which Youngkin carried the state, those little intangibles do matter.
Well, look, Jersey, the thing with New Jersey is I think we all thought Chitterelli was, and this goes back to, have we nationalized every election, right? If you look at the Georgia results where you just have sort of now the standard voter who shows up now is in a swing state like Georgia's going to vote D instead of R. Jersey felt like it was interesting. We had David Wildstein on earlier who said, the whole reason they put New Jersey in the odd numbered year was to avoid it being drowned out by federal issues. And lo and behold, New Jersey is now looks like it's going to be impacted all the time the way the federal government impacts the Virginia race, right? And Chitterelli it seems like he couldn't push back against that trend.
And I kind of wonder, too, when you talk about the fact that Chitterelli very nearly pulled off an upset in 2021. And I think, in my opinion, had he done a better job of getting more mail-in votes, he could have upset the incumbent. Mm-hmm. But I think you could also make the argument that in 2021, particularly since these were in the fall, right as the Delta variant was strong, that COVID did play a part, not just in what happened in Virginia, but almost in what happened in New Jersey. But you take that issue away and economic concerns return, particularly with a Republican and not a Democratic president in charge. I think that's what hurt Chitterelli, because any Democrat in New Jersey has an automatic head start, not just plus 15 with voter registration, but in those urban counties on the outskirts of New York and Philadelphia. And the only way the Republicans could win is to pile up big margins in places like Sussex and Ocean, and then carry places like Middlesex and Burlington and so forth. Well, if you can't carry those swing counties and the Democrats are putting up a strong vote in the urban centers, there's just no way you could overcome that.
Lose. Yeah.
And that's the same problem the Republicans have in New York and Colorado and Washington and Oregon and on and on.
John, I have a question. Let's assume, and the other big one we have outstanding right now is the California Prop 50. Most polling suggests that's going to pass, in a win for Democrats. Let's say a Republican in a swing district calls you tomorrow and says, how much or how little should I make of what happened on Tuesday? Spanberger, the Democrats sweep in in Virginia. Cheryl wins. We'll see the margin, but Cheryl wins in New Jersey. Take Mandani out because, that's a different issue, but not for someone necessarily in a swing district. What is your advice based on? And look, let me say it's before 9:30 p.m. on the East Coast. Right? Like, you don't need to make this doesn't have to be a carved in stone. But what's your, just looking at what we've seen so far? What's your take?
What my take is I would have the conversation with the candidate depending on what the previous presidential vote is. Let's pretend for a second that it was a Harris 55% or greater district. I don't think that given today's polarization, a Republican would have a realistic chance of winning. Whereas back in 2009 and 2010, I determined that, DMZ line, so to speak, was 57% Obama, meaning that districts 57% or below, a Republican actually had a chance to flip it. And you'll remember that despite all those Republican victories in 2009 and 2010, there was that one in Palm Beach County where I think Obama got 62% of the vote. The Republicans couldn't quite get over the top on that one race. But as it applies to 2025 and 6, the first thing I would do is look at what the Trump-Harris vote is. And unless it is a Harris 53% or less, I would not conclude at the present time that a Republican could get an appreciable number of swing votes to win.
And John, let me ask you a question I asked Ruffini earlier, and that is, I think about the Texas map, the new Texas congressional map, that is making some assumptions that some shifts in the electorate are durable, right? Particularly those South Texas Latinos. Given what we've seen in a couple of things. Number one, the Trump, once again, we're in year 10 of this, or close to year 9 of this experiment, where when Trump's not on the ballot, right, there's a group of voters who aren't going to come. Should we start to wonder if we're going to see some dummy manders in some of these redistricting efforts, at least for this midterm, given what the potential for that? Look, there's a long way to go, but given what we've been watching tonight.
I would say, yes, there's a potential for dummy manders, but I'm going to parse your statement because one of the things you have to appreciate about those South Texas counties, they've been heavily Democratic for so long that for them to now start moving to the Republicans, I don't think they're going to suddenly snap back in 2026. Now, if you and I were having that conversation about Hispanics, let's say in Harris or Dallas or Bexar counties, that would be an entirely different discussion than what I'm seeing in South Texas, which is much more rural and concerned about things going on the border. So it very much is a district by district type of assessment.
John Kavulian, I hope you're eating well tonight. It's Louisiana. Do you have something? You have a special election Cajun?
Etouffee?
Absolutely, yes. Today was a grilling day, being that's election day.
Excellent.
Good man.
It was great to have you. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Thanks, man.
Well, we don't do this for free. We do it.
We do
wanna
not
keep it for free for you. So with that, we got a quick word from our sponsor. Having good life insurance is incredibly important. I know from personal experience. I was 16 when my father passed away. We didn't have any money. He didn't leave us in the best shape. My mother, single mother now, widow, myself, 16, trying to figure out how am I going to pay for college. And lo and behold, my dad had one life insurance policy that we found. It wasn't a lot, but it was important at the time. And it's why I was able to go to college. Little did he know how important that would be in that moment. Well, guess what? That's why I am here to tell you about Ethos Life. They can provide you with peace of mind knowing your family is protected, even if the worst comes to pass. Ethos is an online platform that makes getting life insurance fast and easy, all designed to protect your family's future in minutes, not months. There's no complicated process, and it's 100% online. There's no medical exam required. You just answer a few health questions online. You can get a quote in as little as 10 minutes, and you can get same-day coverage without ever leaving your home. You can get up to $3 million in coverage, and some policies start as low as $2 a day. That would be billed monthly. As of March 2025, Business Insider named Ethos the #1 no medical exam instant life insurance provider. So protect your family with life insurance from Ethos. Get your free quote at ethos.com/Chuck. So again, that's ethos.com/Chuck. Application times may vary, and the rates themselves may vary as well. But trust me, life insurance is something you should really think about, especially if you've got a growing family. And of course,
like
as our
your
friend,
vest there, by
as
the
our
way.
friend Tony Kornheiser would say, use the code, people.
Use the code. There it is.
Code.
Just
There
scan
it
that
is.
QR right there.
Exactly. Use the code.
Ethos.com/Chuck.
Let's bring in my friend, a successor to one of the great titles to have in American politics. It's editor-in-chief of the Hotline,
Yes.
Kirk Beto.
Kirk.
Let's bring Kirk in.
Is Kirk here?
Uh-oh, Captain Kirk. Now
Kirk
we gotta
who?
do this. Here we are, Scotty, we've got an issue here. Well, we will wait to see.
Well, we think Kirk is here, and we think Jeffrey Skelly is back, and Jeffrey
Jeffrey's
is
supposed to be back as
advertising
well. There's
Kirk.
Kirk.
Kirk is in the house.
And here comes Skelly, and he said he brought a friend. So, Kirk, thank you for being here. Hey, your night's almost done, right? I mean,
This is great. I'm going to make the hotline
he-
deadline tomorrow morning.
Kirk's got to get up in 5 minutes to make the hotline.
I mean, I'm looking for. I mean,
exactly. I mean, this is going to be a nice early night.
Yeah, the retention races look like they're done in Pennsylvania. We're done with Georgia. We may have the final number on the state delegate races that we have to wait for in Virginia. But other than that, Kirk, you have your ear to the ground. You're getting the spin already. I remember those days where the each side is spinning, starting to say, this is what this means. The Republicans are saying, oh, don't overrate this, don't overrate that. Democrats are saying, hey, see, everything is going great. Anything beyond sort of predictable spin that's of interest so far that you've heard and seen?
Well, we're here with a bunch of political professionals here, so we've heard it all right now. I've been getting sent even like precinct level stuff, looking at Loudoun County right now from some operatives. And I'm trying to pump the brakes a little bit on it because I remember sitting here this same spot 4 years ago when Republicans were spiking the football pretty heavily after a closer than expected race in New Jersey, the big win for Glenn Youngkin in Virginia, some overperformances in Long Island districts, that this was the foretelling a red wave in the 2022 midterms. And let's be clear, this is a good night for Democrats right now. This is pretty good night for them. They're gaining seats in the House of Delegates. Cheryl's on track to win here. Spanberger's going to probably win if this margin holds, with the largest margin in 40 years, I
think, in Virginia.
Well,
but as you guys know, it's
only for a Democrat. For really? Because
yeah, sorry, for a Democrat.
Yeah, I was just going to say Bob McDonnell won by a monstrous number in 09. Yeah.
Right. But you guys know that we're a long way away from the midterms here. A lot can change in 12 months. So, who would have saw last in 22 the Supreme Court upending abortion rights right before voters headed to the polls, a few weeks before early voting starting. So I'm trying not to read too much into the spin right now because honestly, we got a long way to go here. And again, a lot of enthusiasm for Democrats here. Mm-hmm. This is in line with the special elections and other off-year results that we've been seeing, but it's a long way to go here.
Kurt, just to your point, I just pulled up Loudon. I think you can see it here. I mean, look, as someone who's lived a long time in Virginia, and Jeffrey probably can speak to this better. I mean, it is a remarkable thing. This is why I love politics so much. If you told Chris Cillizza 20 years ago that a Democratic gubernatorial candidate would win Loudon 65-35, a 64-36, I'd be like, that's a funny joke that you just made. I mean, Jeffrey, do you want to talk a little just about Virginia in particular? And for people who don't know, Loudoun was once the excerpt. Well, Jeffrey, why don't you talk about Loudoun County and why we keep bringing it up?
Yeah, sure. I mean, look, Loudoun between like 1990 and 2010, like tripled or something like that in population. So it was a place where there was a ton of development, a lot of people moving in, just a lot of changes to Loudoun from basically being what had once been sort of just horse country, as a lot of people would look at it, especially the western part of Loudoun. The eastern part, where Dulles is now extremely developed, fairly dense, suburban, exurban,
right, kind of over here,
and very, very affluent, I should say, but also very diverse. So there's for instance, there's a very large population of South Asian ethnicity in that part. Was it Suhan Subrayam is the congressman now from the 10th district. So this is a place that when you look at Virginia sort of shifting in like 2008 and going blue for the first time since 1964 in presidential races, it was looking at places like Fairfax County and Loudoun County. I mean, Fairfax in particular, but Loudoun County and Prince William as these two beyond Fairfax, where these swings were happening and those places became now very reliably blue. Now, how blue is what matters, because Glenn Youngkin didn't lose Loudoun by that much, and that was important to him winning.
Yeah, let me do the swing here just so people can see.
So you can see
there's Loudoun. Terry McAuliffe, former governor, won it by 11 in 2021. Spanberger is ahead by 29 right now, and I'll do Prince William while we're at it too. Prince William, Spanberger's improved over McAuliffe by 19. So to your point.
Well, if you guys remember, the Harris campaign said they had their oh shit moment when the Loudoun County returns came in on election night. When they saw that it wasn't hitting the levels, that was their first big canary in the coal mine, that this was not going to go their way at all.
Yeah. Hey, Skelling, let me throw an interesting little factoid from Tom Bonnier, who's, of course, was the CEO of TargetSmart back in the day. And he notes that it looks like so far in Jersey, total turnout on the Democratic side, total turnout could be 20% higher than in 2021. And yet Chitterelli is hitting the same numbers he hit 4 years ago. Cheryl is just killing Murphy across the board, overperforming the Murphy number. So Chitterelli hits all his numbers that he got in 21, but this is clearly a motivated Democratic electorate. Virginia, I mean, you drag Jay Jones across the finish line, that's massive Dem turnout.
Yes.
You've got what we're seeing with Mikey Cheryl in New Jersey. I'm not going to sit here and dismiss that they were blowouts in Georgia. These are generic races, D versus R. The people who decided to show up showed up. That's, that matters in American politics. And I think we know what's about to happen in California. I think this is a bigger night than I think maybe I think this is developing into a much bigger Democratic night than I expected.
Oh, well, Brandon has a point. He'd love to.
Please, you brought a guest.
Brandon,
good to see you.
Again, Brandon Finnegan, founder of DecisionDeskHQ.
Hello.
Yeah. All right. I mean, you got the Godfather in the house.
This is the guy that lets the people that don't watch television go to sleep because we call the races
correct.
much sooner.
Exactly.
Brandon, go ahead.
You know, it's
Thank you
something
for your
that
service.
It's something that I noticed and I've mentioned to people over the last couple of years, really in the whole Trump era, is we've noticed like a trade-off between the two political parties, which is that, you know, if you were to show people results like this, then show this to people who are watching the 2014 elections and 2010 elections, it's like looking into the mirror, because in those elections, the Republicans benefited from high turnout, high motivated voters, suburban voters. They voted red. Those voters now, with higher education levels, vote very consistently Democratic.
Yes.
The voters without the college degrees, the voters without the high frequency of voting, they show up for presidential cycles now. And that's why we saw a huge year for the Republicans last year. Donald Trump winning the popular vote, Donald Trump winning basically won every single swing state, did very, very well across the United States, did well in blue states, did well in New York, did well in New Jersey, did well in Connecticut, did well in Illinois, did well in Massachusetts, did well in California. Again, relative to previous performances for Republicans. I think that we have not seen that stop. I think that the problem for Republicans is that the motivated voter, the most motivated voter, the most regular voter is now a Democratic voter. That does not mean they can't win elections, but they have to win mostly these higher turnout races where those 0 for 4, 1 for 4 turnout voters show up. Those voters are now motivated to vote Republican, and they vote in presidential elections. We saw them do it in 2020, which is why part of the polling was so off. We saw them come right on out of the woodwork in 2024. And then ever since 2024, special elections since then, these elections tonight, I mean, they vote, but they don't vote with the same intensity that we see the Democrats do. So
that's so
very well
important.
see. I would say going forward, you could very well see a very good year next year for the Democratic Party, which would give them a bit of a false impression of what is coming for them.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And then come 2028, it's going to be the same disappointment that hit Republicans in 2012.
Well,
they
you know what
they
you're
had-
describing, Brandon? You're describing what life was like for the Democratic Party basically in the 70s and 80s when Republicans kept winning presidential elections and Democrats kept winning the midterms.
Yep. And by the way, the
a
false
little before my
positives.
time, but
Yes,
fair
the
enough.
false positive thing. I mean, we talked about this a little earlier, 2022, right?
Yeah.
Remember, Chuck? Afterward,
Yeah.
it was, I think Patrick Ruffini made this point. It was like 2022 was not what Democrats thought 2022 was, right? It was like, see, the democracy message does work, and it's
They lost
exactly
the House, right?
They lost the House. Nobody
Yeah,
talked
I know.
about it.
I mean, it
But
was
to,
just-
but to Brandon's point,
It wasn't a
is this-
referendum on Biden to the same
It's
extent
such-
that it normally would be.
It's just so indicative of it's like these off year and even the midterms. It's like we live in two different electoral worlds.
I got to let you go. We got
planes on the runway.
I got planes on the runway here, but I want to get you out of here on this phenomenon. The reason I was hesitant in assuming this would be a great Democratic night, which is I think it's turning out to be for them, more. I thought they do well in Virginia, but I really did think Miaris had a coin flip chance. But the real reason was because of the unpopularity of the Democratic Party, right? Like the one thing that is different from 2017 to this year is the Democratic Party is more unpopular generically as a brand than the Republican Party is. We just saw it in the new NBC News poll. A majority of Virginia voters who showed up to the polls had a unfavorable view of the Democratic Party. That turned out not to be a headwind at all, and I thought it might be.
Well, again, I think it's the negative partisanship that you guys have been talking about all night here. It's not so much that they're voting for the Democratic nominee, except for maybe at the top of the ticket in Virginia with Abigail Spanberger, but more that this is a referendum on Trump right now. And I'm looking right now at especially the lieutenant governor margins in Virginia, because that's more of a traditional straight line partisanship vote right now. And I believe Hashmi has about 54% right now, which again, I see that not as a vote of confidence in Democrats, but more of a punishment for the Trump administration, especially Virginia, that's been hit so hard by the policies.
Yes. No, I think there's no other way to interpret sort of this call it a sort of Democratic determination, enthusiasm. I don't know what you want to call the turnout reasoning, rationale, but they seem pretty determined to send some message to Trump.
Yep.
In some
Right. They're holding their nose and voting for Democrats, not because they want to, but because it's against Trump.
That's the alternative, right?
Yeah,
If
it's a
you wanna
binary
send a
choice.
message, it's
That's
a binary
it.
choice.
Yeah,
Kirk
that's
Beto.
Thanks, Kurt.
You get a couple hours sleep. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We got a couple of new guests to bring in. We've got Julia Manchester. She's a national political reporter over at The Hill, and an old friend of mine who made his did a little bit of the newsletter business back before it was cool. Phil Lentz. I knew him when he was doing Crane's New York Insider. He's been a lobbyist, political advisor. He's a PR guy, and he's a big New York City expert, if you will. So I think we're going to bring Phil in. But Julia, we'll start with you. So what's your lead right now?
Well, I was actually just texting with a Republican donor before I came on, and I got this text that said tonight was a nuclear disaster for the party of Lincoln. Wow. I think Republicans are feeling somewhat nervous, to put it lightly, because of the results in New Jersey as well as in Virginia. I'm hearing in Virginia in particular, because Jason Miyares was unable to defeat Jay Jones, that Abigail Spanberger's coattails were just that long. That's making a lot of Republicans nervous, particularly in suburban areas. And that goes for New Jersey as well. New York City, maybe a different scenario. We know that House Republicans in particular have been telegraphing for quite some time that they are going to make Zohran Mamdani the boogeyman, if you will, of Democrats going into the midterms. President Trump seems somewhat excited about that prospect as well. It'll be interesting to see how those two get along. But right now, I think some initial nervousness from Republicans a year out from the midterms.
I would just
yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if you're looking for what Republicans will say tomorrow, what Julia just said is it, right? Which is, I think, well, okay, it wasn't great, but Zohran Mamdani, do you know what I mean? Like, I really do think that, because it's not a good night for them. You got to spin it the way you can't just not go out there. But Julia's exactly right. Like, I mean, I think if you look at the night, the best thing that appears to be coming out of it for Republicans is you have a guy who is a avowed Democratic socialist who 2/3 of the public knew before the election, right? NBC did a poll, 68% of people had an opinion about him, who is now going to be the mayor of the biggest and most high profile city in the country. I don't know that Mamdani is the sort of silver bullet that solves these problems. That Brandon was talking about, the mismatch, but like two electorates, the midterm and off-year electorate versus a presidential electorate. But I do think that's probably sort of how they spin it.
Let's bring in my man, Phil Lentz. I think we got our technical issues sorted out. Like I said, longtime New York, we just lost
he's
him
gone.
Again. Well, that
Lentz
happens.
is gone. We're trying to make Lentz a thing.
Yeah, we are. He is now
we can only do so much.
The elusive one. Julia, let me go back to you, which is this this could, I look at the Mamdani, the attempt to make Mamdani a big negative. And that is, he seems to almost embrace it. And he's always got a smile on his face. He seems really, I get you want to he's Hugo Chavez or he's Fidel Castro. And you're like, no, he's not. He's this guy that's
happy warrior.
Happy warrior eating, halal from a street vendor trying to save a couple of bucks. I mean, I think he's going to be harder to demonize than they think.
Absolutely. And I think part of the reason why it's so hard to demonize him is because he's such a good communicator. And, like President Trump in many ways, I mean, they obviously have very different styles, but they both are able to connect with what some people say is the everyday Americans, the everyday man on the street, if you will. I think the difference, though, with Mamdani versus President Trump, and I think Mamdani made this case yesterday, as he's been making throughout the campaign. He pointed to the endorsements that Andrew Cuomo got from Elon Musk and Donald Trump as saying, look, this is us against the establishment. It's not even, I don't even know if Mamdani looks at this as Democrats versus Republicans. I think he legitimately views this as, the everyday person, us against against the establishment. I'd be very interested to see how many Trump Mamdani voters we see coming out of tonight. AOC had that, had a very similar question coming out of 2024. So that will be interesting. But I guess looking at the Democratic Party and the takeaways as a whole tonight, I think there's going to be a lot of soul searching, maybe to an extent, among Democrats, because here you have in New York City this win from Mamdani, this Democratic socialist, but then you have two moderate Democrats who both flipped seats when they came to Congress in 2018 in Virginia and New Jersey, who, couldn't be farther apart from Mamdani on the Democratic Party spectrum. And the question is, how do Democrats chart that path forward, or are there two paths to chart forward? I think that's the question.
That's right. It's the fight. It's the fight.
Is it a tent? Is it a big tent?
How big is the tent?
How big is the tent?
Yep. Well, let's let Julia go so she can go do her.
She's got to write her
thing.
lead.
Yeah,
exactly.
She has to do actual work. Unlike us who just talk. Julia, you rock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Hey, I wanted to can I note one nerdy thing real quick while we're waiting? If we're trying to get Phil, if Phil comes up, interrupt.
Who knows if this? Yeah.
Phil also I think is like a part-time rock band guy too. So it's for all we know, he's streaming.
He's playing a show somewhere. Exactly. I want to. Can you, Lauren? Can you pull up my screen? I just want to go nerdy real quick. The Jersey City mayor's race.
Oh yeah, McGreevey.
So can you see this, Chuck? There's McGreevey. Yeah. So for people who don't know,
it's gonna be a runoff, right?
It's gonna be a runoff for sure. And right now, he looks like he's going to make the runoff. Right. It's obviously there's still vote to count. But for people who don't know, I assume do we want to do the quick McGreevey backgrounder? He was the mayor of Woodbridge, right? Is that the right town?
That sounds right. Yeah.
And
Woodbridge
then
Mayor Jim McGreevey wins the governorship.
Big rising star, and then he does one of the most remarkable things I've ever seen. He comes out. My truth is that I am a gay man, right? That
he was married at the time.
He was married to a woman. This is for context. This is the early 2000s, right, Jeffrey?
This is before even the referendums that all hit no for against
before
same-sex
04,
marriage. So we were in a different era, and it was he didn't just come out because he wanted to. He came out because it was opposition research was getting dropped on him, and it was sort of like you had to get in front of this before it was going to be done for him. It's a
remarkable kind of comeback because that's 25 years ago, Chuck.
But
we're old.
In some ways, it's nice to see him being judged on whether or not he can be a good mayor of Jersey City.
And I thought what David Wildstein of the New Jersey Globe said earlier, that this is the best McGreevey has been. McGreevey was a gifted candidate. Just with at the time, a secret he felt he couldn't tell.
He's also kind of like a state policy nerd, and I say that as a compliment.
Totally. We mean that complimentary.
The budget in a ways that many didn't, and this was this is what he always wanted to be, was governor of New Jersey, and then it all got upended for him. But hey,
it just shows you there are comebacks in life.
Is it Jersey City? Jersey City Mayor Jim McGreevey running for governor again?
I know. Hey, and I have one question for Jeffrey and Chuck while we have a slight lull.
Yeah.
I'm just pulled this up. I hope you guys can see it, Lauren. I hope we're still sharing. Spanberger plus 13, basically. Jay Jones plus 4. Hashmi plus 9. Does that make sense to everybody? Is that sort of, like that margin? That suggests to me that the Spanberger dragging certainly Jones over the line. Like if Spanberger wins by 6, you presume Jones loses, just given those numbers. Is that, Jeffrey, is that in line with your sense?
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right. If Spanberger is ahead by just like 12.6 and Jones is basically ahead by almost 4, you're talking about just shy of 9 points in difference.
Yeah.
And that, I said at the start of the show, I felt like 8 was sort of the number I'd had in my head. That's about as wide, I think, a gap as you're going to see in this day and age in terms of getting voters to split their tickets. And the problem for Mayorkas was that it was too good of a Democratic night. And to Kirk's point, the lieutenant governor's race might actually be the best sort of indicator of just the broader mood, because people
I'll pull that up. Go ahead.
as engaged with that. And Hashmi's up by about 9. That's probably what she's going to win by, is about 9 percentage points. And based on what Patrick Ruffini was talking about, I mean, that's close to the sort of swing that he was sort of getting at. Virginia voted about 7 points more Democratic. The overall national environment's roughly D+3. So you would expect something around 10. And here's Hashmi winning by about 9.
And I just put the swing. I just put the swing map up so you can see the difference between 21 and 25 in the LG race.
Yeah, which was Winsome Earl Sears in the 2021 race. I actually also, because I think it is just kind of fascinating, if we don't have anybody coming on for a second, I went, Lauren, if you could share mine. I finally was able to bring this up. I had it prepped and was waiting for an opportune time to
let's do it.
Use it tonight. But
this is a good one.
Yeah, like basically how far below Spanberger was Jones running. And what is interesting is that, maybe it makes sense. A lot of places that are Democratic leaning and have high education, so people were maybe more likely to be sort of highly engaged voters who were listening to the news, hearing about this,
aware of the tech scandal and all that.
Yes, exactly. Aware of it. Roughly a 13-point, Spanberger doing about 13 points better than Jones in terms of margin in Albemarle County around Charlottesville.
And Northern Virginia.
Arlington, 14.5 points different. Those are two of the largest ones. Henrico, 11.5 or so.
Which is like Richmond suburbs for people who don't know.
Exactly. Yeah. And then Virginia Beach City, which was about 11 as well. And Virginia Beach is interesting because it has some of that same quality. It's also heavy military population and veterans, a lot of people. You see, Virginia Beach is a swingy place, and Spanberger carried it. And Jones lost it. And I think Hashmi in the end narrowly lost it.
But Jeffrey,
yes,
I mean, the fact that if you can now lose Virginia Beach and win statewide, what does that say?
I know.
Yeah, by 9. And she's down by about 1.5 in Virginia Beach, which really says something about Northern Virginia's voting power. I mean, at the end of the day,
there's a little bit of that, but if you're that first of all, they're going to remap all the districts, so it may not matter.
Yep.
But I would look at that second congressional district.
That's true.
And maybe if you're a Republican, you're like, it's survivable. Even in a bad
Democrats have a lot more hoops to jump through to redistrict Virginia. So
yes,
just so you know, Jeffrey, I had Don Scott on, the speaker. I said, "What are you doing? 2 seats?" And he was like saying he thought he could get.
I think they're looking at 9-2. That's which is amazing. Very aggressive. But here we are in this moment where
you might as well be aggressive.
Yeah. All right, let's do some more numbers here. We got Nathaniel Rakich. He's the senior editor.
Woo!
Rakich, sorry.
Hey guys.
Senior editor
How's
and
it going?
senior elections analyst at Base
I know
Ballot.
you.
Big Substack that people should be subscribing to. And we also have
Thanks,
Logan
Chuck. It
Phillips.
is not a big Substack at all, but I appreciate it.
It will be after tonight, my friend.
That's right. We got Logan Phillips, founder of Race to the White House. Welcome to both of you, gentlemen. Nathaniel, look, you got a cheerleading section here from there. So
Jeffrey and I worked together for a long time at 538. So it's a reunion.
I haven't heard of that. What is 538?
Well, hey, apparently there were a lot. We had a little discussion in the 538 alums chat about this, but apparently there were Google searches for 538 were up because people were like, "Oh, it's an election. I should check out," and then they probably found out the bad
news. Can I get on my quick 538 hobby horse? Because Jeffrey and I have talked about this on and offline. Have they made the pages that just had the old historic polling data available?
No, so we had a project page, which was right. So all of our interactives were on like a specific page that unfortunately has been taken down. Our articles are still up, which is good. But yeah, you can't go back and access the old forecasts, the old polling averages.
It's just so dumb. It's so dumb. Like I know I'm not trying to rail against corporate owned media or whatever, although they have done most of the people on this call. Although they have done most of the people on this call dirty at one point in their lives. But it's just dumb. Put up the old interactive stuff. No one can. It costs you no dollars to do. Okay. Anyway,
but it might cost $5 or something. I don't know. Anyway.
Rakich, let me start with this. How'd polling do this cycle?
Yeah, so it looks like polling underestimated Democrats, which is not a thing that we have said a lot in recent years, which is interesting. I think in particular in New Jersey, right? And the last I saw there, it was like a 13-point gap.
I'll
I don't know
pull it up.
what the
Yeah.
latest is.
And by the way, in
obviously
defense
that's a
of
race where,
everybody underestimating Jersey, the history of Jersey polling is always underestimating Republican. I mean, that has been universal for my 3 decades doing this. So it's truly a remarkable trend that in New Jersey in particular, that there was an underperformance, perhaps an overcorrection.
Yeah, and it looks like in Virginia, obviously, also it looks like the Democratic candidates are going to do a little bit better, I think, within an acceptable range of polling error there. But if the score in New Jersey holds,
57-43 right now, Nathaniel. 57-43 right now, with 75% in.
And I think our sort of live projection on that is something more like 10. I haven't looked recently though, so I'm checking. Yeah, it's like 9, a little over 9 in the end, but who knows? Roughly 10. Let's call it 10.
Yeah, I mean that's a significant win.
I mean, that would be roughly the same as the polling error underestimated Schiaparelli, right, last time out, right?
Yes.
So I guess that's a good parable for the fact that people think they can predict the direction of polling error in advance, but you really can't.
Nathaniel, we love it. We love to see it because we've said that so many times.
Dude, I gotta be honest. I haven't
And it
seen.
kept
I
on
haven't
coming
seen.
up. Obviously, like when Trump is on the ballot, it does seem like there is something about his supporters that pollsters are really still struggling to capture.
Yeah,
Polls in 2024 did not do as badly as they did in 2020 and in 2016, but they still underestimated Trump to some degree. But it should be noted, I think, that in years when Trump has not been on the ballot, so 2018 and 2022 both had very accurate polls. And in this case, it looks like the polls are actually underestimating Democrats. And so I really think that people need to kind of hold their horses about exactly maybe just like being like, oh, well, you can just add a couple points for Republicans onto any polling average, because that's not necessarily how it works. On the flip side, like it does go to show like how hard polling is, right? Like they've gone to so much work to try to make inroads with these Trump voters who are really very anti-institution, and even more so than most voters when you pick up a phone call or go and get an email to fill out a poll, they're like, no, I'm not doing this. This is affiliated with some university or media outlet that I hate. But in an environment like this, it's hard to capture the amount of presumably anti-Trump energy that's out there and the pro-democratic environment. We also saw this with in the New York City mayoral primary. The polls really underestimated Mamdani. And when there is that kind of upswelling of grassroots support, especially among voters who don't normally turn out in these types of elections, it's just really hard to predict that. Pollsters are only as good as the likely voter models that they put together.
Well, let me follow up on New York. And Lauren, if you want to just go to my shared screen, I've got the New York race up because it looks like we've got believe it or not, there's already nearly 2 million votes counted. So this is something.
New York City is fast. What happened? It's
I
the
know.
greatest
I'm like,
thing that has ever happened.
What has happened? I'm like, I can't believe it.
We are in the upside down.
It is. We are living in bizarro world, or Stranger Things does start in a month, right?
Totally. It's
It
remarkable.
is coming. It is remarkable that we've got all this in. So you brought up underestimating Mamdani during the primary. I have believed 50%. To me, the story tonight was not going to be Mamdani winning or losing. Could he break 50? And right now he looks like he's on track. It's just narrowly 51. Yep. I think what polling couldn't figure out was Cuomo. I feel like the Mamdani number was fairly consistent in the public polling I saw. What was all over the map was Sliwa and Cuomo.
Yeah, I think that
Logan, go ahead. Logan, go ahead and take that. Sorry,
okay.
Sorry, Logan, go ahead. No, not at all.
Yeah, I think this is the thing that was likely to always happen at the end of the race when Cuomo was so far ahead of Sliwa in the polls, is that the vote consolidated in Cuomo's favor coming to the end. But look, even in the head-to-head polling, with the exception of 1 or 2 polls, Mamdani was always ahead of Cuomo, and Sliwa was still taking enough that it's a clear victory for Mamdani here. This is always what we tend to see in 3 or 4 person races, right? Is voters are usually pretty smart and they're going to narrow down to the options that can win. I actually think Sliwa ran a really good race in the final stretch in these debates to hold off that effect to a great deal. And if he didn't do that, he'd probably be at like 2 or 3% right now.
I thought he closed as well as you could given the resources he had.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
It is. Nathaniel, one quick question. We talked about Chuck and I and Jeffrey talked about this way at the beginning, which feels like 7 hours ago, but wasn't 7 hours ago. About
3.
Exactly. The Mandani thing, there were these two competing storylines, polling wise. One was he's running away with it. He's going to win with 56, 57% of the vote. And one was there's this Cuomo surge, largely based around the Atlas Intel poll, that showed it. Okay, so it's 51-42. Who was right?
Well, interestingly, Nathaniel, I know he was talking to you, but I would just say that in a way, the polls as a whole were kind of right, because I think at the end it was by about 11 in terms of the margin, and here we are, Mamdani up by 9, 10 percentage points. Now the percentages there, though, let's not give them if you're going off of the percentage support in the polls, that's where maybe it's a little bit dicier, and that again gets back to it's like Mamdani at 44, he's a little over 50. Cuomo at 34, about 41. Sliwa at 18, not so much.
Right.
But I think that.
Right.
But if you wanted to think about Sliwa as almost like the third party candidate in this race, we've seen a lot of. I mean, as Logan was pointing out, we've seen a lot of third party candidates. Usually, it's not someone from a major party, but nonetheless, someone sliding at the end. It just I don't know. It reminds me a little bit of. I don't know. Ross Perot came to my mind probably because 19% is what Pro actually won in 1992, but was polling higher.
Well, and clip that we played earlier from the Newsgirls where they went out to Staten Island, Jeffrey, where, it's like a lot of people being like, oh, I kind of like Sliwa, but like he has no chance of winning is to Logan's point, right? Like it's just, people are practical. That's why third party stuff is so hard. It's like, unless you can show, I guess Sliwa is the Republican, but effectively the third party candidate
in New York City.
Unless you can show real viability early enough that people take it seriously, people don't like to throw away their vote. They just or feel like they're throwing away their vote. That is a human nature thing. Like
it's almost like what you see in primaries, I would say, is almost a better way to think of this, right? That's where you see voters a little more freewheeling and they consolidate between the candidates that have a shot to win. And we saw that in the first round, right? Like Zoran picked up a lot of support from people that didn't like Cuomo from Lander, and then especially from everyone else whose numbers were way below what the polling suggested. And it makes sense because they were looking at the polls for a lot of these voters who aren't as engaged. They looked at the polls for the very first time on election day. Maybe they told a pollster something else if they happened to be called and they answered the call. But they looked at it for the very first time on election day and decided, okay, this candidate I was going to support has no chance. Okay, so I'm going to vote for this guy instead.
And I pulled up at Chuck's request. Chuck, I think, Lauren, if we can switch to it, let's just do one quick one on here. This is not one.
We're going to do a bunch of other mayor's races, but
just to note this one because it does have a national connection. We did not expect Corey Bowman, who you may not know, but is the half brother of a guy named J.D. Vance, who's the vice president of the United States. We did not expect Corey Bowman to win, but he, in fact, did not win. Chuck, do you want to do 2 seconds?
No, and it was sort of a even larger landslide.
He didn't win by a lot.
No. It is. And that's the thing. It's like when people were looking for, is there any trends to watch in mayor's races and stuff? And some of these, they're not.
It's
and
tougher.
This was one of them. And I'm guessing being in a Democratic city and having...
I don't know if J.D. Vance is very popular in Cincinnati.
Yes, it's
proper.
not
proper.
necessarily.
That's right, not the suburbs of Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Cincinnati
City.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just wanted to note that one while we.
No,
while
it
we
was. I've had a few questions about it. Going, are you guys going to cover Cincinnati? It's like, well, it's kind of over, but let me bring it up. Yeah.
Hey, Nathaniel, before I know we have to let people go eventually. I was curious if any of the Texas propositions, if you had been looking at any of those. Because I know you do love a good ballot measure. So
Nathaniel,
I do. I actually hadn't been looking at them. So okay,
I'm just looking. I'm looking
so
at.
They are going to deny bail for violent offenders. Okay.
And then Chuck, there were a couple other ones.
And then I think 12 was the other interesting one.
Well, there was parental rights, which
Let me see if I can find parental rights. Hold on.
And parental rights is going to pass fairly large, but it really actually, I think it's a legal landmine, whatever they're doing here, because what's the line?
It's the first of its kind. Yeah.
Right. In theory, it's about transgender issues. It was sort of the motivation for it.
Is it 12?
But it's, I believe it's, hang on, it's on my watch screen. Let me get my watch screen up. It's, I believe,
not 12.
15.
The one about the
I think it's
Judicial
15.
Got it.
Go ahead and pull up
15.
prop
Okay.
15.
I'll find it. Keep talking.
And it just, when you read the full prop.
Here it is. I got it.
Yeah. When you read the prop, you're sitting there going, boy, this has got so many, shall we say, loopholes in it that feel like you could drive a legal truck through, if you will. It would provide the parents to, quote, have the right to, quote, exercise care, custody, and control of the parent's child, including the right to make decisions concerning the child's upbringing and the responsibility to, quote, nurture and protect the parent's child.
Yeah.
Now, look, there's people that have religious beliefs that want to marry off their kids at 14 and 15. How is that going to fit in something like this? I mean, I think this is opening the door to a lot more. I understand I think I get what was motivating about this. Methinks they may have opened up a quagmire of uncomfortable legal challenges. Where they're going to be defending the rights of something that they're not going to feel comfortable defending.
Totally. Nathaniel, we got to let you and Lauren go in one sec, but I do want to ask, I was always taught politically that when it comes to ballot initiatives and referenda, you're better off with no as your preferred option than yes, because people will be like, I don't know what the hell any of this is. I just vote no. Is that still true, broadly speaking?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, exactly. There's this thing called status quo bias, where if people kind of aren't sure what to do about how to vote in a ballot measure, they're just gonna be like, you know what? Better safe than sorry. Let's just keep things the way that they are. And so they do tend to vote for no. My kind of default is that in polls of ballot measures, I just assume that roughly the entire undecided vote is going to go to no. So if a ballot measure starts off at like 55% in the polls or 60%, that's a good place to be, because it can even take like some hits, which often end up being the case. But if a ballot measure starts at like 45, I think that's a bad sign for them, even though often those people will argue that, we still have a chance.
You've actually just described how I vote, and if I don't understand the
of course,
I'm like, I'm no. It's one of those you just,
My wife was like, there was a bond measure on the Virginia ballot. I mean, that's the thing. If you don't know anything about it, you're like, we're going to spend money. I'm against that.
Look, there is
I just want to make a plug real quick for race to the White House, because I use it all the time. It's racetothewh.com. I use it. I mean, it's bookmarked. I use it, if not daily, almost daily. So I just want to say personally, thank you for the site. And we said this, but what Nathaniel is doing, the 538 explosion.
Diaspora. Diaspora.
Diaspora is the word I was looking for.
It's diaspora.
I'm not happy that a big media company decided to get out of a really smart group of people doing great journalism, but I am happy that we have an independent world where these people can do well. Go support Lauren. Go support Nathaniel. Go support Skelly, though he probably doesn't need it as much. But go support all of us. He's got that Decision Desk HQ cash. Go support them, because we need it. Like, support people. I always say support the kind of journalism you want to see in the world. Sorry for my rant. I will get to let you guys go.
Hey, Chris. I'm honored. It's great to hear. And, I told this to Jeffrey when I met him a few weeks ago. So for you too, Nate, 538 is a huge part of the reason why I exist. I learned and taught myself a lot of this based off what you guys wrote, especially when Nate Silver first got started and he showed all his cards. So it was a little easier to produce and then create my own version of it. But I've been reading everything you guys have been writing for a long time. So I'm very honored to hear that. Thank you.
Awesome.
Hey, Nathaniel,
Thanks,
it was
man.
great to have you guys on.
Thanks, dude.
And you've made it easier to do this. Let me
I think
bring
we
in our
might be
next
going
guest.
back to New York here, by the way.
Well, we got Mikey Cheryl. We're going to have Mikey Cheryl's victory speech. I think we're going to try to get that on. And we're also going to bring in the chief author of the Almanac of American Politics, our good friend, Sweet Lou Jacobson.
Sweet Lou!
And we're going to bring back Ren and Mabel of the News Girls fame.
Man.
But while you guys are in, we want to get to some Michael Cheryl here in a minute. And everybody will be able to comment a little bit as we hear her speak. But we will be disruptive there. I know Ren and Mabel are at a Democratic Socialist Watch Party. So I don't want to step on you because I think we're about to get Mikey Cheryl. Here we go.
There she is.
Knocked over 60,000 doors. Akeem told me these are not the kids who will succeed in Trump's vision of this country, but they will in mine. The men and women in labor. At a union jobs, at a time when our economy is set up to make it harder and harder for working people. You know what? They don't just fight for their brothers and sisters in labor. They fight for all of us. For working families everywhere, so everyone has a shot. So thank you. Thank you to each and every person here tonight and across the state who's worked hard over the last year. Thanks to the thousands of volunteers who made millions of calls, texts, and canvases. To everyone who's ready to stand and demand a better future for our kids and our families. To my running mate, Dr. Dale Caldwell.
I couldn't have named Dale Caldwell as her running mate if my life depended on it. That's a Lou Jacobson Jeffrey thing.
Yeah,
I didn't either.
If even Lou didn't know, then I feel better.
For New Jersey. To my team, who put together a campaign the likes of this state has never seen, and helped in our efforts to create a great future for New Jersey. And thanks to my family. Who put up with missed soccer games, lacrosse games, football games, volleyball games, swim meets, and rugby games. All to put up with this, so thank you. And a special thanks to my husband, Jason. Through 4
Looks like he
kids,
played safety for the
2
Giants.
dogs, a hamster, numerous goldfish, 5 campaigns, an insurrection, and 2 impeachments. You have been a truly amazing partner.
Well, we like to give you a little taste. We're not
Yeah.
going to linger in it as long as our friends in Legacy Media will, and nothing wrong with that. No judgment there, but we know why you tuned into this live stream. But
It's
I always
for
think
Lou
it's
Jacobson. Let's be
it
honest.
is for Lou, but it's also for the stars of this live stream. Let's be honest, it's Ren and Mabel.
Yes, Ren and Mabel.
You got the
Hashtag
Cuomo,
news girls.
the Cuomo killing, the grandmother killing Cuomo voter, right? Like none of us are going to get over that. You're at a watch party. It's a Mandani victory. It's not a blowout, okay? It is a good win for him. I look at that Cuomo number and think, oh, wow, imagine if there was more unity around the anti-Mandani vote there a little bit. I don't think we should underestimate that. Yeah. But this is still, Mamdani looks like he's going to get over 50, which is symbolically it matters. What's the atmosphere like where you are?
We are in Brooklyn right now, like basically at this club called Nowadays, and we just basically got here when it was called that Mamdani won, and you can see
There's thousands of people here. And
Yeah.
More trickling in.
the cheering, the energy is crazy.
Electric.
Everyone is so excited, and right now we actually have a sheik who's the co-chair of the DSA here with us to kind of talk to us about what Zoran's policies could look like and how being a democratic socialist is just so different than being a Democrat, but what policies might overlap. So
awesome.
we have him here with us. We can give you this.
Hey, man.
Thanks so much for having me.
And he won't be able to hear you guys. Yeah, so he
No
won't
worries.
be able to
We
hear
trust you.
but
You got.
We
You
trust
guys
you,
do
ladies.
it. You go.
Pass it on.
Take it away.
Okay, so Sheik, how are you feeling?
Incredible. We're just over the moon. So much hard work went into this, really for years. Like even before Zoran launched his campaign, we've been building this movement. New York City DSA has been, building power from the bottom up year after year. Zoran comes out of a block of people in state assembly. He's been in government for 4 years, kind of just doing the work in local government at the state level. So this is just, really, bearing fruit after many years of, tending the seeds.
And so obviously Zoran ran on the Democratic Party ticket, but he is also a Democratic Socialist. Can you explain to the audience what is the difference between those two?
Sure. Yeah. So Zoran is both, and when we run candidates from DSA, mostly they do run as Democrats in the primaries. And we want to expand democracy at every part of society. The United States, after many gains of the past century, of progressive movements, of working class movements, a lot of those gains have been chipped away for many decades under attack by the right wing, and the corporate power has become so powerful, inequality has become so extreme, and a lot of what we're representing as democratic socialists are things that used to be squarely in the base of the Democratic Party. So many voters who voted Democrat year after year, decade after decade, have not, felt like the government is representing them, whether it's a Republican or Democratic administration in power at the federal level of government or in local politics. Most people are just checked out of politics. So what Zoran is talking about, universal child care, fast and free buses, freezing the rent, these are things that, decades ago, many people felt the Democratic Party was fighting for them, was, standing with labor unions, with worker power, and they haven't felt that for a long time. So many people are so excited now because they see this as a fighting alternative to what's happening in this country with Donald Trump and the rise of the far right. People are really hungry for, they want to see people fighting to win a society that works for everybody.
And basically, kind of just our last question. Obviously, the party is called Democratic Socialist Party, and the term socialism scares so many people, even Democrats.
Yeah.
Is there a misconception that you can clear up for everyone who's watching as Zoran becomes mayor? What does he actually stand for?
Yeah, so, Zoran has communicated very powerfully, and he often refers to socialism in an American tradition. Martin Luther King Jr. Said, whether you call it, democratic socialism or something else, there has to be a better distribution of wealth that works for everybody in this country. All of God's children deserve, a fighting chance to live. I'm paraphrasing Martin Luther King Jr. Zoran does a much better job. But, it's making the point that, this in the past, it was squarely within, the Big Ten of American politics. There was many decades of, kind of very active suppression of what this politics represented. And we really want to emphasize the democratic part, which is about expanding democracy in every part of our lives, whether it's in our government. We're in an increasingly undemocratic society. People's hard-won rights to vote and be represented are being chipped away. It's just we want to make the government more responsive to the needs of all people, and also in our workplaces. Like, most people have very little say over the conditions of their jobs. Labor unions used to be much more powerful in the United States. So what Zoran is representing is, just expanding democracy in every sense.
Yeah.
And that's why millions of people are so excited to have him as mayor now.
Well, we will let you go celebrate.
Yeah.
Congrats on the victory. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
That was terrific, Ren and Mabel. I really appreciate you doing that. There's always a honeymoon period, and then there's a hangover. What do you sense, you're a New York City resident, what do you sense his first real test is going to be?
Oh, that's hard. That is a hard one. I guess just what he does with housing, right? That there's 3 or 4 out of the propositions on the ballot had to do with housing. He's talking about freezing the rent. What is he going to do about that, since that's what everyone is kind of waiting to see? And that is something that's in his control. Obviously, he's talking about raise the taxes, but we know he has to work with the governor's office on that. So what does he do with the rent? That's something that we can probably see in the next year. So
right.
Yeah.
That's a tangible. He needs an early win, right? You got to find an early win.
Where rubber meets road, too.
Yeah, and if it doesn't seem like
he's
he has
made
a
a lot of
mandate
promises.
based on if he hits the 50 or not, how willing will the state legislature and the governor be to really try to get what he wants to do across the finish line?
Well, that's for sure. Anyway, Ren and Mabel, you guys have been terrific tonight.
You guys
I know
rock.
you've been
Thank
running
you so much.
I think you hit every. Did you hit every borough
Not
today?
Queens and the Bronx. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Almost,
All right. Well, we'll get
thank
those
you
reports
guys, and
on
we're gonna
tomorrow's
get
live
their-
stream.
and we're
For
going to
sure.
get their reports that they
We'll be
did
back.
earlier in the show. We will get them on my YouTube, Chuck's YouTube, Instagram, etc. So you can see. You guys, thank you. I've sent you an email.
Thank you guys.
And I will. We plan to have you on the ToddCast, hopefully in the next couple of weeks. Our home and away. I did yours. You got to do mine. So it'll be great to see you.
We'll be there. We would love it.
All righty.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so
Bye.
much. Bye now.
And in one of the strangest transitions ever, we go from the news girls to Sweet Lou Jacobson, the man, the myth, the legend. You can't see it, and I can't turn my monitor enough, but I have my full collection of almanacs of American politics right here, right by my side. You can see them behind Lou. Lou,
excellent.
Lou does 1,000 jobs, but one of the newest things he does is he has the Almanac of American Politics Substack, which I love because honestly, one of the things they're doing, and this is nerdy, I will admit, but one of the things they're doing is going through the new Texas districts at post map, which is fascinating. And one other quick redistricting thing, we talked about Sharice Davids earlier, Chuck, in Kansas.
Yeah.
Apparently the Kansas legislature is not going to redraw the map now. So Sharice Davids, at least for now, Sharice Davids' seat is safe and she won't run for the Senate. Anyway.
Interesting. Well, Senator, it's
That
Roger
just
Marshall
broke,
that's up,
Roger
right?
Marshall is happy.
Yes, Roger Marshall is the happiest Republican senator tonight. Yeah.
Lou, what do you make of what do you make of what we're seeing? I mean, you're someone who has a view over all of this stuff, and we've Mamdani you can't really take out, but it's New York City, Virginia, New Jersey, the public service commissioner races in Georgia, the retention races in Pennsylvania for judge. What's your 50,000 foot?
So I was doing some math before, and it really the scale of Democratic improvements are quite notable. I think I looked at Virginia. In a lot of the big counties there, Democratic performance compared to the 2021 governor's race, that's when they lost, 10 to 15 points better in a lot of those places, even compared to the 2024 as well. Virtually every county in Virginia has shifted blue. A few haven't, but most have, including some very red counties. I saw that Spanberger's margin might end up being the biggest Democratic win for a Virginia governor in 40 years. And right now there's close to a dozen GOP incumbents who are losing their seats in the state house. So seems like
they could get to 60. They're going to get up to 60 in the
I think
the
they're
House
on
of
course
Delegates.
for 60.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, 60. No, it could be as much as like 63.
That's
I mean, Lou, just so you can see this,
That's
you can
called
see
a
this.
that's a blue
blowout.
wave.
Yes,
That's a blue
Yeah.
wave in Virginia. Let's
And-
call it what it is. This
and-
was a blue wave in Virginia.
And look at that map. To Lou's point, what you're looking at there, folks, is the swing between the movement between 2021 and 2025, county by county. The
Every
bigger
county.
the blue arrow, the bigger the move.
And do you look? Some of this is because there's not as big of a Republican turnout in rural counties. How much of this is increased Democratic vote versus decreased Republican base vote?
I haven't looked at it enough to know for sure. I think it's a combination. I think it's both persuasion and turnout. We'll see once all the numbers are in, but I would suspect it's a combation of both.
Yeah.
And then in terms of New Jersey, you're seeing a lot of the
I'll
same
pull that
thing.
up too.
Yeah. So I mean, a lot of the big counties that I checked this about an hour ago, so it's probably slightly out of date. But at the time, I was thinking the counties are like 50% counted or better, and you're seeing a lot of sort of 10-point shifts there. Not everywhere, and in some cases, it's like the early vote being counted more heavily or whatever. But definitely, across the board, Democratic improvements. You talked about the Georgia Public Service Commission, which is quite notable because, in the recent elections where the Democrats have been doing better in Georgia in federal races, Senate, and in the presidential races, they have consistently lost every statewide elected official on the state level. And that streak has now been broken. I think the last time was 2006.
Was the labor commissioner, right?
Michael Thurman.
Michael Thurman
We're
was the
such
last.
nerds.
Good memory.
Yeah.
Just the pulling of the Michael
Thurman was the
Thurman.
last statewide
He's running for governor again, I think.
Yes, he is.
Yep.
And then Pennsylvania, about a 2-1 margin last I checked in terms of the state
Retention
Supreme
votes.
Court retentions for the Democratic justices on that court. In writing the sort of lead essay for the Almanac this year, I called it the tennis serve election, because if you think about like a freeze frame photograph of a tennis player in the middle of their serve, you see the balls up in the air, but you don't know which direction it's going. Is it going up? Is it going down? That's sort of how I felt in the aftermath of the 2024 election, where you saw a lot of younger voters and a lot of minority voters shifting towards Trump. Would they be a permanently shifting or at least a long-term shifting group, or could they snap back in the midterms? This is really our first attempt to get real voter data in a number of races in the same day on that question, with Trump having been in office now for about 10 or 11 months. And the data seems to be indicating that they are snapping back. So we don't have direct comparisons because we have national exit poll data from 2024, and then we have state-based data, Virginia, New Jersey. But if you look at Latino vote in 2024, Harris got 51%. Cheryl and Spanberger are both getting 64% according to exit polls. If you look at younger voters, another group that really shifted towards the GOP in 2024, in 2024, Kamala Harris won 54% of the 18 to 29 group. Spanberger and Cheryl are getting 65 to 66%. So about a 10 point increase on the Democratic side. So it seems like that tennis ball is kind of coming back to where it was before, to use that sort of overused metaphor.
I prefer a pickleball metaphor, but I'll take a tennis metaphor. Lou, we are up on it. Thank you. I would encourage people. Lou is writing. I mean, Lou writes in a million places. He writes for PolitiFact for his day job, but he also does great work on a very new, I just recommended it on my Substack, the Almanac of American Politics Substack with Lou Jacobson. If you like this sort of stuff, you will like it. Lou, thank you, my friend.
Great. Thank you.
All right.
Great to see you, Lou. All right, let's bring in. We've got a mother load of smart people.
I mean, this might be the highest brain
this
level.
Is pretty high end, high
significant
stuff here.
Brain addition.
We got Adam Carlson, the founding partner of Zenith Research. We got Leon Sitt of Split Ticket. We got Mike Madrid of Grassroots Lab. So we got really high expectations for you guys. All right, the bar is super high. Look, we got our first spin from Donald Trump. The president has weighed in. And he just simply tweeted out a quote, very Trumpy here. It's a quote, and he says, Trump wasn't on, it's all in caps, Trump wasn't on the ballot and shut down were the two reasons that Republicans lost election tonight. And then it goes, according to pollsters. That's the Trump tweet. I don't know what else to say.
What great journalism.
Yeah.
Good way to cite your source.
It's
some pollsters are saying
this is what some pollsters are saying. This has nothing to do with me, Donald J. Trump. Thank you for your time on this.
Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Yes, thank you for your attention. I need to get that right. Well, let's dig into the numbers. We've been doing this all night. Adam, hit me. What's striking to you tonight?
I think just number one, the complete drubbing in Virginia. It is remarkable. And I'm not just talking about the big three statewide races, governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general, but every single competitive state house district has gone to Democrats so far that I've seen. Unless something's changed in the last 5 minutes. Like, we're talking about 60 plus seats from a pretty much an evenly divided chamber before.
I don't think they've had over. It's the largest. This interview with Speaker Scott. I think you got to go back to basically before there were Republicans in the South. Okay,
it's like before Reconstruction. Like, I don't know.
I mean, not quite, but like you got to go 40 or 50 years, right, Jeffrey?
It's off the top of my head, I would say it's probably something like the early 90s was the last time that they had early 90s, late 80s.
60, yeah.
I missed it by 120 years. That's fine.
No, but that's back. That was back still when even Republicans were still registered Democrats or behaving like Democrats. Yeah, and this is a different type of Democratic coalition, by the way, this time.
Yeah, and I think that Jay Jones winning comfortably, I think people will take the wrong message from that too, that like scandals don't matter, and
character doesn't count. Yeah.
He suffered a pretty steep penalty electorally. And that matters. I mean, people tend to focus too much on the winners and losers. The margins matter. I think people can take the wrong lessons from that by just looking at the winners and losers. Him winning, Spanberger carried him across the finish line. Let's be honest here.
Yes.
And I think there's no two ways about it. But it was such a blue wave. It didn't matter. It didn't matter how well of a campaign Mayoralty did. And even him explicitly saying, "Hey, vote for Spanberger and me," right? Like he was explicitly trying to make.
We talked about that this morning on social media. He was literally he put a guy up who was
smart.
"I voted for Abigail Spanberger." It's like that's all you need to know about Winsome Sears' chances.
I thought he
Trump
ran
stayed away from her too.
I thought he ran
a good campaign.
A pretty smart last month. Like that's how you try to win.
Yeah.
But we don't live. I also remind myself that we don't live in a pre-Trump world where we had a bit more. I mean, this polarized environment that we live in, right?
Yeah.
Is just jersey color matters more, right? It just means more.
It's the name on the front versus the name on the back. It's a cliche, but it's true. I think it's true.
Yeah.
I mean, anyway, sorry, Adam.
No, and I'm guessing that it's probably mostly independents who split their ballots, but sometimes the headwinds are just too great, and I think that's what happened there.
Yeah.
I think that I haven't dug too much into New Jersey yet, but that's not particularly close, even though some polling had it closing at the end, especially partisan polling. I think that we need to revisit how seriously we take partisan polling. It shows a much closer race than it actually is, with a bigger grain of salt. And I think that Cuomo did better than I expected in New York City.
Same.
Me too.
I think that should not be lost on people. I think that his Sliwa's numbers absolutely cratered at the end.
I think you can't say the Trump endorsement meant nothing.
Yeah, and I think that
I don't hold everyone off from Sliwa who was at all wavering. It was like, well, this is who Trump says we should vote for.
Yeah, and I don't know necessarily how much. I don't think it was necessarily Trump alone. I think that mattered, but I think that. Look at Staten Island, right, where that was supposed to be a two-way battle between Cuomo and Sliwa. If Sliwa was actually relevant in the race, Cuomo won by 30 some odd points, and that's just kind of that's the one last.
And Mandani is currently in second, just a point ahead of Sliwa. Amazingly,
right? I noticed that earlier too. I was wondering if that was going to hold.
It really shows you how Sliwa did crater. I mean, even
and Sliwa ran as good of a campaign as you can theoretically. He was hit the ground running, but people don't want to waste their votes. We saw this in the primary too, where even though it was ranked choice, people voted for Mandani or Cuomo in the first round.
Yeah.
And people don't want to throw away their votes in the general either. And the New York City Republican Party is very weak. And I think that if I were designing, I know he just won, but if I was designing an opposition candidate to Mandani in 2029, I have a lot of lessons I can learn from this race, being you cannot run both candidates. And you have to align early, and you need someone who is generally appealing to the business community, whether that's Jesse
or generally appealing.
Sure. You need some non-radioactive, Bill Ackman's not going to cut it, but you're going to need someone.
But the police commissioner,
anyway,
she would.
I've talked enough, but that's
we get it.
The police
Hey,
commissioner.
Leon, I was curious if you had any. I know you're sort of the mapping guy at Split Ticket, and I was curious if you had anything, or what have you noticed tonight that you thought was particularly compelling?
Yeah, I actually saw something posted by my colleague Max about the map, and if are we allowed to share our screen here?
Yeah, man.
You are.
Yes.
All right.
Well, if you share
Lauren
it,
will
Lauren
grab
will
your
Lauren
screen,
will
so
bring
it'll
it up.
take a second, but
All right. So the numbers are not, final, of course, and actually they're kind of wrong right now. I need to update it as more precincts come in. But look at the coalition that Cuomo has. It's a mix of Republicans, conservatives, but it also includes some of these European-style, fiscally conservative, socially liberal people in the center, high-income parts of Manhattan. And in opposition to that, you've got these really socially liberal and fiscally liberal voters that seem to have built up a critical mass to be able to get the first socialist mayor of a major city in 65 years. So that's kind of my understanding of the race right now, is that it's not just like the 1960s mayoral elections in New York. It's not exactly just a one-off. It might portend future trends in the American political landscape, where it's not really the dividing line isn't really anymore like social groups or cultural groups. It seems to be realigning mostly on ideology and culture. And culture, not in the sense of, the ethnic or demographic makeup of the area, but in sort of like, the social media preferences, the economic and, college education.
Why wouldn't you say that the way I would have said it was just simply we're more on class. We're back to class as the big division. It's not more so than anything, right? It's sort of where are you in the economic class?
Well, look at the Cuomo in that map, to Leon's point.
Yeah.
Look at Cuomo on Staten Island, and then look at then look at Brooklyn. I mean, it's like it's striking, right? I mean, it's that.
Yeah.
And Leon, I'm reading that map right. Right, the super dark blue there is bigger margin for Mamdani.
Absolutely.
Is that right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And I do want to bring up just a quick counter to what Chuck said. Some of the lowest income precincts are these Hasidic, precincts in Brooklyn and in Williamsburg. And it's not necessarily true that these urban professionals in Park Slope are lower income. I think it's more cultural now versus, literally your income grade.
And explain culture just a little bit more. Just like explain when you say culture, explain what you mean.
Yeah, it's more of like, in a way, it's class, but it's like class in the sense of
Perceived
like
class, almost?
perceived, exactly, your identity.
Yeah.
It's more identitarian than ever. For example, I think people in Park Slope and the Upper East Side, certainly they're not equal in income, but they're both way wealthier than most other precincts in the country. And then on the other hand, you have some of the more hipster neighborhoods in Bushwick and Williamsburg versus the Hasidic neighborhoods. These are polarized on identity more so than income, but definitely showing that New York is sort of being repolarized on a different axis, because in the Giuliani elections, it was the African American vote that powered the Democrats, even in their losses.
How did Cuomo do in the African American precincts?
Yeah, so there's actually an interactive version of this map, but just really quickly, it looks like Mamdani won the African American neighborhoods. With
That's
Cuomo
an
winning
important
some pockets.
development for Mamdani in order to govern.
Yeah, I was like right next to the heavily Hasidic Jewish ones right there in Brooklyn. I was like that a little lighter blue, but blue nonetheless. I was thinking
more east.
Yeah, I mean that's like Hakeem Jeffries, Yvonne Clark territory. That's,
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right. Before we get too lost in
we're
borough
deep into
politics,
neighborhoods.
we got Mike Madrid, who's like from a nation state here. Okay, he's in lovely California, the world's 4th largest economy.
Living the dream.
7:30 there.
It's early. That's true.
I'm actually in Mexico right now, so I'm not even enjoying the benefits.
Mike, who is that a portrait of behind you? Is that a Donald Trump portrait?
No, it's a portrait of Miguel Hidalgo, the founder of the Mexican independence movement. So
okay, cool. I couldn't see the head. Not that I would have known Miguel Hidalgo from his head, but thank you.
Well, we look a lot alike, so sometimes people think it's a self-portrait.
So Mike, look, take a step back. What lesson you taken away from tonight so far?
Well, let me first say it was a little bit unsettling to hear you guys talking about early New Jersey governor's races, because my first governor's race in New Jersey was the McGreevy-Schindler race in 2001.
Yes. So Jersey City mayor, right? Schindler?
Yeah, exactly. I felt even a little older than you guys because I was doing cycles before the big outing of McGreevy. So good to know a couple of his older guys are still in the business, still alive.
Yes.
The main concern I have of what's going to come out of this narrative, obviously a big Democratic night assessing what the size of the coalition is going to be, is there's already this kind of old, I would say, lazy trope about the Latino voter coming out again, right? There's very little evidence that Latinos were ever becoming more Republican. They were becoming less Democratic. And that's a very important distinction. Because look, I like Patrick Ruffini's work. We talk a lot about it. We've written books with very similar data, very different conclusions. I don't believe that there's a realignment, a racial realignment, as he would phrase it, at all going on. I think that's a really big sort of.
Well, first of all, you need to have something happen more than once, right?
Well, that's exactly right.
Call it a realignment. Yeah,
that's exactly right. What we're really witnessing is a de-alignment. There's a lot of Latino populism emerging. It's not that they're shifting party allegiances. They're moving away from both. And that's reflected in a lot of these turnout numbers. So when you look at Virginia, for example, tonight, I think those exit, you guys had 53, 63 were the numbers. That's a 13-point shift. That's big. That's a big retrenchment, a big return, or I should say a movement away from the Republicans to the Democrats. That's still not Obama numbers at 70. Like those days are basically gone, right? And that's okay, but you've got to understand that the coalition, and I don't even think it's the right way to say it's a Trump coalition. I just think it was a lot of people were hurting.
Aren't they just swing? I mean, can we
the incumbent party?
Mike, I've just, it's okay for us to call Latino voters swing voters. I mean, I think that's what's actually happening.
Right. They don't have to go from Democratic base to Republican base.
This is not, they're not second, third, and fourth generation. This is swing voters, and the working class voters in America, whether you're white, black, or Hispanic, you're swing voters. That's what I've taken away from the last few elections.
That's largely right, I would say. I think the one difference is, as opposed to, Latinos are the largest ethnic group in America now. We surpassed the black vote in 2020. Right. It's getting bigger all the time. Everybody says we're not monolithic because there's Cubans and Venezuelans and Mexican Americans, Puerto Ricans. The real commonality, though, is the blue collar culture.
Yes.
All of the data, even with all of the immigration stuff going on, immigration is still not a top 5 issues for Latino voters right now. It's affordability, it's healthcare costs, it's housing costs, it's all economic. And it's overwhelmingly, like I said, blue collar, largely a class issue. There are some cultural characteristics to blue collar voting. We can talk about that, later, maybe on another show sometime. But until the Democratic Party, I think, really hones and gets that message a little bit more refined, we're going to see this movement away from both parties. And notice I'm not saying to each party. I think this is a slightly different swing voter than we've seen before, because unlike soccer moms, where everybody was, trying to appeal to them on policy positions, Latinos are basically rejecting whichever party is in power. It's like a spurned voter more than a swing voter. And that's why that dummy mander question in Texas is a very real thing.
Yeah, I have a feeling that's coming.
That Republicans have in their mind that somehow this is a new part of their coalition is absurd. It's completely untested at best. It's unfounded, more likely, and I think they're making a very, very big mistake. So I think there's going to be probably a lot of really bad takes that will come out tomorrow related to this vote. To me, turnout is probably the most significant metric.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, being in California, it takes us like 80 years to get the final turnout numbers in.
Sometime after the new year, we'll have the turnout in California.
Hey, I want to be mindful of people, Simon. Adam, founding partner of Zenith Research, and Leon Sitt of Split Ticket. Thank you both. I cannot recommend what they do more highly.
We're going from one split ticketer to another here.
I know we are. Yeah. We're subbing out. Leon is subbing
Leon.
out. So thank you guys. We appreciate it. Mike, stick around for one more minute because we're
going to do a little California with you in a minute.
I want to bring in two folks. Laksha Jain of Split Ticket. Political data analyst and partner, and our friend Christopher Nicholas, founder of Eagle Consulting Group out of Pennsylvania. Now, Laksha, we want to start with you because we know you got a hard out, so we want to make sure we're mindful of that. Chuck, do you want to start there? I gotta answer one question I'm getting via email. So why don't you
start? Of course, and in fact, let me be the cliche and do the dad pun here. You work for something called Split Ticket. We didn't see any split ticketing.
Oh, I see what you did there. Yeah,
thank you very much. Yeah. Laksha, what's your big takeaway here?
On the whole, I think we have to just emphasize what a bad result this is for Republicans, number one, but also we spent a lot of 2023 and 2024 saying hey, these special election results, these off-cycle election results don't tell us anything about 2024 because the people who are going to vote in 2024, that's a very high turnout election. All those low propensity voters show up. Well, 2026 is not a presidential year. Mm-hmm. And on the evidence of tonight, the people that are showing up to vote in off-cycle elections are, once again, just like we saw in Wisconsin, just like we see tonight, they are very, very, very Democratic. Yep. And regardless of what happens with redistricting, this is a really bad environment for Republicans to the point where the House is basically a pipe dream if this type of thing continues.
Well, always depending though. I mean, this now makes this remap knife fight more relevant potentially for the GOP. No.
Actually, so Chuck, I would say one big flag for the Republicans is that Virginia could get redrawn now.
Yep.
Right?
Oh, it's going to get redrawn.
Yes. Yep.
They think they can get 3 seats. Yeah.
If they can get 3 seats, well, they're netting 7 between California and Virginia. If Virginia goes through, California is extremely likely to. They're also likely to get 1 more in Illinois. That gets them to 8. That more than cancels out the Republicans, especially because the Republicans struck a deal on Ohio. And so
unless the Voting Rights Act gets,
although I think it'd be hard to get those maps drawn.
Timing.
Hey, Louisiana's delaying their primary a month.
Yeah,
give
I mean,
themselves
it's
a better
possible,
shot.
but logistically it would be hard. But
I think that ruling comes when we think at the normal
end of
late
June.
timeline.
We'll see.
That's not
no. If it is in June, no. But
yeah,
we'll see.
Yeah.
Laksha, what else? What? Let's do this. Let's go the other. And Chris, I'm coming to you next on the same question. If you're a Republican and you wake up tomorrow and you look at this, is there a bright light there? Is there a somewhat like what's the, beyond Zoran Mamdani is a Democratic Socialist and now is the mayor of the biggest city and most high profile city in the country? Is there something in here that you see at this, look, it's almost 11 o'clock, but is there something you see in here that you say, well, okay, that's not that bad?
It is hard. Usually I will find any bright spots I can for the other side because I love playing devil's advocate. It is really hard to see a bright spot here. I suppose if you squint, you could say that Mikey Cheryl's performance, is a little bit underwhelming relative to what fundamentals would suggest. But even that's not that underwhelming. Cheryl's going to win by 12, and that's basically in line with a D plus 6 years. So I don't think so.
I think, in fact, in defense of her showing, she was trying to replace a term limit Democratic governor.
Yes, 2 terms. That's exactly right.
There was sort of cross currents here. There were 2 types of winds blowing.
I don't think there's anything positive for Republicans to look at in this wave of results. I think the only thing that I might say is like some of them are going to look at the Texas map and be like, well, at least we locked in a couple seats there. Right. But like, really, we're looking at the.
I don't know. I'm smelling a dummy mander. I
think you could push it too far.
Yeah. I think you could. I think that said, though, Chuck, the reason I don't think it's a dummy mander is because they drew 5 new Republican seats, yes, but the 2 that are likely to not hold for Republicans are the 2 that Democrats hold right now.
Fair.
Vicente Gonzalez and Rick Cuellar. Those are not dummy manders if those stay blue. That's just a gerrymander not maximizing out. But, it's just bad for Republicans. This is like the worst possible night you could imagine for them. It's in line with the 2018 level environment because I want to point out to people quickly that we didn't see this in 2017. It wasn't this bad for Republicans.
Well, it was in Virginia.
Can I add one thing to that? The economy in 2018 was good. It was great for Trump.
Yeah, it was a better.
The economy is getting bad. It's like bad now and getting far worse as we're heading into the midterm. So I agree with Laksha.
We talk in politics about it. We talk in politics about a pendulum, right? And the pendulum is undefeated. Last year in Pennsylvania, Republicans won every statewide race, 5 for 5. This year, depending on how you count them, we have 7. The Democrats are running away with 6 of them. One of them, a down ballot court race, may get a little closer right now. The Republicans at 45, but when your best point of the night is the Republicans at 45, it is a tough night. I want to see the turnout numbers. I can't really judge them yet, but obviously Democrats did a better job than my side of getting their people out. And we are right now seeing down ballot county judge races in central Pennsylvania where the Democrat is ahead, and we are well into getting election day votes. We're well past the time of night when it was only
central PA should be
early votes.
Should be a Republican
you need to
area,
win
right?
there. Yeah.
Right.
Yep. So Cumberland County, Camp Hill, Carlisle, one of the 2 fastest growing counties in the state. They have an open county judgeship up. And when I checked 5 minutes ago, the Democrat was up and the Republican was a sitting local judge. So, she's not a nobody. And so when you see things like that, you can look at that through line and just say, boy, we got our what handed to us. And I'm going back to the famous line from Coach Belichick. What did he say after that terrible loss? On to Indianapolis.
On to Cincinnati.
On to Cincinnati.
On to Cincinnati.
On to the
So
midterms.
I think for the GOP now, it's like on to 2026, where at least in Pennsylvania, we'll have almost twice as many people vote as we did today.
Hey, Laksha, the kick in the teeth actually on this calendar year could come in a special congressional election in the suburbs of Nashville in early December.
That's right.
And looking at what we're seeing tonight,
Yep.
I've seen a bunch of, we've seen some early polling indicating that's a real race. We know that it's normally wouldn't be a congressional seat would be in play even in a friendly midterm year, but the way these specials have been going, and you see this, you're like, well, I'm paying a lot more attention to that special in Tennessee now in December.
And you can bet the Republicans will be too, Chuck, because as we saw in Florida with Randy Fine, when they need to, they will pull out all the stops. They didn't think they need to do anything in Tennessee until now. Now, if they're looking at this, God, they are going to be nervous as hell.
Right.
Yep. We got to let Laksha, we got to get Laksha go because he's got a 10:50 hard out. So we want to be mindful of that. But look, we've had back-to-back people from Split Ticket on purpose because it's a site that you need to have. You need to bookmark. Lots and lots of smart political people already do, but you need to trust us on this. Thank you, my friend.
Great to see you again, Laksha. Yeah.
Hey, I want to ask, Chris, I want to ask you about Pennsylvania because, Chuck and I were sort of circling Georgia and Jeffrey as well. We're circling kind of Georgia and Pennsylvania because it's like, yeah, okay, Mandani is New York City. New Jersey is still a Democratic state, right? Like Virginia is I didn't think it was this Democratic a state, but is a Democratic leaning state.
Certainly
right?
in the Trump era, it's a Democratic
But Pennsylvania,
state.
Pennsylvania and Georgia, and Pennsylvania, especially with these retention elections, I was like, okay, well, I know not as many people are paying attention to it, but these are results in a state that we are certain in 2028 is going to be a critical state. Now, I don't know whether Josh Shapiro was on the ballot or not and how much that changes it, but what do you like? Talk about it from a swing state perspective, and you look at this stuff because it's not just what happened in Virginia, right? Like you were talking a little bit about it, but it's like this is a very good night for Democrats in Pennsylvania too, even though it's not the governor's race, right? It's not the Senate race, but it's still. If I'm a Republican, rather, I'm a little bit worried about what I'm seeing. Give us your take.
We just had more than $20 million spent on these retention races from both sides. And like 10 years ago, when the Democrats initially won these seats, they and their allies outspent the Republicans 3 or 4 to 1. So that still matters. Democrats always have cared in Pennsylvania more about judicial races than Republicans, and that is still a factor as well. And next year, obviously, we have a governor up for re-election who's already got 1 foot pretty squarely in the presidential race.
Yep.
And so you have that kind of double whammy for that. And in 2022, our Republican nominee for governor, who was just terrible, got outspent 10 to 1, 70 million to 7 million. So part of this is we're just, we're losing the air war and the ground war because the other side is spending a lot more money. Now, the nominee next year for us for governor, our state treasurer, Stacey Garrity, is going to be heads and tails better than the 2022 one, but and she won't be outspent 10 to 1, but she's going to be outspent.
She's going to get outspent.
So unlike last year, where our Senate candidate Dave McCormick was able to outspend Bob Casey, et cetera, we're going to be fighting from behind on the money angle in a state that has 6 media markets, yada, 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 East Coast, Midwest split as we see. And, we might have a couple specials in the second quarter. There are some state house members who are running for local office today, but that's going to be a while. So,
well, we're going to keep.
It sounds like it could be a tough 6 to 9 months. Yeah,
but we will look. Well, I have Chris Nicholas on speed dial, so I will continue. I mean, is speed dial even a thing anymore? I mean, I have him in my contacts. So
he's in your phone.
He's in my phone.
Everyone is speed dial.
I was going to make a Rolodex reference, but that trend's Super Bowl. Chris, we're going to let you go. Chuck, I think you got.
I want to keep Mike around. We're 7 minutes till the polls officially close. hurry up and drop your ballot off if you're somehow live streaming us while you're in your car on the 405.
We'll find out what happened in 6 months.
Mike, realistically, we're our guys, we think we know where this is headed.
Yeah.
Why did the Republican, or let me put it this way, why did the opposition campaign to this redistricting just never gel? I mean, I for a brief period with an Arnold Schwarzenegger in one spot, Charlie Munger Jr.'s money in another spot, Kevin McCarthy was claiming he had a bunch of money he could raise. We don't know where that went.
Right.
But it just fizzled quickly. I mean, and it collapsed. What's your explanation for it?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's the exact right way to look at what's happening here. The first is, of course, it's California. So unless you're going to be able to put up $100 million, don't even put up the table stakes.
But that was the real money being thrown around. I mean,
and McCarthy himself said he was going to raise $100 million. Remember, in California, you can have independent committees that can coordinate.
Right.
So the commitment was Munger would come in with $30 million, and he did. And he would hand the baton over in the last 30, 45 days to McCarthy, giving him a little bit of time to raise that money. That money never materialized. So the campaign effectively ran out of cash in the last 30 days of the election. Like when ballots
That's not an
were out.
important time, is it?
People are
Mike?
paying attention.
Right when people are paying attention.
Yeah.
And
You don't
we
need
also
ads at the
remember the top driving issue in California was a rejection of Trump, which we've got a history of doing. We passed that multi-gazillion dollar stem cell bond to stick it to George W. Bush back in the day.
Back on step,
You
right?
guys will
Yeah.
remember. So
I
we've got
do
a
remember
history
that.
of doing this. And I think that it's still California. It's still the biggest, bluest state. The partisanization of it was just not going to let go. This is the first time people have the opportunity to vote with their middle finger at Donald Trump. They've been chomping at the bit to do something. So turnout's high, and this is what they did.
I think based on the I was just gonna say, I think based
Jeffrey.
on the way this night is going.
Yeah,
I
think we know what's going to happen.
I have to think it's going to beat 60%.
Absolutely.
It'll be closer to
Yeah,
it'll be closer to 60 than it is 50. That's for
I
sure.
think it could break 60, which is
break
breathtaking.
60,
It's huge.
Yeah.
Mike, look, you've watched Gavin Newsom for his entire career.
Yeah.
There are times that I think that Gavin's unelectable, unnominatable. A former mayor of San Francisco is never going to carry the state of Pennsylvania, state of Michigan, and Wisconsin. But man, oh man, whatever, he is a man of 9 lives. He has remade himself numerous times. He did it. He was written off. He'd never be governor after the failed first campaign against Jerry Brown when he flopped and had to drop out and become LG. Are we underestimating this guy?
Yes. Chuck, he was written off in March when he platformed Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon.
That's right. That's right. He got written off for about 10 days.
His
on
career's
that one,
over.
right.
Like the national consensus was his career's over. He'll never.
What is he
make it.
doing with this stupid podcast thing? Why is he platforming Bannon? Right.
I will say that, and I've been very publicly complimentary and critical of Gavin Newsom, depending on the scenario. Let me say this: to really understand Gavin Newsom, this year has been completely instructive. The way that they handled the LA fires, when they got completely steamrolled by Donald Trump and the misinformation deluge, I've never seen a governor in my 35 years in California struggle as much as he was to just get
really
basic facts out.
They won't let the water out, Mike. That was the message. It's ridiculous, but it worked.
But the change from Gavin Newsom's team from that to the ICE raids 6 weeks later was a complete and total change. And look, I was back channeling and talking to these guys and saying, you got to get a little bit more Lincoln Project, right? I'm a little bit biased there.
Yeah.
You got to get a little bit in the gutter there. You got to start doing quantity of content is as important as the quality. Just drive offense. After the LA raids, he's a completely different candidate.
I think so.
And that ability to adjust to the environment is a really unique hallmark of him. All politicians can do it, successable ones. His is top shelf. I've never seen a politician make the adjustment.
Well, I might say that he's of all the people out there, he's got the most Bill Clinton skill.
Yeah, precisely. Well put.
And it
Generational
really
talent.
is different. It's
I
not
did
Obama's
not think
skill.
he was
It's
capable
different.
of what he
It's Bill
has
Clinton's
done
skill.
this year. He has had a really good year. We got to go, Mike. We got
Okay,
1,000
good for you
plays on
guys.
runaway. Thank you.
This was great.
Thank you so
Great
much,
to
Mike.
see
Thanks,
you, my
Mike.
friend.
Thank you.
Well, we got
Chuck,
the
you want to do
cavalcade
the
of stars.
intros?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we got
go
the
ahead.
cavalcade of stars because you think you want one split ticketer? You think you want 2 split tickets? In American politics, we split our tickets 3 ways. So we got Armin Thomas of Split Ticket coming on. That's how much we think of Split Ticket these days. And
we have everyone from Split Ticket has appeared.
That's right. And we have the third editor-in-chief of the hotline, meaning you're the third one that has made it on here. You got myself, you've got Kirk's already been on. So we've got that. He is it's Reed Wilson. He's also, more importantly, the chief executive and editor-in-chief of Pluribus News.
Love it.
Which is the only news organization that covers the state legislatures and policy detail.
Fights in state
Policy
legislatures,
fights.
which is where all policy comes from, people.
It
Everything
really
that
is.
reaches the national level starts at the state level.
The
So
laboratories.
Reed,
of
yeah.
democracy.
Yes.
Yes.
Anyway, good to see you both. And Reed, will start with you. You had a slew of races you were watching in the state legislatures. We've been talking about this blowout in Virginia. And, I don't even think our old friend Quinn McCord, it was the first time I saw the number 60 anywhere, was on his projection. I went, wow, if Quinn's got a projection at 60, we ought to pay attention. But in all seriousness here, where else? I mean, I know that's the big landslide of the night.
Yeah, it is. The Dems are at 55 right now, 28 Republicans, so plenty of races still yet to call. I'm sure Quinn is watching this right now.
I know he is. How you doing, McCord? Yeah.
Probably desperately trying to find a link to get into the chat, but I'll send it to you later. Yeah, I mean, this is. Look, I'm looking at these numbers and I'm looking at the like under the hood. This tonight feels like it belies the old line that all politics is local, right? Like
right.
I look
this
at
is not a local
yes.
election. Yes.
I look at Virginia, where Glenn Youngkin has a 55-41 approval rating.
We talked about it. You're so right.
So yeah, and then Spanberger's winning by what's she up to? 15 now, almost 15.
Mm-hmm.
And then I look at New Hampshire or at New Jersey, where Murphy's at 45-51. And Cheryl's winning by almost as much. So, like, nobody cares that their governor is super popular in Virginia or pretty unpopular in New Jersey. They care about the fact that Trump's numbers are so underwater. I think this is like.
Well, they also don't care what the attorney general said in text messages. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Jay Jones is going to win, like, I mean, I remember 10 years ago, something like this, you'd be like, oh, I mean, he's got to drop out of the race. He has no chance. I mean, he's gonna win by Jeffrey probably his latest service. He's gonna win by like 4, right, Jeffrey? Like, I mean, he's gonna win. It's not gonna be by a quarter of a point.
Oh, Jay Jones?
Yes.
Oh yeah. At this point, it actually might be about 5.
I mean,
he's up almost 6.
A Democrat winning in Virginia by 15 years ago, you'd be like, oh my God, I can't believe it happened.
That would have been a big deal, right?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's.
Yeah, I mean, meanwhile, Spanberger might win by 15.
I mean, the all politics
14,
is national thing, I think, is so critically important.
Armin, what are you seeing tonight that you think it's been missed a little bit, or are we all finally catching up to this was the beginning of what could be a building blue wave?
I think that as you guys have obviously observed, it's a thrashing for Republicans, the degree of which I don't really think anybody was anticipating. I think the expectation going into the night was that the Democrats were going to pick up some seats in the House of Delegates in Virginia. They were going to hold all of the row offices in terms of the governor and the attorney general. New Jersey was going to be easy, but the magnitude as well as the degree to which a lot of the demographics that swung away from Democrats in the 2024 election have swung back towards them is something that I think is not being talked about as much, particularly if you look in a state like New Jersey. If you look at Edison, New Jersey, which is home to a very large Indian South Asian population, Donald Trump won a lot of the vote there compared to previous Republicans. And Mikey Cheryl is getting upwards of 80% of the vote in some of those very heavily South Asian precincts. And so I think it's just a story of very wide, very deep discontent with how the Republican Party agenda is being felt across all different cuts of the demographic palette of America for many, many different reasons.
Can I ask you both this question, which was I wrestle with it all the time now, is do candidates matter? Like Cheryl was an okay candidate. Spanberger, I think, was on paper a really good candidate. Sears, bad candidate. We can debate Chitterelli. I mean, it seems to me Zoran Mamdani's abilities as a candidate did matter in terms of like overcoming Cuomo in the
He doesn't win that
primary.
primary if he's not a good candidate.
Right.
Yeah, so I do think.
But like this whole thing where it's just literally the team that you align with. Reed, you want to go first on it? Like, I mean, I was always taught like it matters if the candidate is like good or bad. Is that still operative? Because I don't want to just assume that all the things I was taught 20 years ago still apply.
Yeah, no, I think it matters on a case by case basis in a sense. Like you're right, Chuck's right about Mamdani. He doesn't win that primary unless he is the magnetic candidate of joy. I don't think he gets enough credit, by the way, for being for sort of embracing the politics of optimism and how hard that is to do.
Reed,
especially in this moment.
Put a pin in that a second, because I think the most difficult thing that Republicans are going to face in the next few weeks, in the next few months on him, is every time I see a picture of Mamdani, he's smiling.
Yeah.
And he's just totally upbeat and joyful. Can you demonize that successfully? I just think it's going to be a fascinating challenge for the right.
Yeah. So the back to the point, I still think good candidates matter, and I think that the difference, the reason you don't see that in federal races is because of the fact that there are so few competitive districts now.
Yeah.
Especially we just got California has passed Proposition 50. There go another 5 potentially competitive districts, or at least a few competitive districts among them that are now going to be safe Democratic seats. Same thing happened in Texas. We had a few competitive seats that got flipped in their redistricting. So, a good candidate can be worth 5 points, 10 points, but not 15. And I think we've seen the death of that as like God. I mean, my political education was working for Chuck back in the day when there were tons of Dems and Dem senators in red states and Republican senators in blue states, and like, okay, when I started working for you, Chuck, the Dakotas were a completely Democratic delegation.
Byron Dorgan and Kent Conrad and Earl Pomeroy. Yep.
Yeah.
And
then
Daschle and Johnson in South Dakota.
Daschle and
Yep. So like, and nowadays, John Tester can't win in Montana, and Sherrod Brown can't hold on.
Not even really close. Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. Armin, is there, you look at what's, and you're right, I think we've sort of underestimated what we're watching tonight. Is there any fool's gold out there for Team Blue that they ought to be careful of?
Yeah. So I think the first piece of advice I would say to Democrats is not to, get ahead of themselves in terms of extrapolating this trend into 2026 and beyond, because a lot of what we are seeing obviously is a result of massive persuasion against the GOP because of their negative policies, but because there is also a huge, sampling change in terms of the exact pool of voters that is coming out to vote, right? We've seen in the wake of 2016, but especially 2020 and beyond, that higher educated, more, high trust voters are increasingly correlated with Democrats, and they're turning out at higher rates relative to Republicans. If you follow Chaz Nuttycombe from State Navigate, throughout the day, he was talking about how Republicans were not hitting their turnout benchmarks in Southwest Virginia, which is the reddest part of the state. If you followed that, and obviously turnout data by itself is not enough to tell you who's going to win, but based on that projection of the electorate alone, that would have skewed it a couple points in favor of the Democrats. Now, in a later election, when there's a higher turnout electorate, a lot of those people are going to lean redder than the sample of people that showed up today. How those people vote is entirely a different ballgame. But on the whole, if you're a Democrat, I would rather win an election than lose one, even if it's a high turnout election.
Agree. Hey, we got an announcement from Jeffrey Reed. Armin, we're going to let you go. Again, look, we love Split Ticket. We've had 3 Split Ticket people on. We love Pluribus. You got to go check out what Reed is doing, because, again, policy in the states is literally one of the least covered and most important things out there. So, Jeff, I think we're going to go to Jeffrey here for a minute.
We are.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much to Armin and Reed. We have a projection.
And it's our Perhaps our last one of the night. Here it is.
Believe it. You'll never believe it. But the Prop 50 has passed. We're projecting. DecisionDeskHQ is projecting that Prop 50 will pass, which means California will have a new congressional map for the 2026 midterm elections. Potentially one that I think, if you look at the math of it, could get them 4 or 5 seats net for Democrats.
So let's step back here, Jeffrey. You did this terrific during a sort of, I don't want to totally, share too much here, but you did this terrific briefing for an internal group of us a few weeks ago on the redistricting wars, right? And as this was before we thought Virginia would come online, right, at the time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm from Virginia, and I didn't quite see that one coming.
Oh, please, I did not see this coming either. All of a sudden, you now have Kansas is not going to happen.
But Maryland and Virginia might.
What are the chances that Democrats end up netting more seats now out of this fight that Donald Trump started? I mean, this is the classic case. Be careful what you wish for. Totally. All of a sudden, you're like, okay, if you want to have this fight, Democrats will do it too. And sure enough, here we are.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's there is a Pandora's box element to this. I will say that Republicans still are in a stronger position to quickly move. Now, the Virginia case does point out that if there is a way, you might find it. But Republicans just control more states where the state legislature is still in control of redistricting at the statute level. So you don't need to pass the constitutional amendment. So in that sense, I think Republicans still have an opportunity here. There's still talk about Indiana's probably going to hold a special session. Yeah. I think pressure will build, especially if Democrats are going to try to do Virginia. There'll be some more
coming. Yeah, and we still have North Carolina.
Coming. Yeah. So, but maybe it's going to be closer to a wash than it initially looked.
Yes, because we thought like plus 6 to 8 Republican, right? Jeffrey?
And let me ask. Yeah. Let me do this, which is, and maybe we could. What is a number now? What is a Trump performance number in a district that Democrats could feel comfortable targeting? Is it 57% Trump districts? Is it 56? Yeah. Jeffrey, what's your sense of, because we know there's Trump fall off in a midterm, is it, do you think you can net 7 points? Is that where you would go, wherever he's 7 or 8 above the 50 mark?
Yeah, I mean, okay, so I'm just thinking about this quickly. Virginia looks like Hashmi might win by 11. And if you're just sort of taking that as like generic Democrat or something, that's a 5-point swing from the presidential election.
I'll pull that up, Jeffrey. Go ahead, keep talking.
If
I'll pull up the lieutenant governor's race.
If it's a 5-point swing, a seat that Trump won, I don't know, 52-46 or 52-45 suddenly is, or 53-45, suddenly those are all, and maybe even up to 55% in the right context.
Yep.
There you go. And those are suddenly more in play, which does definitely expand the map. And, in 2018, as a worthwhile example, maybe a comparison here, we did see Democrats win in some places that seemed like, no, they won't win the Oklahoma City district.
And they did,
that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's right. And then they did. Right. Now, it was super tight, and they lost it 2 years later narrowly. But, it just speaks to the point that those kinds of districts could be in play.
So suddenly you're looking at
environment.
Right. You got Virginia 2. You're going to have 3 of the 4 Iowa seats now.
By the way, Hashmi ended up carrying Virginia Beach.
Okay.
So once the final votes came in.
I was just going to say, I would lose 5. All my.
So it'd be stunning if she won by 12 statewide and lost Virginia Beach.
Win Virginia Beach.
Our math in Virginia, Hey, Chuck, can we bring in?
Yes.
We got a bunch of people. And since we're talking Virginia, let's bring in Chaz Nuttycombe, founder and executive director of State Navigate. Amazing site.
Awesome.
You heard Armin from Split Ticket just mentioned Chaz does amazing work. So and then let's also bring in John Fleischman, owner and president of the Fleischman Consulting Group.
Yes,
he does stuff all over. A Republican in California. Yeah. Yes, they do exist. So, Chaz, let's.
And he's still on his Dodger high. He may have to deal with a Republican low right now, but he does have Dodger high.
And we are trying to pull Chaz up. We'll see if we can get him. But John, let's go.
This is for the kind of love-hate Nationals fan. I just thought
we'll
I
take
put
it.
on the
We've been struggling.
John, so I pulled this up. It's at, I mean, there's only 40% in. Decision Desk has already called yes, the congressional redistricting amendment. It's at 61% right now.
Yeah.
Was there any reason to think differently, or did you kind of see this coming down the pike?
No, this has been pretty obvious. I was tuned in when you were talking with Mike Madrid, and this really all got resolved when the Republicans decided not to fund the race in California. And I think the piece that no one's talking about is that, so Newsome back on August 11th sends the tweet out to Donald Trump saying, okay, you want to fight? Well, I'm going to change the districts here. Less than 3 months later, he's changed the districts. And I keep thinking of that phrase from World War II when the Germans invaded France, Blitzkrieg, because that's really what happened. I mean, he marshaled all of his troops. He got the legislature to do what he needed them to do. By the way, giving the Senate president and the Assembly speaker brand new safe Republican House seats. So imagine how that works, right? But he drove that all the way through. He raised an epic amount of money, and we may want to talk about how this sets him up better for his presidential race. But he raised an epic amount of money. But I think
had a very good year.
Yeah, when I mean, the numbers on the fundraising are just kind of staggering. 107,000 donors, 93% of the new 107,000 total donors, 93% of them first-time Newsome contributors. He raised 114 million in 10 weeks. That's pretty staggering.
Is it unlimited?
John,
unlimited donations?
But on the Republican side, what I was going to say is that I think when this first happened, everybody, even a lot of Democrats, were like, yeah, right. And then when it actually ended up on the ballot, and you start doing the polling, and you start doing the focus groups, then I think the Republicans said, hey, we have a finite amount of money. Are we going to drop 100 million in California?
Yeah.
Hey, John, the remarkable thing I've seen about Newsome is that this has translated. And I was a bit skeptical that this would translate into helping him as a presidential candidate. But, I'm one of those, I love to look at these early primary polls in New Hampshire and in your South Carolina, and you see this stuff, and I'm not impressed when Pete Buttigieg is ahead. He's already run a campaign in New Hampshire. But I am impressed when Gavin Newsom is essentially tied for the lead there, because he's never run a campaign there. It tells me that there's a base Democratic voter who may have actually given him $10 for this redistricting
People are
thing,
interested in him.
who seems to be interested in this guy and sees him as, if you think the Democratic Party has lacked a spine, whatever you think of Gavin Newsom, he seems to want to behave like a Democrat that has a spine.
Yeah.
Right. I think the interesting part is the whole be careful what you ask for. Because of Prop 50, that may be the proximate cause of Democrats taking the House. And then all of a sudden, who's going to be the chief foil to the president? It's going to be the speaker. No, but the speaker. And then who's going to be the most prominent Democrat in California? It's going to be Robert Garcia, the new chairman of the House Oversight Committee. Who, and so
that's
you really
fascinating.
And so you come up with this. And having done all this, Gavin Newsom, even though he leaves office after the 2026 election, I mean, he has now put himself in a great position to just continue being a leading voice.
He's just relevant. He's constantly relevant. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, he'll get credit.
I mean, he was using, I saw him send out an email where it was something about like raising money for, was it like the North Carolina
this is great.
Democratic
Party? Last Monday, he sends out an email to his whole list. Stop giving. We've raised everything we need to raise. Stop giving. He says, I'll let you know we're going to raise some money for other states. And then the next day, he sends out an email saying it's time to help our friends in whatever state it was. And he raises 150 grand in like moments from that same list. It was like, I've never seen an email that said stop
John,
giving.
I want to ask you the similar question I asked Madrid, which is, because I know you
another great Dodger fan,
which is, Gavin's had 100 lives as a politician. And, I've probably as a pundit written him off 3 or 4 times.
Same.
And I am, Gavin's one of these guys I'm like I enjoy every interaction I have with him. And I'm like, I just don't know. How does he carry Grand Rapids, right? Like, that's what I'm thinking. Can the former mayor of San Francisco.
With how he looks.
Yeah. carry.
Well, and this is the problem.
Wisconsin. But you've been running against this guy for a long time. What is it that so many people underestimate about him?
Well, I think Mike talked about it. This guy has an ability to pivot back and forth, and when he finds something that he thinks is working, he just jumps on it. And so the real question is, how long will this gig work before he pivots and feels like he needs to do something else? And of course, he's now focused on about 3,500 Democrat National Convention delegates, because of course you can't run against the Republican if you don't win amongst the Democrats.
Right.
So he's got that going on. And then I think if I were him tonight, he's got he's resting because he had this big win, but he knows there's a new Sauron, as it were, rising in the Empire State, right?
No, it's going to be a national story. Yeah.
And it's going to
No,
be a
it
national
will be.
story.
That's right. It is. Mom, we talked about this. I guarantee you on cable tomorrow morning, it is Mandani won. Also, secondary story, Mandani won. Third story, there were other elections. There'll be some Newsome.
And so the big problem for Newsome is on the natural. His instinct would be, oh, well, if he's going to occupy that space, well, what should my new space be? But so it's going to be interesting to watch him pivot back and forth and try to figure out how to deal with things. And as you pointed out, he stops being governor in about a month, and about a year. And I could tell you his secret power, the thing that he has brought to the table, is the apparatus of political control of California. I mean, almost half of that money that he raised came from public employee unions, trade unions, and businesses all getting subsidized by the state of California. And that's all going to go like that.
Right.
And so
that's right.
He's just got to kind of coast from there.
Is the former senator from California who served as vice president have to realize that all the California money people are not going to be with her and they're going to be with him?
Yeah. You know what? She has not made her way in business by really caring about what other people think or looking at objective evidence.
Fair
I think
point there.
I think it's entirely possible that she gets in, tests the water, figuring, hey, if it doesn't work out, I can bug out. But I'm always reminded of that congressman who lost their job and has always relished to put the pin back on and go back under the dome. And I can't imagine what it's like to be not only the vice president of the United States, but there's an argument to be made she was actually kind of president for a while. It's unclear how much input she had on the auto pen administration. And you're so close, and now you're so far.
Yep.
And for her, and if you knew the relationship between her and Newsome, you would know that it would really irk her.
Oh, yes.
I know. Well, speaking of cutting into Newsome chatter,
here it comes.
Rise from the Empire State. Zoran is speaking. We are going to let's take a listen.
John.
You can
Appreciate
stick with
you.
it.
Thank you very much.
Boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
He's always smiling. He always has a smile. Yeah, no, it's hard to demonize a smile.
I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life.
Oh my
God.
Middle finger.
Might be the final time I utter his name.
Wow.
Yeah, this is not the same
personal?
tone. This is not the same
This is
tone as
not
the
the-
Virginia speech.
Not the
No.
Spanberger speech.
No, not Spanberger.
Wow.
Well,
Interesting.
it's New York, right?
Yeah,
New
true.
York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change.
Is it 50.6%?
Hey, man.
Hey.
Trump claimed
That's
a mandate
51,
with 49.
Jeffrey.
Oh, no, no,
Doing
no.
your
Oh,
numbers.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, he's clear of 50 right now.
For a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City.
I don't think there's been an enthusiasm for it in the city at one of these rallies since David Dinkins' victory in '89.
So before I say anything else, I must
It's been that
say
long
this.
when you had that kind of.
Thank
Because
you.
Bloomberg's election didn't bring this.
No. Elect me. I'm an amazing technocrat.
It's going to be a busy time for realtors in Florida.
That the promise of a better future was a relic
It's just the first step in Mandani's efforts to lower housing costs. There's going to be a lot more supply.
That's
You
right.
know, apparently, a million New Yorkers are going to leave.
new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum. Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties.
That's good.
Yes, aunties.
He's reading the prompter, right? I mean, it's still good.
Oh,
Or has he memorized it?
No. He's prompted. He's got.
Yeah, he's got those screens are the prompter, I know, but
This city is your city.
He's very
And
polished.
this democracy is yours too.
Oddly seems more polished than Spanberger or
Yes.
Cheryl, even though
Probably
they've
done more
worked in
media.
politics longer.
I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night.
Well, he drops every little thing. Here you go, SEIU.
Totally.
$11.99.
The
Right.
trade unions.
2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city. It's about people like the woman I met on the BX 33 years ago who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live. And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall, who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now. This victory is for all of them. And it's for all of you. The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force. Because of you, we will make this city one that working people can love and live in again. With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics. Now I know that I have asked for much from you over this last year. Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in. We have held our breath for longer than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn.
The humble speech.
You want to?
Wow.
We can probably pull out of it.
We can, but I have to tell
he's
you.
really talented. I mean, for people who have not seen him before, I mean,
And who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more.
Lauren, we can pull out of it. I think. Yeah, thanks.
Like I said, Gavin Newsom's watching that and going, ugh.
No.
This is really talented.
No, this is a moment. It is. We were talking about earlier. Oh, Abigail Spanberger might be on the short list. Sure, I'm not going to deny that.
Yeah, she's from the right state. And
this guy's This guy's going to be a national player. That doesn't mean he ever runs for national office. I'm not saying that, but you see just in like, I find it interesting. He was ready to, he knew the whole world's watching and he had a speech ready for it. This is a very polished and prepared person who's, I don't think New York City mayor's the last race he wants to run.
I'll just add, we've been talking about change and outsiders. The biggest applause line outside of like, hey, we did it, we won. The biggest applause line was, we toppled a political dynasty.
Yeah.
That's Mamdani's work. You know, I mean, it's very, just to wrap up very quickly with John, one thing I would say with Newsome is like, look, this is a guy who spent his entire life in politics. Like, how do you know, it's like the same question I have about Josh Shapiro, the same question I have about Gretchen Whitmer. The same, like, these people have a long resume that 20 years ago you've been like, they're perfect to run for president. And now I look at it and I'm like, I think it's a problem. What do you make of that, John?
I think Newsom's going to have a big challenge on his hands because he's got progressive majorities in his state legislature that are going to be so fired up. And he's always kind of tried to be their adult supervision. And now he's got, is he curbing that or is he embracing that? And it'll be interesting for him in his final term.
It's a fine line to walk. Yeah.
Well, and John, you bring up a point that so many people outside of California don't understand. Newsome, Pelosi, Harris, they're the moderates.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. The progressives in California, man, that's super majority. Wow. You know,
I always bring up my brother. He lives in San Francisco and he's about as liberal as I think they come until he tells me about everyone else who lives in San Francisco. So,
well, Nancy Pelosi's the most conservative person that could win her district.
It's remarkable. All right, John, we got to let you go.
Hey,
Thank you, my friend.
All
right.
Thanks.
All right.
I'm a follower.
Yes,
I always
we
see
love
you.
John.
Yeah.
Chuck, you want to do last two guests of the night? We thought we were getting one, but we're getting two.
Well, let's bring in our last two guests.
Yeah.
We will do that. We've got Garrett Herron, founder and CEO of Vote Hub, and Austin Park from Vote Hub as well.
Let's
get these
Austin
guys
is the
in.
research director.
Excellent. Appreciate having you both in. And if you don't mind standing there a minute, can you pull up my screen, Lauren? I want to go into Minneapolis mayor.
Yes, I wanted to bring this up too, Chuck. I've been sitting here waiting for the right time.
So let's put it on the screen here, and it looks to me, and look, this is a ranked choice voting, so we're not going to know anything. Looks like most of the votes are in. Based on our, I mean, Jeffrey, if you want to, I feel like in our limited experience with ranked choice voting, having a 10-point lead before the second round of voting, it certainly looks like Jacob Fry has a good shot here.
Well, I think here's the one problem for Fry, and we saw this in the Democratic primary in New York City. Mm-hmm. If you have other candidates on the ballot that you've cross-endorsed so that their supporters rank you, it could end up very well. And it just so happens that Omar Fatah and Dwayne Davis and Jazz Hampton have all had that arrangement.
Oh, they did cross those three. So the cross.
So there's a very good chance
they're ranked higher.
That Fatah will end up Fatah. I think it's Fatah.
Oh, interesting.
I think will end up winning
because of that cross endorsement campaign.
Yeah.
With
Now
Hampton and
we'll
Davis.
see. I don't want to let's not make it, but it is. I think that's that's a huge problem for
wow.
James
So
Fry.
if not to bring up political markets here, but if you were on the political markets, they're making a mistake putting Fry up that high.
Go buy against short.
Go buy
Fry.
some fodder.
Anyway, Anyway,
the other one I wanted to bring up because it's still early, but I wanted to touch on it. We got to get to Seattle mayor. I know the early returns, but Harrell had a lead, which would be a mild surprise here. It would be the first Seattle mayor reelected in 20 years.
Remarkable. And just for people who don't know, Harrell is kind of the more moderate, and Wilson is the more sort of progressive.
Right. The business community recruited Harrell the last time to sort of defeat a progressive mayor. He succeeded. He finished second in the initial running to Katie Wilson.
Yeah,
and I frankly thought it was hers to lose.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
it's
obviously
still early in Washington.
A lot of votes left to be counted there, but it's fascinating that given what we saw in the primary, where Wilson actually won 51-41, and the top two advanced, it's
I mean, if this were to hold or something close to this, that'd be pretty remarkable, especially because, I mean, maybe it's because it's lower turnout elections, but in Washington and in California, the top two primary is like pretty decently predictive, at least.
I was just going to say, usually what you see the first round, it's rare you see a reverse.
A bit, yeah. You don't see that very often.
All right, so Garrett and Austin, you are the closers, the final two guests.
Which if in the World Series, it could mean you were one of the starters.
Exactly, bringing in Kershaw from the bullpen. Exactly. What's your takeaway? What are people missing, including us? I mean, when you look at the sweep of this, which we can see most of it at this point, what are people missing? If somebody said, give us two things to think about, what should we think about?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having both of us.
Of course.
I personally just don't think it's as complicated as people are trying to make it out to be. You've got unpopular president, really unpopular, and Democrats who are fired up about it. It's off-year election. We know that Democrats have been doing better in special elections. They've been turning out. I think a bigger story is why were maybe the polls underestimating Democrats this cycle, and also maybe what happened, in New York City. There's going to be a question about like the future of the Democratic Party. With Zohran Mamdani not doing as well as maybe the polls had him suggested him doing, especially the late breaking polls. I don't know about you, Austin. But...
Well, yeah, to that point, I think, kind of an error that a lot of pollsters were making this cycle was trying to fit too heavily to the 2024 electorate.
Yes, thank you.
Dude, Skelly is fired up.
Yeah. No, this has been, I've had a bee in my bonnet about this. So please continue. Sorry.
Yeah. And thanks, Jeffrey. But
preaching.
I think this explains not only the results we have, in Virginia and New Jersey, but also the ones we see in New York City, which is the same type of voters that might be oversampled in a Mamdani, overperformance, or the same types of voters that might have supported the Republican Party this cycle, right? And so if you're overcounting that type of, Biden-Trump type of voter, kind of a low propensity type of voter, you might not be capturing the type of base that the Democratic Party has kind of built in the last decade, 2016 onwards. You might be overcompensating for that. And so, it was really unfortunate we couldn't get Chaz earlier on the show, who had, kind of the best
poll in Virginia, as it turned out.
Yep, his polling was right on. Yep, totally agree. Is there, when you look at it, I mean, I feel like there's these two competing stories, right? It's like, we've talked about it all night, but it's, okay, we now have two female moderate governors, Democratic governors, right? Not in swing states, maybe marginally Virginia, but we also have a big national star, which we knew beforehand, but in Zohran Mamdani, who did win, at least to my mind, closer than Cuomo did better than I thought. I don't know if Mamdani did worse, but Cuomo did better.
Mamdani may have ended up roughly in the area where we thought. It's just that
Sliwa just collapsed. Mamdani's over 50. You're right. It's really Cuomo.
I would argue that it exactly what pollsters got wrong was what was the Cuomo-Sliwa split going to be. But there's basically this turned into a Mamdani referendum, and he narrowly won it.
Yeah. So, guys, what do you and feel free, either Garrett or Austin or both. What do you make of I mean, look, I think Democrats are going to be thrilled because they have basically all good news. There's no bad news out there for them tonight. But what's the big lingering fight still remains? Is this a progressive outsider party, or is it a kind of a moderate insider? I'm obviously painting in broad strokes, but is there a lesson out of that, or is it kind of like my kid on their midterms? They get not enough information or whatever. You know what I mean? There's not enough statistical information to go from. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I think it really depends, right? So we saw this a lot last year, and on our website we have a piece about, I think, the Ohio 6th congressional district special election that happened last year, where Democrats overperformed by a lot, right? And it was kind of moderate, type of candidate winning those types of voters. And we're seeing those types of voters really turn out in 2025. But at the same time, you know, presidential elections and midterm elections are just a completely different beast to what we see in an off-cycle election. You know, I don't know if the people who turn out every 4 years know there's an election like today, right? And ultimately, it doesn't seem like a politically viable strategy to just win, you know, everything but the presidency, you know, everything but the Senate for Democrats, right? At a certain point, you need to bite the bullet and win, you know, quote unquote, real election, right? And so it's certainly encouraging for Democrats to see, you know, really good performances, over performances across the board in partisan races in off cycles, whether or not that kind of translates to a national, you know, four-year cycle type of.
Yeah.
It's a completely different question. You know, maybe Mamdani would have much more success in 2026, 2028, those types of elections, or maybe not. It's just hard to extrapolate those types of conclusions from, you know, like 3 or 4 states we're seeing tonight.
I always, and we talk about this, the Chuck, Jeffrey, and I have all talked about this separately and together, which is the one bipartisan predictable thing that happens after every election is whichever party does well misreads their mandate by a significant margin and overcompensates, you know, which I wonder if Democrats have a really good 2026, if they will say, oh, all of our brand problems are solved. People love us again. But to your point, it's 2 different electorates. Anyway, thank you guys for joining us. Love Vote Hub. Garrett and Austin, thank you for spending the time. Thank you for being patient. We appreciate you.
Thanks
Take care.
We
being up late
appreciate
with
it.
us.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you guys. It was great.
All right.
Well,
Holy cow.
We crossed the 5-hour mark. We have been live streaming for 5 hours and 7 minutes.
They said we couldn't do it. They said we couldn't do it, Chuck.
They said we couldn't do it. Who are they?
I don't know who they are. The
Actually,
pollsters.
my son was a they.
Some people were saying that we
He
couldn't do it.
questioned my ability. He says, you're not going to be able to. He said, a live stream's a lot different than live I'm like, buddy, he goes, you know, you can't ever take a break on a live stream. This was my son, like, warning me about.
I always
trying
tell
to do
people,
live streams.
don't worry about it. We'll find things to talk about. All right, so let's go. Should we go around the horn? Like do a
Yeah,
takeaways?
Yeah, let's do it. Jeffrey, you start.
Sure. Obviously, it was a very good night for Democrats. I think, you know, just to sort of put a sort of tie a loose end here, the Virginia House of Delegates, it looks like the final count there is probably going to be 64-36.
No,
And
nobody
it was
had 64.
51-49 going in. 51-49
Yes, so Democrats will
right?
have gained 13 seats. And
And again,
that's
I
not
know
quite
there's
2/3
over-
majority, but good
Right.
Lord.
There's overreading and underreading, but there is absolutely a pattern between gains in the Virginia Assembly the year before a midterm.
Yes.
It has been pretty consistent.
And
by
I
Jeffrey.
think that's, and I think even, and to just, I haven't dug into all the numbers yet about exactly which ones flipped and whatnot, but I know that Kamala Harris carried 59 of the 100 seats, which means Democrats did win 5 seats that Trump carried. Now, they may have been by slim margins, but nonetheless, it speaks to a swing, and a swing, you know, that put some light red turf in play for Democrats, which if we're thinking about, obviously, going forward, 2026 midterms, thinking about elections, even the special election coming up in the Nashville area, like
Tennessee, yeah.
you know,
suddenly a lot
okay,
more
well, if
interesting
you
to
see
me.
some big swings, some races that shouldn't be competitive may be a lot closer, and some that are competitive or on the edge of competitive might be in more danger than you would have imagined. So, yeah.
I was going to do Virginia, but I will pivot. I wrote down a bunch of phrases that our guests said throughout the night. And towards the end, Reed Wilson said something that I don't want people to overlook. And Chuck, you kind of highlighted it in the moment, and I wrote it down because I think look, Mamdani was born in Uganda. His parents are in America. I mean, Mamdani's not going to be the president, but you said, Reed said the politics of optimism.
Yeah.
I think there's real power there because Trump is not the politics of optimism, right? Trump is everything is terrible. The only way we could even possibly survive this hellhole of humanity is by electing me and I'll fix everything. But I keep going back to the politics. Like Trump breaks all rules, right? It used to be you had to offer a positive vision, but I wonder in 2028 if on the Democratic side, because Vance, I think will be Vance and Rubio, whatever, we can debate that. But on the Democratic side, I wonder about that politics of optimism. I think there's real
Well, it'll have been 20 years since Barack Obama brought us hope and change.
That's right.
So,
and remember the best days of Kamala Harris's campaign
so
when
old.
she was talking about joy. You know what I mean? Like,
well,
there is power in that. No, it has to be around a set of policy ideas. The candidate has to authentically believe it. But that phrase, politics of optimism, is like rings in my ears.
Well, and you can't, there's the theory of presidential elections that says, we always go for the opposite of what we had.
Yeah.
Right. We always look for something that the incumbent didn't have. And he is a super pessimist, right? An overly pessimistic guy. And he is a divider, meaning he sees division as helpful to him. When I say divider, meaning he uses division for, to enact policy, to do all these things.
For political gain. Yeah.
And if you look at I always look at it this way. If you look at, frankly, Biden to me is an outlier in all this, right? We've been through this one-term.
I think it has to be an asterisk because of COVID too.
Right. But if you look at Obama, Clinton, and even Jimmy Carter, they all came, none of them were the front runners at this moment in time, 3 years in advance of the nomination, right, of the presidential. And they all were able to break through because they seemed to, while everybody around them was trying to be negative, they refused to do so.
Yeah.
In different ways, one way or the other. Bill Clinton famously, as everybody's coming after him with Jennifer Flowers, they want to make this about me. I'm here to make this about you.
Yep.
And
I like that. Bill Clinton. That was pretty good.
When it's late at night and you're
bring out the Clinton
voice
impersonation.
Voice is a little croaky. There you go. And then obviously we had hope and change with Obama. So I think there's something to be said for that. That optimism is still matters. But look, I mean, why are we watching these elections out? It's really about the midterms. We're not going to learn anything about 2028 in this one, but we are learning a lot now about the political environment going into 2026. Virginia always is sort of the first round, right? And the fact is, every tea leaf that Virginia delivered is screaming big year for the Democrats in 2026. Now, what are the limitations to that? Well, limitation one is this redistricting fight, right? Yep. The big thing that I am surprised about tonight, the reason I was hesitant to assume a big Democratic night, is that turd in the punch bowl, which is the unfavorable rating of the Democratic Party, right? It has been consistent in the NBC News poll that we saw come out earlier this week. The Democrats had a higher unfavorable rating than the Republicans. In fact,
the DecisionDeskHQ average, it's been like negative 15 net for Dems, about negative 9 for Republicans. Right. Yeah.
Now, here's something else that I'm intrigued about, and this is, to me, something to start to look for. I have a friend of mine who's sort of a super never Trumper from the right, and he wants to say this is the beginning of the lame duck of President Trump's lame duck presidency. I'm not ready to declare that. However, in that same NBC poll, guys, essentially the negative rating for the Democratic Party was the same as the negative rating for Trump. Trump is also more unpopular than the Republican Party.
Yes.
You see what you wonder here. Does a performance like tonight, where it's clear that Trump Trump makes the weather right now in politics. Yep. He is America's political weatherman.
Rain and shine.
Right? He's created so it's his weather we live in. It's his political environment. And this was a great environment if you were on Team Blue, and this was a terrible environment if you were on Team Red. Do we start to see Republicans feel like they need to worry about themselves more than Trump?
Which we would have seen
in a normal
life.
Right.
He's a lame duck on day one. Like the fact that he's maintained it this long, is this a time when the split
Honestly, I think that's
begins?
part of why he keeps saying 2028 is just to like try to make
he's been trying to stave it off.
100%. He's trying to fight it off. Yeah.
If this is followed up with a special election loss in Tennessee and all, this is going to start to chip away at his ability to control the Republican Party, because we are going to start to get close to the whole to the point where Republicans might feel like, hey, it's every Republican for themselves.
Yeah,
Donald
yeah.
Trump does not care about
Water
my
in the
future.
boat, and you're like,
Right. I'm not saying we're there yet, but it's a night like tonight that was a big,
elections matter.
Suddenly,
Yes,
that 100%.
Yes,
and you will start to see some of these swing state senators. It may change how the shutdown politics operates over the next few days. What happens with these Obamacare subsidies, right?
Yeah.
Like all of this is going to have an impact in the near term as well as, but boy, right now, this is painting. I mean, this should become a huge moment for Jeffries and Schumer to be able to recruit more candidates to run.
I know. Look, do you
for the
want to
US
be on?
Senate.
And
kicking
we start
ass.
to see some Republican House retirements that have been
That's
held
another
off
thing
for
you'll
now.
see too,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
That's
You'll
right,
see
Jeffrey.
additional Republican House retirements, and suddenly maybe they'll find another candidate to run for in Kansas, and maybe they will start to fill out their ability to
The
find
dance
some
card a little
Senate
bit more.
candidates.
Yeah,
exactly.
So one funny thing I wanted to mention to you guys, just because we were talking about that December special election. Do you remember a certain December 2017 special election?
Yeah, that's the Connor Lamb one, or is it?
Oh
is
no,
that the
I'm thinking about
John
I'm thinking
Ossoff.
about Doug Jones.
Which one?
The
Doug
Jones, Roy Moore.
The
Doug
win
Jones,
in
Roy
Alabama.
Moore.
Now look.
Different. There's
Roy
no,
Moore
there's
is
not
a
a
real
Roy
special,
Moore out there.
real special
Right.
case.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, where's Trump's approval at? Low turnout election. Democrats are highly engaged. Pretty red district. Anyway, I just crossed my mind.
I have to say, 5 hours, 17 minutes, and 12 seconds have never gone so fast for me. It's been great. I'm thrilled. Obviously, I know both of these guys and have known them, especially Chuck, for a really long time. But I do think this is I was telling people election night for people who love elections. You know what I mean? We're not going to dumb it. We're not going to dumb it down. We're not going to overly fancify it. We're going to have smart people on giving you information that you're not going to find elsewhere. We're going to make it fun. We're going to make it entertaining. And all the people we had on, the vast majority of them aren't going to be on cable television. And as you heard, they're all really, really smart.
Well,
and make you smarter, make you more informed, right? Make you better at understanding this stuff.
At this point, we probably have viewers starting to sign off, but I just want to thank everybody that tuned in because we had a feeling this could be the case, but we think we think our viewership may be competitive with legacy television with what we were able to produce tonight.
And thank you to Lauren, producers. Thank you to NASA, thank you to
Lauren
John
Gardner
Reese
and NASA Davis from my team. Look, this was a three-way effort for everybody, but man, Lauren, thank you. NASA, thank you. And we only have 3 or 4 episodes to tape tomorrow. So
man, back at it. I got to go to bed. You don't keep this beauty face unless you get a lot of sleep.
Skelly, this has been a pleasure.
Yes, thank you guys. It was so much fun.
The Texas primaries await. We'll see you in March.
All right, man.
March.
You're well. Thank you, man.
Bye, guys.
All right.